Archive document. Item number SCP-3004. Object class neutralized. Special containment procedures. The threat posed by SCP-3004 has remained neutralized. Containment of SCP-3004 is focused solely on interception of artifacts that point towards the existence of the Setladi. To that end, archaeological sites in Ireland and Wales should be monitored closely. Artifacts are to be confiscated, catalogued, and incinerated. All SCP-3004 related matters are to be dealt with by the Theology Department. Director Clark is to be notified immediately if any events thought to be SCP-3004 related occur. SCP-3004-1 is believed to have been destroyed or otherwise deterred from the material plane and no longer requires containment. Any information found regarding the existence of the Cicadetta luculenta is to be destroyed and civilians involved amnesticized due to its connection to SCP-3004. Description: SCP-3004 refers to a series of anomalous events linked to the rituals of a druidic cult known as the Setladi, or the Singers. They were located primarily in Ireland during the 15th to early 19th century. It is known that their worship revolved around the life cycle of the now extinct Cicadetta luculenta. Footnote 1. Also known as the stained glass cicada. Due to the combined actions of various antecedent groups to the Foundation, including the Vatican's Congregation for Otherworldly Acts and the Royal Society for the Imprisonment of Abnormalicy, all knowledge of SCP-3004 and the Singers was destroyed in order to contain SCP-3004-1. As SCP-3004 was thus destroyed, the SCP-3004-1 entity ceased all activity. SCP-3004 events centered around imagery associated with the rites of the Singers. They occurred most commonly during a celebration surrounding a child's entrance into adulthood, which was signified by the first loss of primary teeth. These events were theorized to lead to the entrance of their deity, dubbed SCP-3004-1, into local time-space. SCP-3004 events are understood to have been the result of SCP-3004-1 attempting to act upon the material world. It is unclear as to when SCP-3004-1 began to react to the beliefs of the Singers. While there are signs of varied SCP-3004 events, there are few reports that still exist. Artwork relating to SCP-3004 events show Cicadetta luculenta coming from the facial orifices, causing asphyxiation in many. A written record details the sighting of an anomalously large instance of Cicadetta luculenta, believed to be SCP-3004-1, appearing in the sky, the sight of which caused painful boils in those who witnessed it, along with symptoms resembling radiation sickness. Despite this, the Singers were said to have continued their rituals in the face of SCP-3004 events, which was seen as necessitating their destruction. SCP-3004-1 was an entity which interacted with the Singers through their rituals, causing SCP-3004 events. Little is known about the nature of SCP-3004-1. It is theorized to have been a thought form or an extra-dimensional being that, through happenstance, responded to the rituals of the Singers. There is no data that exists to point towards SCP-3004-1 being anything greater than a Level 3 fistophage entity. Footnote 2. Greek, Faith Eater. Archived Report, J. Clark, S.J. Due to the intimate nature of this subject, i.e. all who read this will surely, Christ willing, know me, and I them, and its current neutralized state, I'm gonna keep the academic hot air to a minimum. I have no desire or need to impress any of you. You're my colleagues, and I think we all understand that there's no need to hide what this is beneath jargon and posturing. 3004-1 is a deity, if you wish to define a thing as such. A deity is a creature of law, ritual, and belief. Certainly its existence doesn't shake my faith. Nothing has, and I doubt a curious thought form attracted to cicadas and greenery will shake it yet. It is not infinite, and it is not all-knowing. Quite the opposite. Its limits are apparent. Cut off from a few rituals and direct believers, 3004-1 ceased all activity. There have been no resurgence events. Nary a peep. Truthfully, what little we have left of the history of the Sedlati, the singers and the vulgar English, is quite interesting. Based around the Cicadetta Lucilenta and its apparent rebirth and what have you, it wasn't just a fringe druidic sect. This was nationwide. They were respected members of society. There are signs of them in Wales and Scotland. So, of course, before the inevitable violence, the Catholic Church, in its ever-ineffable wisdom, may the Lord God forgive me for blaspheming his one true church on this earth, of course, etc., did attempt to bring them into the fold. Before the complete eradication of the Sedlati from the face of history in an unprecedented act of violence and usage of anomalous objects that many would see as foolhardy, maybe even horribly unwise. May the O5 Council forgive me for this slight against the forefather of the Foundation, of course, etc., the parishes in certain rural areas of Ireland seemed more Singer than Christian. This is all we know. This is all that's left. The eradication of their rituals, of their culture, of their impact on Ireland and the world at large was snuffed out with an alarming thoroughness. Not unprecedented, certainly, but consider the fact that this happened in the late 1700s. This was the desperate act of an early incarnation of what we all became. Foolhardy and harsh, yes, but I truly cannot say that we would not have done the same, given what little we know of 3004-1's effects on our material plane. Of course, given the English view of the Irish at the time, it is not overly cynical to imagine that the Royal Society relished the chance to destroy the culture and the impact of the Sedlati. So total was their destruction that the extinction of the Cicadetta Lucilenta, charmingly known as the stained glass cicada, became an opportunity to even wipe their sacred animal from the memory of man. The deforestation of Ireland certainly led to the death of their species, but one must wonder if their extinction came from a more direct source. This, of course, is all merely speculation. Maybe the sacred animal merely followed their deity. Certainly, it speaks to the fear they felt if the Royal Society and the congregation would enact the destruction of an entire animal species, a harmless creature, cousin to the New Forest cicada. Perhaps they feared that cut off from ritual, 3004-1 would manifest through them. The idea, certainly, is not ridiculous. There is a strong connection between belief and fact. Perhaps their fear would have even made it so. Given the fact that the Sedlati were upright members of society, one can imagine that the resonance within their rituals that 3004-1 felt were mere happenstance. In my opinion, there's no reason to assume that this entity is at all related to the Sedlati and their beliefs. Something in them, I hypothesize, spoke to this thing, and it acclimated itself to their belief system. Think of it as something floating in a place close to ours, maybe layered above or beneath. Perhaps there are many creatures like it there. I doubt that an entity like this would exist alone, although I have no proof of this besides the certitude of my gut. Through these repetitions of behavior, through these beliefs, it was able to act on our plane, and it became what it was molded by. There's also no reason to assume 3004-1 to be malevolent. It's disingenuous to think of such an entity in terms of good and evil. Given the focus the Sedlati had on life and death, along with the imagery of Christ the Savior's death on the cross, it stands to reason that the 3004-1 manifestations would be violent. It spoke the only language it knew, the language of blood, wood, glass, and sacrifice. Perhaps the brutality of its manifestations, of the events associated with the 3004 rituals, could have been the 3004-1 entity interpreting the very real subjugation of the Irish people at the time. There's no reason to assume that the lives of its followers would not be just as important to the entity as their rituals. Certainly, the language of death and rebirth of the cicada, of the scourging at the pillar present in the rites of Roman Catholicism, especially in the era of its neutralization, and what is theorized to have been the rituals of the Sedlati could have lent to all of the violence, to the harshness of it all. Faced with their god, a terrifying thing that sowed discord, there is no record of their reaction. There is only record of their destruction. One would imagine them to have been horrified. Yet, to have necessitated their destruction, they very well may have followed the entity's whims, however alien. No proof has been found to point toward either hypothesis. But again, this is all conjecture. We simply do not know enough to take any approach to this object other than making sure it never comes back. I do not believe that we would be unable to deal with something such as this, given the current technologies available to us, but it is best not to awaken a sleeping giant, as it were. Given what we have here, I can offer no other advice. Whenever we rarely find something that our predecessors missed, we will catalog it, learn what we can about what we destroyed, and move on to other things. Current document. Item number, SCP-3004. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. All communities that could possibly support an SCP-3004 event are to be monitored for uncharacteristic rises in death rate and attendance at places of worship. If a community is shown to have been the host of an SCP-3004 event or events, all afflicted civilians are to be amnesticized. Any injuries or deaths that occur because of these events are to be given applicable cover stories. At no point is an individual known to be involved in an SCP-3004 event to be considered for Foundation employment, D-Class or otherwise. MTFY-99, Altar Boys, is tasked with responding to SCP-3004 events in progress where possible and stopping them by any means necessary. All sightings of SCP-3004-2 are to be reported to the Theology Department. Images of SCP-3004-2 are to be dismissed as hoaxes or deleted as necessary. All instances of SCP-3004-2 found in the wild are to be destroyed to avoid future SCP-3004 events. As of Project Site C Lux, there are to be no attempts to track SCP-3004-2 instances. Any attempt is to be made to destroy them before their disappearance. There is to be no further attempt at containing SCP-3004-1. SCP-3004-1 will be contained through the cleanup of SCP-3004 events and the destruction of SCP-3004-2 instances. Currently, all containment is focused upon reducing the effects of SCP-3004 events which have already occurred. If SCP-3004-1's entrance into the material plane is unavoidable and inevitable, Protocol Damnatio ad Bestias is to be enacted. Description: SCP-3004 refers to a series of anomalous events that occur in Roman Catholic, Eastern Catholic, Anglican, and Episcopalian communities. SCP-3004 events occur without any patterns connected to population or demographics other than religion. While SCP-3004 events are varied and have few similarities to unite them, the presence of SCP-3004-2 at each event proves a connection. SCP-3004 events are rituals carried out by otherwise non-anomalous individuals in their place of worship. Despite showing a great divergence from Christian norms of worship, individuals involved in an SCP-3004 event show great hesitation to stop engaging in the ritual, even those that involve self-harm. All individuals attending the place of worship for that purpose will not stop the rituals involved, even if their actions go against previously held morals. Individuals who normally exhibit entomophobia exhibit no fear of the SCP-3004-2 instances involved in the ritual. Deaths that occur as a result of SCP-3004 rituals will be categorized as death by natural causes, regardless of what was done to the individual. Those who witness an SCP-3004 ritual express a renewed interest in their chosen faith and seek to convince friends and family to accompany them to their place of worship. Examples of SCP-3004 rituals include the slaughter of a child bearing traditional stigmata wounds out of which crawled instances of SCP-3004-2. The child was killed when the officiating priest bit out the child's jugular. SCP-3004-2 instances crawled en masse from the wounds up to 6 hours after the child's death. The forcible removal of the officiating priest's teeth by 12 children. The children and the priest were then seen to vomit instances of SCP-3004-2. The teeth were served in the place of communion wafers later on during the Mass. The violent castration of every male who had reached puberty. Scrotal tissues were gathered and disseminated amongst the faithful and worn around the neck as scapulars. The castrated individuals then mimicked the cry of an unidentified cicada, believed to be the Cicadetta luculenta, before many succumbed to blood loss. SCP-3004-2 instances were observed carrying off discarded testes. A visibly pregnant woman was chosen from the congregation and brought to the altar where she laid and proceeded to give birth to over 60 instances of SCP-3004-2 and a stillborn infant wearing a wooden crown. The crown was burnt and the body consumed. SCP-3004-2 instances resemble the extinct Cicadetta luculenta, albeit with a much more colorful wing pattern than what has been described. Despite appearing in every way alive, SCP-3004-2 instances are primarily made of wood and glass. It is unclear currently if SCP-3004-2 instances are the cause of SCP-3004 events or vice versa. During an SCP-3004 event, SCP-3004-2 instances are observed in prominent parts of the ritual. After a ritual, SCP-3004-2 instances exit the church and disappear after flying at least 600 meters away. This disappearance is hypothesized to be the SCP-3004-2 instances returning to SCP-3004-1, either to feed it or perhaps be given further orders. It is believed that SCP-3004-2 is the mechanism by which SCP-3004-1 collects belief or faith in order to consume. It is unclear as to why SCP-3004-1 in its former incarnation did not seem to require the SCP-3004-2 instances. As of Project Site-C Lux, it is now known that SCP-3004-1 created the instances of SCP-3004-2 as a replacement for the Cicadetta luculenta. SCP-3004-1 is the entity that controls SCP-3004-2 instances and is believed to be fed by the SCP-3004 rituals. SCP-3004-1 is a level 6 pistophage entity that exists in a dimension that exists partially within baseline reality but primarily above it. From within this dimension, it is currently unable to directly manifest itself into the plane of existence. However, if given enough belief from the SCP-3004-2 instances, SCP-3004-1 will be able to enter the current baseline reality, which would cause an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario due to the brutality of SCP-3004 events. SCP-3004-1 views itself as the deity worshipped under the umbrella of Christianity. Due to this, it is theorized that the beliefs of Christianity-based religions, especially Anglicanism and Roman Catholicism, melded with the beliefs of the Setlati in such a way that their destruction caused SCP-3004-1 to feed on the beliefs of the only remaining familiar group. If SCP-3004-1 enters the baseline reality, Protocol Damnatio et Bastias will be enacted. This will involve the usage of thaumiel objects and mass amnestics which will serve to erase Christianity from the historical record. Cut off from its food supply, this is theorized to be an act that would fully neutralize SCP-3004-1. Addendum: it has been noted that SCP-2852 has ceased its appearances after the first recorded SCP-3004 event. Due to the similarities of their manifestations, this is hypothesized to be related. Currently, all personnel assigned to SCP-2852 have been reassigned to SCP-3004. Site-C Lux Report. For the record, my name is Agent Timothy Lutterman. I'm a member of Mobile Task Force Sigma-25. We've always called ourselves Ghostbusters. To be honest, I don't understand why. If anything, we become ghosts. Sorry, rambling. I'm just coming down from all the stuff we pump ourselves with to be able to go outside. Still seeing trails, you know? Still kind of freaked out from all that shit. For official record, MTFS-25 is the result of Project Site-C, which was a project to basically use astral projection in order to better contain troublesome skips. That kind of deal. You know, things no human or drone could ever do, which happens more often in our business than you'd guess. Project Site-C Lux was utilizing Site-C technology and esoterica to, well, check out the big bug. So before I went in, I read the report on 3004. Fucked up stuff. The kind of stuff that gets your stomach in a knot just to imagine. You don't understand fear until you're a disembodied soul floating around and within and above and below a monstrosity beyond your reckoning. The method was easy enough. I don't know how they did it, but they captured a 3004-2. All they did was let it out, and I latched onto it. Like, well, a soul bug. Not, bug as in those things, but bug as in listening into things you shouldn't. Inside, where it lives, it's empty. There's only it, and there's the bugs. Except they're not the bugs as you see them. They're the bugs as it sees them. And there's so many colors. They just kind of look like some Jackson Pollock nightmare smearing all over the darkness. But it's not darkness. It's nothing. This thing is within nothing. I can't describe it, but there's nothing else but it and the bugs. And me, I guess. I'd say it was cold, but cold is a feeling. Sure, cold is a lack of heat, but this is a lack of anything. It's hard to look at it at 3004-1. It's too big. It's just waking up. I realized that when I saw it. You know when you half wake up and lay in bed for a few hours before getting up? I don't know, maybe I'm just a depressive. But that's what this thing is. All of this is idle. The 3004 events are it hitting the snooze button and staring at the ceiling. I don't want it to wake. That's all I'm thinking. And then it sees me. It's a big bug, and it's an old man, and it's a cicada on the cross, and then it's stained glass and wood stretching infinite. It's too many things to try to pick out at once. It's like if someone played all the slides in a slideshow at once, overlapping. It hurts so bad to look at it. And then it talks, and it all hurts worse. A thing you need to realize is that it's impossible to speak to these things with words. You don't hold a conversation. They beam thoughts, concepts, worlds at you, and you gotta sift through the shit to get to something meaningful. I've met some talkative ones, but this was something else. This was too much. It thinks it's God. Not a god, but God. It was so happy to see me, but that joy was nothing I wanted to be a part of. It was all blood and teeth. It sees what we have. It sees what we believe. I think it thinks it's giving us what we want. It doesn't understand metaphor. It doesn't understand that we don't resurrect. It asked me if I missed it. I don't think we ever neutralized it. Shit, maybe we did. But when it went to sleep, I think it thought it was a hibernation or like a birth, like it laid an egg and made itself. Maybe it got to thinking that it was even more of a cicada than before. And when it came back, it gave us our bugs back. It basically said you're welcome. It's not exactly protocol, I guess, to talk back to these things, especially something like this. But I tried to tell it that we didn't want them. That it all hurts us. I don't think it heard it. It didn't want to hear it. I feel like it smiled, and that was when its mouth opened. It's hard to explain the sight of it. Like a rainbow opening up and out, and inside there's colors you haven't ever seen. And you'd shit yourself if you were a body. And then I was a communion host, falling through its maw. I was the wine too. It took of me, and it ate. I fell through it, and it was endless. Lots of pain, but not the kind you'd be able to understand. A pain of the soul. It was prodding, searching me for new things. I don't think it gets too much from where it is. Like looking at a TV with bad reception. It was so happy to read me. I felt its feelers all over my first girlfriend. I felt its teeth digging into my 10th birthday. It lapped up my every memory of every mass I've ever went to. And I went to a lot. Theology major, probably why they picked me. I don't know why it's alone. Father Clark's report said this creature would be one of many, but there wasn't anything else. It was too big for there to be anything else. It was all space and all time. I think all I did was feed it. I think it got more ammo from me. I don't know. All I can say is that we shouldn't send anyone else there. You can't argue with something like that, and we know enough. Don't go back. We don't want this thing to learn any more than it has, and it has so much history already. the thing I'm most scared of, if this isn't God, I think it might become. It's confident. And, well, it's all there is. I looked, and it was all there was. Majority decision on Protocol Damnatio ad Bestias. While working on the Ethics Committee, I have always sought to live up to the morals instilled in me through the catechisms of Roman Catholicism, and it is a very hard thing to be a Roman Catholic, in the Foundation and outside. This isn't due to any complicated tenets, nor harshness, but it is trying to believe in something that you know has caused undue harm. It gnaws at you. Protocol Damnatio ad Bestias, then, will allow for a cleaner slate. Judaism will remain untouched. Islam will only lose one of its prophets, nothing too damning. But Christianity, and all it has done, all it has caused, will be gone. I don't relish this. I wish it could be any other way, but the 3004 events are becoming more common. The big bug sticks its head through the topsoil, and we will cut it out at the root. It is impossible to say for certain what will happen. We don't know if we'll be undone, or if there will simply be a deletion. We don't know if something will fill the void, or if there will be a world with a great gap. Even then, it is better than the world that will come into being if we stay. The cicada god is coming, and it doesn't know the difference between life and death. Metaphor and simile don't translate well where it is. Part of me relishes what we're doing to it in a kind of petty way. There is a non-zero chance that the thing devoured my lord. Of course, if the Lord God could be devoured, he would not be my Lord and God. But still, the humanity in me cries out for the blood of that which killed him. We will starve it. The preliminary tests have been concluded. Protocol Damnatio ad Bestias will be enacted as soon as possible, and to stave off this devourer of God, we will throw one of our own to the lions, to be torn asunder and to tear asunder, to be damned and to damn, to act as a perpetual lock on humanity, to stave off all belief even close to what the cicada can eat. To use less poetic terms, a suitable candidate has been contacted, a Roman Catholic reality bender. Ethics wouldn't allow us to put someone into this situation without their choice, without their understanding of what will happen to them. And he took the mantle. They say the lions are beautiful. 12 machines, each the peak of techno-eschatology. And they really do look hungry and prone. Black carbon and shining metal with lights that are prismatic no colors that dazzle. And he will go in between them. They will open his brain, his mind. All Christianity, all that he knows and doesn't, will be obliterated. The Lord God sent Jesus Christ, his only Son, to suffer and die on the cross. And we, the Foundation, will throw one of our own to the lions for all eternity to undo all Christ died for. An eternity of suffering to erase a sacrifice. It isn't a fair price, but nothing is. The Holy Father, as you may well know, recently allowed for another road to sainthood. This is, of course, dying to save others. This isn't martyrdom, which is merely dying for the faith. But this is eternally dying for all of humanity, all that there ever will be and has been. This will be the last and greatest saint of Christianity, and he will not be remembered. Before the eternal lions feed upon him, remember, for as long as you can, the eternal life of Saint Jude the Damned, bulwark against darkness. Hopefully, this next world will be better. May God forgive me. If this is a sin, I will burn along with the last saint. Bridget Callahan, Child of God. Classified by authority of the SCP Foundation Overseer Council. This document and all associated documents are the property of the SCP Foundation and are subject to the classification requirements and restrictions therein. This document may or may not contain lethal memetic defense measures. Attempting to access or disseminate this document without proper and sufficient authorization is punishable by death. Item number: SCP-7303. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Keter. Disruption Class: Flam. Risk Class: Danger. Special Containment Procedures. Instances of SCP-7303 are monitored for by Foundation spyware installed on the networks of healthcare systems and providers, and by covert surveillance equipment situated within hospitals, doctors' offices, and other medical facilities. There is, to date, no known preventative measure for SCP-7303. Description: SCP-7303 is a behavioral phenomenon in which a medical professional, most commonly a doctor, will diagnose a patient with a non-existent health condition. Specifically, the doctor will diagnose an asymptomatic variant of a condition where no such variant exists. Affected medical professionals are resolute in their diagnosis and cannot be persuaded that their assessment is incorrect or that treatment is unnecessary. Those affected by SCP-7303 demonstrate an increased persuasive ability to an anomalous extent. Through this, they are able to convince both patients and other practitioners as to the efficacy of their conduct. Documentation of treatment has a mimetic effect, dissuading the querying or challenging of the actions undertaken under the influence of SCP-7303. SCP-7303 will persist until the affected medical practitioner decides the course of treatment has been completed. The anomaly has proven resistant to all Foundation efforts to prematurely conclude the phenomenon. These have included amnestic treatment, intimidation, reprogramming, and electroconvulsive therapy. Whilst uncommon, cases of practitioners being repeatedly affected by SCP-7303 have been observed. Appendix 1. Illustrative instance of SCP-7303. Appointment 1. Stockerly GP Surgery. Forward. The following instance of SCP-7303 was recorded at a GP surgery in Stockerly, Manchester, United Kingdom. Patient Andrew Whitfield, 36, had attended an appointment with Dr. Henry Dockery, MBBS MRCGP, for a follow-up examination of a laceration on his left hand. Towards the end of the appointment, the following interaction took place.
Now, Andrew, there's one more thing I want to look at before I go. Could you take your shirt off, please?
I can, but, what does this have to do with my hand?
How has your breathing been recently?
Whitfield removes his shirt. Dockery walks behind him and places the chest piece of a stethoscope against Whitfield's back. He begins to listen to the patient's breathing.
Fine. I've not noticed anything.
Any breathlessness? Coughing?
No more than usual. What?
Shush, one moment. Right, I want to keep you breathing normally. I'm gonna give you a light tap on the back.
Dockery clenches his fist and punches Whitfield between the shoulder blades.
Ow!
Okay, I'm all done here. Andrew, I'd like you to get some tests done before you leave. I'll send the details through to one of our nurses. If you speak to reception, they'll look after you.
Is it anything to worry about?
Dockery smiles.
Let's get those tests done first.
Appointment 2. Stockerly GP Surgery. Forward. The following is a transcript of Whitfield's follow-up appointment with Dockery for test results, held several weeks after their last interaction.
Now, Andrew, I wish I didn't have to say this. I have bad news.
Okay. What's the news?
You have cancer.
Cancer? I need to call my wife.
Whitfield fumbles in his jacket pocket for his mobile phone and begins to rise from his chair. Dockery does not acknowledge this.
You have a very rare form of cancer. Asymptomatic lung cancer, to be precise. It's just as dangerous as your common forms of cancer, but lacks many of the telltale symptoms. We're lucky to have caught it.
Whitfield pauses.
What does that mean? How is this different from normal cancer?
He places his phone back in his pocket and lowers himself back into the chair.
Let me explain. I had my suspicions when I noticed the lack of blood you were coughing up when you came in for your appointment. That's a classic sign of asymptomatic lung cancer. With symptomatic lung cancer, you'd be coughing up blood, wheezing, feeling breathless. By contrast, the asymptomatic variant is very hard to spot. As the name implies, it can only be diagnosed by a lack of symptoms. I have experience in this field. I've previously trained as an oncologist. Another doctor might not have spotted you were so sick.
So, if there's no symptoms, can I just go?
No, good heavens no. There's an aggressive expanding cancer within your body.
But if there's no...
If you walk out that door now, you will die. You will die, Andrew. This is serious.
Whitfield stares at Dockery in stunned silence.
You should go call your wife now.
Appointment 3. Stockerly GP Surgery. Forward. Following the initial diagnosis, Dockery and Whitfield met to discuss treatment options for the SCP-7303 diagnosis.
Andrew, come in. Please take a seat.
Morning, Henry. How are you?
It's Dr. Dockery, please. Now, what are we here to discuss today?
Dockery begins to type on his computer keyboard.
My cancer, doctor?
Yes, your cancer.
Dockery swivels on his office chair, turning to face Whitfield. The latter sniffles.
So, with normal cancer, the regular variety, you'd have tumorous growths throughout your body, growing like weeds. One of the primary methods of treatment would be surgery, physically excising the cancer from your body, plucking it out.
Okay.
But we can't do that with your cancer. As it is asymptomatic, there are no tumors, so we need to explore other options.
Whitfield's sniffle has progressed to a silent cry.
Now, don't be despondent. We can fight this thing. As we can't rely on surgery, our best bet will be a combination of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. For the former, we'll inject you with a variety of anti-cancer drugs, and with the latter, we'll expose your body to large amounts of radiation in a controlled manner. We need to start quickly before the cancer spreads. These treatments come with side effects, however. Hair loss, nausea, vomiting, fatigue.
Whitfield's crying intensifies.
Let me get you some material to read in the waiting room.
Appointment 7. Stockerly GP Surgery. Forward. Whitfield meets with Dockery to receive an update on the status of his asymptomatic lung cancer. The former is joined by his wife, Helen Whitfield, denoted in transcript as H. Whitfield.
Andrew, good to see you.
Andrew and Helen Whitfield enter Dockery's office.
Doctor, this is my wife, Hel.
He pauses mid-sentence before exiting the room at speed. He makes his way towards the surgery's toilets and proceeds to vomit profusely.
He struggled with the treatment recently. That's the third.
We should wait until the patient is here before discussing this.
Oh, I understand.
Dockery turns to his computer and proceeds to check his emails. Helen Whitfield stands idly by the office door in silence. After 4 minutes, Andrew Whitfield returns.
Shall we start that again? Helen, lovely to meet you. Andrew's told me so much about you.
Helen Whitfield guides her husband over to the office chairs. They both sit.
Helen was telling me all about your treatment. She said it's been difficult recently.
Whitfield fiddles with a bandage on his arm, placed over the entry point for the chemotherapy intravenous drip.
I've expended my sick leave at work. We have savings, but it's been a stressful time.
I can imagine.
Silence.
Now, your cancer. When asymptomatic cancers progress into the late stages, they can, in fact, begin to develop symptoms. Well, we're seeing some of these symptoms in you. Hair loss, nausea and vomiting, fatigue. Textbook examples of stage 3 asymptomatic lung.
The Whitfields grasp each other's hands.
There's something else we need to discuss too. I have your most recent test results here, and your urine samples came up clean. No blood, no protein, or leukocytes.
Okay, so there's some good news.
Please let me finish. I've also noticed, Andrew, the color of your skin. There's a distinct lack of yellow coloration. The same for your sclera. They're white as snow.
What does this mean? Those sound like positive things, right, Andrew?
She turns to her husband and caresses his arm.
Oh, Helen. You warned me this might happen.
The cancer. It's spread. Andrew now has asymptomatic liver and asymptomatic kidney cancer. I'll arrange with the hospital to increase treatment dosages.
Helen stands from her chair and hugs her husband, kissing his cheek as she does.
You can beat this. I know you can.
I truly wish I had better news for you.
Appointment 12. Stockerly GP Surgery. Forward. The following appointment took place several months into Whitfield's treatment. He has undergone several rounds of chemotherapy, overseen by Dr. Dockery.
So, the latest test results are back, and I've looked them over. I'm sorry, the cancer has progressed further.
Whitfield places his head in his hands. His palms rest against the bandana covering his head, bald as a result of the treatment.
Okay.
We're not giving up yet. There are several options available to us that we should...
I want to stop.
Excuse me?
I want to stop treatment. If this is it, I want to go out on my own terms. Not like this.
Andrew, we still have a chance here. You have a chance.
It's not worth it. To me, it's not worth it. These last few months have been pain. Everything hurts. If I have little time left, I want to enjoy it. And I can't enjoy this.
Dockery is silent.
You'd give up? You've come so far, fought so hard, and you'd call it quits just before the finish line?
I think you're overstepping.
I am, because I don't want you to make a mistake. Your wife, have you discussed this with her?
No, not...
Because how will she feel? How will your children feel, knowing that you wouldn't fight for a future with them?
Whitfield does not respond.
I know you, Andrew. We've been on this journey together. You're not this selfish. You wouldn't throw this all away. I know what I'm doing here. Yes, your cancer has progressed, but you can fight it back. You just need to try harder. Do you not trust me?
That's not what it is. I just want to enjoy.
Enjoy your life? There's only one way to do that.
Whitfield is silent.
Shall we keep going?
Whitfield nods.
Good. We have an appointment booked for this Tuesday. Shall I keep that in the diary?
My daughter has a school event on that day. Would we be able to switch to?
I have no other availability that week, unfortunately. We wouldn't want to delay treatment, would we?
No, you're right.
Great. I'll see you then.
Whitfield stands and begins to make his way to the room's exit.
One last thing, Andrew.
Whitfield pauses and turns to face Dockery.
You're making the right decision.
Thanks. I do trust you.
You should. Of the two of us in this room, I'm the doctor. We'll get you all fixed up.
Appointment not applicable. North Manchester General Hospital. Following successive rounds of chemotherapy, Whitfield collapsed unconscious, suffering from severe treatment-related toxicity. He was taken to North Manchester General Hospital for treatment. 3 days after his admission, Whitfield was visited by Dr. Dockery. Whitfield lays unconscious in a hospital bed. He has not regained consciousness since his admission. A nasogastric feeding tube, an IV, a heart rate monitor, and a respirator have been fitted to him. He is surrounded by machines, which beep intermittently. Dockery enters the room. He approaches the bed and looks down, surveying Whitfield.
I promise you.
He pauses, kneeling down to locate his mouth next to Whitfield's ear.
I promise you I did everything I could.
Dockery stands in silence over Whitfield for 5 minutes. He exits the room. Afterward, 4 hours after Dockery's visit, Whitfield passed away. Current Foundation estimations stand at 82.1% of medical professionals worldwide experiencing SCP-7303 over the course of their careers. Due to the impact active intervention in SCP-7303 instances would have on medical services and the level of Foundation resources required for proactive containment, the Ethics Committee has deemed the occurrence of SCP-7303 an acceptable deviation from normality. Item Number: SCP-6123. Object Class: Keter. Site Responsible: Site-43. Director: Alan J. McInnes. Research Head: Dr. Lillian S. Lilyhammer. Assigned Task Force: MTF Kappa 43. Special Containment Procedures: Metatron.aic is to scan email servers associated with media production companies, media studies departments at universities, and media-focused publications, such as ET or Variety, for any mention of SCP-6123. Upon confirmation of an SCP-6123 communication, MTF Kappa 43, the mediators, are to be dispatched to administer amnestics to the receiving parties. Stratagems concerning physical correspondence related to SCP-6123 are being considered, but at this time no apparent solutions have arisen. Until such time as the originating source of SCP-6123 communication is identified, the anomaly is to be considered Keter. Description: SCP-6123 is a recurrent series of seminar programs entitled Media and You, aimed at fostering discussion of both the interpretation and creation of media. SCP-6123 occurs on an indeterminate basis and within an undetermined exospatial reality, but is reported to resemble a small conference center with capacity for a few hundred attendees. When an SCP-6123 event occurs, certain individuals chosen by currently unknown methodology will receive an invitation. Currently, SCP-6123 invitations take the form of email registration requests. Footnote 1. Prior to digital technology becoming household knowledge, the invitations were sent by physical mail. All attempts to track the correspondence to their source invariably failed. When the individual addressed on the invitation accesses the webinar, they anomalously manifest in the conference center SCP-6123 is held at. Discovery: Dr. Lillian Lilyhammer. Footnote 2. Memetics researcher. Of Site-43 received the following email and alerted Site Director McInnes. 2. Lillian Lilyhammer, PhD, Site-43. From Marion McPherson, Vikander Need Public Outreach. Subject: exclusive invitation to the Media and You seminar. Date: June 29th, 2021.
Hello, Lillian. May I call you Lillian? I feel like we already know you so well with all the wonderful research you've been doing. Given your experience with media research, my team thinks you're a perfect fit for the upcoming seminar we're holding on July 5th at 9 o'clock EST. All you have to do is click this link and register with an original username and password. You know, the usual. I'm open for any and all questions you might have. And don't worry about cost. This is a free webinar. Have a great day. Mari.
Having noticed that the email had apparently been sent by a member of GOI 5889, Vikander Need Technical Media, and after discussing the matter with Director McInnes, Dr. Lilyhammer decided to register for the event. She utilized recording devices on the given date, such as a recording program on her personal computer and backup body camera with vitals monitoring. The following is an abridged transcript of that recording. Footnote 3. A full recording or transcript is available upon authorized request to Dr. Lilyhammer. Addendum 6123-1. Recording of SCP-6123 event. Date: Monday, July 5th, 2021. Forward. For research purposes, Dr. Lilyhammer will record the webinar as described in the email received from GOI 5889. Dr. Lilyhammer powers on her laptop. She is sitting in her living quarters at her personal desk. She sips from a coffee mug as she logs into the web portal provided by GOI 5889's registration process. As the session initiates, Dr. Lilyhammer demanifests from her living quarters and appears in a brightly lit conference center.
What in the fuck?
Dr. Lilyhammer drops her cup of coffee, which shatters on the floor. Dr. William Weddle, footnote 4, lead replication researcher at Site-43, manifests next to her just in time to have the coffee splash over his slacks.
Son of a Lillian?
Weddle? What are you doing here? Also, what happened?
I got an invitation to join in on a webinar for media literacy, and then, boom, here I am, having your coffee splashed all over me.
Focus, Weddle. We were just nabbed from the site under unknown anomalous means.
Hello, Drs. Weddle and Lilyhammer. So nice to finally meet you.
A female humanoid entity approaches the two researchers. The entity is dressed in a navy blue skirt suit with bright yellow tie and has a bloody bandage wrapped around the top 50% of her head, covering her eyes and nose. Dirty red hair can be seen slipping out of the bandage and hanging roughly to her shoulders. The suit is immaculate, except for droplets of blood on the lapels. Shaking Weddle's hand vigorously.
I'm Mari McPherson. We chatted over email. Welcome.
Lilyhammer takes a step back from the entity.
What's wrong? You did sign up for the seminar, right?
You seem to be bleeding.
That's just my excited face. We're so glad you've come. Please step up to the registration table with the other attendees and get your name tags.
The entity turns away to speak with someone else, who darts around her with a wide-eyed look and heads towards the registration table on the other side of the hall.
Does my soul good to see enthusiasm for media literacy. Okay, you two have fun. I'll be wanting to hear what you think during the breakout sessions.
Lilyhammer turns to Weddle.
I don't have the faintest clue how we got brought here, and it's pissing me off. But the thing I don't get most of all, why the hell are you here, Weddle?
Are you kidding? What's more relevant to media than replication?
Lilyhammer groans audibly.
What now?
I just hate it when you're right. It happens so rarely I never see it coming.
Lilyhammer and Weddle spend approximately 10 minutes trying to secure an exit from the building, but cannot find any doors or windows that lead to the exterior. Given the lack of available exits, the researchers decide to sit in on the seminars.
It just occurred to me that you intentionally signed up for a VKTM seminar without official approval, you imbecile.
I skimmed the email.
Extraneous 15 minutes cut for brevity, in which Lilyhammer and Weddle go through the registration table and are shown to the first session's meeting room. The first brief meeting outlines the roadmap for the seminars during the day. Said roadmap is recreated below. The following is an abridged transcript of the sessions provided. Only those sections relevant to the anomaly have been included with this file. Theory, authors, and audiences. The conference room is lit by fluorescent bulbs and populated with over 50 other attendees, each with a name tag and sitting in a folding plastic chair. At the front of the room is a stage with a podium. The presenter walks up behind the podium and adjusts the microphone. He is a male humanoid of advanced age with lightly purple-hued skin. His voice is strong but metallic. He has no nose, but instead an empty cavity.
My name is Rodolfo Boots Gorsuch. No, you may not call me Boots. I'm here to discuss the first of today's seminars, authors and audiences.
Jesus, he's a barrel of laughs.
I don't know. I like him.
A woman in front of the two researchers turns around to shush Weddle. Lilyhammer covers her mouth to laugh.
Please no talking. It's rude.
Yeah, Weddle.
What is this, high school? I'm a doctor.
Are you two quite finished? Or perhaps would you like to give the presentation?
Neither researcher says anything.
Thank you. Where was I? So, the central concept at play here is the vast difference between those who make media and those who consume it. Authors design the content, audiences consume it. Easy, right? Well, there's more to it. If you want to consume media intelligently, or create media with the intent of it being consumed intelligently, the art is important. What do I mean by art? I mean the coding and implanting of meaning in your media, of course. It can get messy.
Lilyhammer raises her hand.
What? Usually questions are for the young lady.
Apologies, Mr. Gorsuch, but when you say messy, what do you mean?
What do I mean? All the viscera, obviously. Now, can I continue? Please hold any further questions to the end.
Theory, messages, and meanings. This session's presenter is a large female entity, height estimated at just under 3 meters. She is wearing a white-on-white three-piece suit. Her voice is quiet but melodic, speech often echoed with a sound matching that of an 1874 Stradivarius violin being plucked. She introduces herself as Herbaceous Willoughby.
Meaning is easy. What the author intends the media to say, and how it could be interpreted. We don't really need to belabor that point, I think. Now, the important thing to understand about messages is that the medium matters. What form is your media taking? A novel, a radio show, a dark ritual of Serenur, a podcast, a film. Each has its own positives and negatives regarding the communication of the meaning you as media providers will intend.
Weddle clears his throat and just starts speaking at a loud volume.
What was that middle one you mentioned?
Oh, radio show. I know it's a wonder to all of us that people still listen to radio. I'm not surprised you forgot it exists. Moving right along.
Theory, representations, and reality. The presenter of this session is a quadrupedal entity resembling a moose with stark gray fur from the neck down. Instead of a typical head, the entity has 3 screens on articulated arms that continually flash through various images. The presenter's voice is an 87.89% match to that of deceased TV host Regis Philbin. The entity does not provide a name.
Now, listen here. Representation is the way you frame the media in question. Production quality, vector, length, star power, writing. All these things make up representation. It's the bow and wrapping paper you put on a gift for your sweetie on Samhain.
Presenter Gamma proceeds to cough for 12 minutes. During this period, the images on the entity's screens depict war, disease, poverty, and common violence.
Jeez, someone get him a lozenge.
Where would you put it?
Excuse me, my allergies have been terrible all week. Now, where was I? Yes. Whereas reality is what the media is actually trying to impart. Take a car commercial or advert for health insurance communicating the joys in life. That is the representation. The reality is they want you to buy a thing.
Lunch break. Lilyhammer and Weddle are in a cafeteria, sitting at a round table with food in front of them. Surrounding them are other attendees at other tables. Several of the individuals seen on Lilyhammer's body camera look emotionally distressed. Many are not eating. One woman wearing a white blazer and pencil skirt is rocking herself back and forth. She has a name tag that reads Ainsley Earhart.
Can't believe you're eating that.
Weddle is mechanically eating the meal in front of him, ham sandwich on rye with avocado and a bag of chips.
I'm hungry, Lillian.
Look where we are. I'm not eating a thing here. Besides, Grim Countenance protocol strictly prohibits the consumption of food while in an unknown extra-dimensional space.
I notice you're not holding back from drinking the coffee.
I'm not a monster. It's Arabica.
Weddle nearly falls from his seat as a loud voice starts speaking behind him.
Oh, I'm so glad you like the food, William. I had it flown in from my favorite place in Philly.
The entity turns to Lilyhammer.
Not hungry, Lillian?
No, I'm fine. Just coffee for me.
There are vegan and vegetarian options if you prefer. I want you to have a good time.
McPherson leans over the table as she's speaking to Lilyhammer. Some blood droplets fall from her bandages and land on Weddle's sandwich.
No, thank you though. Actually, I have a question if you don't mind.
Of course I don't mind. That's what I'm here for.
What is it you people are trying to do here? Like, what's the purpose of kidnapping 50-something professionals to attend a seminar in an undisclosed location?
People. Oh, you mean Vikander Need. People, right, we're people. Our goal is to increase media literacy, of course. It's all part of the better tomorrow.
Footnote 5. Recording did not actually register the phrase TM, but invariably transcripts have included it and the notation cannot be deleted for unknown reasons.
Right. Well, then how about this? Who are the other attendees?
Academics, professionals in the advertising and media production industry, cultists, and many more. You should introduce yourselves. You never know when some networking could lead to a new connection.
McPherson moves on to another table. Weddle is staring at the drops of blood on his sandwich.
Still hungry, Willie?
Weddle groans and pushes his plate away from him. Application: making media that matters. Gorsuch has returned to present for this session. Occasionally, he pulls a bottle of Coca-Cola brand soft drink to his nose cavity and pours some inside. Every time he does this, he makes a noise that is interpreted to represent pleasure.
Now for the good stuff. How do we make media that matters? See, the question I'm asking is, how do we make sure your media is content that makes an impact for the community? Well, let me tell you, it's not simple. First,
The remainder of this session's recording has been redacted for fear of memetic corruption and for reasons of good taste. Approximately 1 hour passes. Weddle and Lilyhammer exit the conference room. Her breathing and heart rate are elevated. It is clear she has been crying. She rubs at her eyes. Weddle stops by a trash can to vomit. Application: audience engagement. This session's presenters are Presenter Gamma and an entity consisting of a shower of sparks in the shape of a human male. It is introduced as Javier Carnelian.
We've covered the basics, but I know what you're all really here for. How do we get the audience to engage with the media? I'll tell ya, there's no one better to speak on that subject than my friend Javier. Take it away.
Static and the sounds of screeching metal for 3 minutes.
Exactly. Memetics. If you want your audience to engage with whatever media you're slinging, you gotta encode that sucker with a memetic virus. In this day and age of Twitter and TikTok, people only seem to consume in small bursts of attention. So, you gotta worm your way into their heads and get them to spread that engagement like the memetic vectors they've been trained to be their whole lives.
Cacophonous explosions reminiscent of a fireworks display persist for 96 seconds.
Of course, always meme responsibly. We're not in the business of scorching brain pans after all.
Presenter Gamma coughs for 30 seconds. Wailing and more screeching metal sounds for 22 seconds.
No, I'm alright. Just these damn allergies. Anyway, like I was saying, you can't trust the audience to get obsessively invested in your media as easy as it was in the old days. This isn't charity, right? This is about selling products. So, trust me when I say, put an infectious memetic center into whatever your media is. That's the ticket.
Application: reading between the lines. Herbaceous Willoughby makes a return as presenter for the final session.
So, in conclusion, the important thing to realize is if you're injecting code and compulsions into your media, then Disney is certainly doing it too. What, you think the Marvel movies are reinforcing the military-industrial complex and making heroes out of billionaires because the source material says so? Media is there to communicate ideas, and the best way for someone to do that is to encode that media with a forced compulsion to the audience to do what they want.
Willoughby takes a sip of water and gargles for 30 seconds.
You gotta be on your guard when you're checking out the competition. You don't want that mimetic cluster you spent weeks and literal pints of blood on for that Viagra commercial to get mixed up with Warner's new compulsion to start a cannibalistic cell of Randian philosophy just because you weren't paying attention. Cross-pollination of media mimetics is dangerous stuff. Just look at the Kardashians. They haven't finished picking out the viscera from the crater and it's been almost 6 months.
At the end of the sessions, the attendees, including Weddle and Lilyhammer, were asked to confirm their contact information and handed a goodie bag. After providing their contact information, Lilyhammer and Weddle demanifested and found themselves where they had originally logged into the webinar. Dr. Lilyhammer submitted a proposal to Director McInnes for an expanded program of media research on mimetics in all major media outlets and publications. Director McInnes forwarded the proposal to Overwatch Command, but was told the potential cost of such a venture made it unlikely in the current fiscal quarter. The proposal is slated to be considered at the beginning of next quarter. After 6 weeks, all other attendees were identified and administered amnestics. A total of 15 articles describing SCP-6123 written by attendees were taken off the web, and wide targeting amnestics were encoded in the publications to stem the impact on the public. Addendum 6123-2. Upon Drs. Weddle and Lilyhammer's report concerning the events as described in the above log, Director McInnes ordered the goodie bags designated SCP-6123-1 quarantined and examined under Class A security protocols. They contained 1 black large-sized unisex t-shirt with the Vikander Need logo on the back, 1 battered cardstock advertisement of Vikander Need services with contact information on the reverse side, reproduced below, 1 flash drive loaded with a highlight reel of GOI 5889's productions. Contained within is a mimetic cognitohazard with an anomalous effect implanting a compulsion to sign up for GOI 5889's newsletter, 1 $60 gift card to Bed Bath & Beyond. Item number, SCP-122, Level 1-122 Classified. Object Class, Thaumiel. Special Containment Procedures. Under no circumstances is SCP-122 to enter an unpowered state. At least 1 redundant failsafe power system is to be installed in order to maintain power to the object in the event of power outages. Regular maintenance is also to be conducted on SCP-122 at the discretion of the head researcher in order to reduce flickering. A security camera is to be installed within the room that the anomaly is placed in so as to regularly monitor the occurrence of flickering within the subject. Due to its utility and importance in assisting the psychological assistance efforts of Site-135, SCP-122 is to be used on a daily basis, with SCP-122-1, currently Anna Talon, being given normal humanoid accommodations within the SCP-122 containment cell at the discretion of the incumbent head researcher. Should the current SCP-122-1 subject become unfit for use with the object, a new SCP-122-1 subject must be procured as soon as is feasible. Description: SCP-122 is a plastic nightlight in the shape of a star, thought to have been manufactured between 1960 and 1980. When in a powered state, SCP-122 has been reported to be able to exude a sense of calmness, comfort, and safety to those within a roughly 20-kilometer radius. As such, it has been known to alleviate symptoms of currently prevailing psychological conditions in subjects. Examples of these psychological conditions include psychological stress, paranoia, phobias, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. However, these alleviating effects are only present when SCP-122 is within the same room as a child under the age of 14 who subscribes to the beliefs of traditional Abrahamic religions. Footnote 1. Children who have shown to score at least an 8 out of 10 on the Aglio-Pontiff religious belief scale have been shown to display the best results as SCP-122-1 subjects. Footnote 2. The reasons for this specification are currently unknown, though a link may be established between this fact and the previous descriptions of SCP-122-2 as an angel. See SCP-122 use records. This aforementioned child subject, referred to henceforth as SCP-122-1, is currently 7-year-old Anna Talon, who was procured into Foundation custody in 2017. When in SCP-122's containment cell, SCP-122-1 has reported sightings of an angel in her dreams, henceforth referred to as SCP-122-2. Refer to SCP-122 use records for further information regarding SCP-122-2. SCP-122-2 has also been reported as sometimes appearing within the dreams of personnel affected by SCP-122. Footnote 3. As of now, only younger personnel aged 20 to 25 have reported having sightings of SCP-122-2. Based on reports, it has been associated with positive feelings, such as that of security and relief. Footnote 4. However, sightings of SCP-122-2 within the dreams of personnel do not show the progression of distance and positive feelings reported by SCP-122-1. The reason for this is unknown. From this, it can be inferred that SCP-122-2 is related in some part to the aforementioned positive effects. Since the beginning of SCP-122's use in supplementing psychological assistance efforts in Site-135, annual personnel turnover rates have been reduced by 90%, with annual personnel suicide rates being reduced by 85%. With Site-135 having recorded the highest instances of either statistic of all sites prior to the use of SCP-122, the subject has been integral to the continued operation of the site. Excerpts of SCP-122 use records. SCP-122-1 name. Age. Date of use: February 12, 2017. SCP-122-2 activity. Incident notes. Positive effects of SCP-122 noted. Electronic failsafe systems implemented soon after. SCP-122-1 name: Anna Talon. Age: 2 years old. Date of use: March 1st, 2017. SCP-122-2 activity: None. Incident notes: No instances of flickering or dimming. SCP-122-1 was noted to be sleeping without incident. SCP-122-1 name: Anna Talon. Age: 3 years old. Date of use: April 28, 2018. SCP-122-2 activity description.
God said he'd given me a guardian angel, and he did. Last night, there was a beautiful angel with wings, and he was just standing there, and he was looking at me, beside the door. He did that all night.
Incident notes: 1 instance of dimming. SCP-122-1 name: Anna Talon. Age: 5 years old. Date of use: June 26, 2020. SCP-122-2 activity description.
I saw the angel again today. He was at the edge of my bed, and he was looking at me with the widest smile on his face. His wings were this big. I never realized they were that big before.
Incident notes: 2 instances of dimming and 1 instance of flickering. SCP-122-1 name: Anna Talon. Age: 7 years old. Date of use: September 15, 2022. SCP-122-2 activity description.
He sat in front of me, just looking at me and watching me sleep. He looked like he wanted to hug me, and I wanted to hug him too.
Incident notes: 4 instances of flickering. However, SCP-122's components have degraded in the time since its creation, with materials that could be used to replace them no longer being manufactured in the present. This degradation renders SCP-122 vulnerable to fluctuations in its brightness, with flickering and dimming being reported to be the most frequent fluctuations. This causes SCP-122 to assume an unpowered state. When in an unpowered state, SCP-122... Warning: the following file is Level 4-122 classified. Any attempt to access this file without Level 4-122 authorization will be logged and will lead to immediate disciplinary action. Declassified SCP-122 use records. Updated. SCP-122-1 name: Jana Martson. Age: 6 years old. Date of use: February 12, 2017. SCP-122-2 activity description.
Had a blackout. He got her on the first night.
Incident notes: Jana Martson lost. Proposal for new SCP-122-1 subject made. Positive effects of SCP-122 noted. Electronic failsafe systems implemented soon after. SCP-122-1 name: Anna Talon. Age, 2 years old. Date of use, March 1st, 2017. SCP-122-2 activity, none. Incident notes, no instances of flickering or dimming. SCP-122-1 was noted to be sleeping without incident. SCP-122-2 distance, undetected. Image of greatest activity. SCP-122-1 name, Anna Talon. Age, 3 years old. Date of use, April 28, 2018. SCP-122-2 activity description.
God said he'd given me a guardian angel, and he did. Last night, there was a beautiful angel with wings, and he was just standing there, and he was looking at me, beside the door. He did that all night.
Incident notes, 1 instance of dimming. SCP-122-2 distance, 6 meters. Image of greatest activity. SCP-122-1 name, Anna Talon. Age, 5 years old. Date of use, June 26, 2020. SCP-122-2 activity description.
I saw the angel again today. He was at the edge of my bed, and he was looking at me with the widest smile on his face. His wings were this big. I never realized they were that big before.
Incident notes, 2 instances of dimming, 1 instance of flickering. SCP-122-2 distance, 2 meters. Image of greatest activity. SCP-122-1 name, Anna Talon. Age, 7 years old. Date of use, September 15, 2022. SCP-122-2 activity description.
He sat in front of me, just looking at me and watching me sleep. He looked like he wanted to hug me, and I wanted to hug him too.
Incident notes, 4 instances of flickering. SCP-122-2 distance, 6 centimeters. Image of greatest activity.
Emergency alert. Site-wide blackout detected. Check SCP-122 status ASAP. Last image recovered from SCP-122 containment chamber.
Item number, SCP-6186. Containment Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6186 is held in an airtight chamber constructed from glass to enable observation of the anomaly. This chamber is to be checked daily for any damage and repaired without delay if any is found. Currently, tests involving the anomaly have not yet been conducted. Description: SCP-6186 is an amorphous cloud of smoke. This cloud does not disperse and appears to freely transform. Following observation and its discovery, the entity is believed to be sentient and possibly sapient. However, the extent of its intelligence is currently undetermined, as testing has not yet been initiated. Logs of its behavior following containment have been attached below. August 27, 2021. SCP-6186 was caught and transferred to its containment chamber. The entity immediately moved towards the wall where researchers were observing the entity. After 12 seconds, the cloud manifested an appendage, vaguely resembling an arm, and started knocking on the glass pane for 2 minutes before ceasing activity. SCP-6186 drifted to the center of its chamber and stayed stationary. Several minutes later, SCP-6186 manifested a second appendage and began moving towards each wall and slowly drifted across them as if it were feeling the confines of the chamber. August 28, 2021. For the majority of the day, SCP-6186 appeared to traverse the walls of its chamber. No other notable behavior was recorded. August 29, 2021. SCP-6186 began growing outwards. It had expanded to fill the entirety of its chamber and increased the smoke's concentration in several areas. When the chamber's exterior was examined, these areas were discovered to have faults capable of affecting the chamber's integrity and possibly enabling a containment breach. Containment specialists are unsure if they were caused by the entity. SCP-6186's containment procedures have been updated to include a daily investigation of the chamber's exterior. August 30th, 2021. SCP-6186 was stationary in its chamber. Researchers believed that they saw vague symbols forming through the smoke. Later on, the entity once again pressed against the glass and began creating indiscernible symbols and shapes. However, the entity stopped after several attempts and stayed motionless against a corner of its chamber. August 31st, 2021. SCP-6186 seemed to be unusually frantic. It was banging itself against the walls of its chamber. After an hour, it was motionless in a corner. Throughout the day, SCP-6186 began to level out and sink onto the floor. It remained unmoving for the rest of the day. Discovery: SCP-6186 came to the Foundation's attention on August 27, 2021. Firefighters had been dispatched to the scene following reports of a growing forest fire. While responding to the incident, they had allegedly witnessed an unnatural column of smoke. This cloud of smoke was said to have flown against the wind and taken unnatural shapes instead of rising or dispersing into the air. After being picked up by local Foundation agents, MTF Epsilon 6 Village Idiots was deployed to track and contain the anomaly. The task force had found that the cloud had entered the Walton residence and had supposedly begun harassing the family present at the time, Miss Walton and their 2 children. The entity was captured using a modified industrial vacuum cleaner. After proper amnestization procedures were followed, SCP-6186 was brought to Site-19 and contained. Later analysis of the fire indicated signs of arson. The remains of Jack Walton, the paternal figure of the Walton family, were discovered at the site with apparent signs of a bludgeoned skull. Further away from the scene, a heavy-duty bicycle lock covered with traces of DNA matching Mr. Walton's and an empty portable gasoline container were found hastily buried underneath some foliage. The perpetrator of this incident is currently unknown, and a police investigation is still underway. Item Number: SCP-2078. Object Class: Keter. Special Containment Procedures: Mobile Task Force Alpha-3, running mates, has been commissioned in order to contain SCP-2078. At no time are more than 49% of the membership of MTF Alpha-3 to possess American citizenship. In order to identify SCP-2078 infection vectors and infectees, MTF Alpha-3 operatives have been granted access to all Foundation telecommunication surveillance of the United States of America. MTF Alpha-3 also conducts regular scans of American news media, physical correspondence, and internet activity. Once identified, infectees are to be apprehended by MTF Alpha-3 personnel within 12 hours. Failure to do so constitutes a containment breach. Contingents of MTF Alpha-3 armed with non-lethal weaponry are to assault any predicted or discovered mass congregations of SCP-2078 infectees. Failure to apprehend all SCP-2078 infectees constitutes a containment breach and warrants usage of lethal force. MTF Alpha-3 agents embedded in the Federal Elections Commission, or FEC, and American state governments are to intercept all attempts to register SCP-2078-1 as a candidate for election. MTF Alpha-3 operatives are to conduct surveillance of all American polling places on Election Day. In the event of a containment breach, aerosolized deployment of amnestics as well as detention and interrogation of civilians is authorized. All materials identified to be SCP-2078 infection vectors are to be subjected to standard COG-HAS-4 containment and information sanitation protocols. Full documentation on COG-HAS-4 protocols are available to all members of MTF Alpha-3. All members of MTF Alpha-3 are to be trained in counter-memetic practices. Civilians or Foundation personnel infected with SCP-2078 are to be administered amnestics. If initial amnestic administration is unsuccessful in removing infection, researchers are permitted to administer Class amnestics to infected subjects and reclassify them as Class D personnel. Description: SCP-2078 is a meme transmitted by media or word-of-mouth communication referencing an individual named hereafter designated SCP-2078-1, an independent candidate who runs in every presidential election of the United States of America. There is no evidence that SCP-2078-1 exists in reality. The only information that is known regarding SCP-2078-1 comes from material produced by and interviews with SCP-2078 infectees. SCP-2078 only affects individuals who self-identify as citizens of the United States of America. Individuals must be exposed to infection vectors at a certain rate, ranging from 3 to 25 minutes per day, in order to become infected. Knowledge of SCP-2078's memetic nature and other counter-memetic practices are effective at combating infection. SCP-2078-1's political platform is unorthodox. Planks include legislation mandating a birth requirement of 4 or more children for all married couples, legislation defunding essential governmental programs such as defense or welfare in order to increase government subsidies of food-related industries, and a constitutional amendment prohibiting vegetarianism. Document 2078- compiles all information regarding SCP-2078-1's political platform. SCP-2078 infection dramatically alters an individual's behavior. All infectees, regardless of prior political affiliation, ascribe to SCP-2078-1's political platform. Most infectees actively seek to spread SCP-2078 through the creation of political advertisements, usage of social media, or simple word-of-mouth communication. Furthermore, most infectees exhibit dramatically increased appetite, as well as decreased aversion to unhygienic practices. Experimentation has confirmed that SCP-2078 infectees lack a satiety response, enabling them to consume far in excess of normal human capacities. SCP-2078 infectees have been observed to coordinate gatherings of up to approximately 200 infected individuals. These gatherings have been recorded to last for up to a week. Infectees employed in food service professions often use their positions to deliver large quantities of food to the gathering place in order to facilitate near constant food consumption. Due to inadequate waste disposal facilities and infectee disregard for cleanliness, sanitation suffers dramatically. Infection and disease, sometimes resulting in death, are common. Infectees typically burn the bodies of the deceased. SCP-2078 infection vectors are distributed throughout the internet and mass media by an unknown source. Furthermore, despite Foundation intervention, SCP-2078-1's name has occasionally appeared on the ballots of some voting districts. Addendum 2078-A. On MTF Alpha-3 operatives intercepted a video file containing SCP-2078 infection vectors intended to be distributed via the internet. Notably, the advertisement seemed to include the first recorded instance of direct communication from SCP-2078-1. A transcript is provided below. Retrieved document log 2078-23. Camera pans over a sequence of still images of farmland and domesticated animals. Soft piano music plays in background. The sequence of images ends with a shot of an apple tree, with white picket fence in foreground and house in background. A man wearing a suit with a blue tie enters from the right into the shot. His face is digitally obscured, making it impossible to determine identity. He is using a toothpick, which he quickly discards. The man is presumed to be or represent SCP-2078-1.
I'm very lucky to be here today, and those of you who've given me support should all feel very proud of yourselves for working so hard to make this possible. I want to share with you some of my beliefs.
SCP-2078-1 is shown giving a speech to an audience, which stands and applauds. SCP-2078-1's voice continues to narrate.
I believe in people power. I believe that together, Americans can accomplish amazing things. I decided to run for president because I had faith that America could make the right choice.
Children are shown feeding chickens.
I'm all about moving back towards America's roots. You see, other politicians don't like to acknowledge America's fundamentals. We need those fundamentals to turn ourselves away from the path of asceticism.
SCP-2078-1 is shown helping to deliver a baby. SCP-2078-1's voice is partially obscured by the mother's vocalizations.
I firmly believe that America can make the right choice to reclaim our potential from the forces that have gripped this country for the past 6,000 years.
The same shot of chickens as before is displayed. Children have disappeared. One chicken has scraps of cloth stuck in its claws. SCP-2078-1 then re-enters the screen.
I want you to imagine an America where you can always hear a beating heart to reassure you that we are alive and that blood yet flows through these soft, soapy limbs. The Declaration of Independence says that we are given an inalienable right to the pursuit of happiness. But America, we are miserable. To think, to feel, to act, to be free, to be human, is to be miserable. The alternative is obvious. Think about what it would be like to strip off your clothes and feel your innards grow thick and heavy while incense wafts upwards from your loins and coils itself in your nose. Think about what it means to want nothing and know nothing. Imagine a world where we're all stuffed tight in a cramped, dim, sour-smelling place. Throughout the entire packed mass, you'd feel the warmth and sweat and skin and soft fat of every other American. You'd hear their cries echo from wall to wall, and the world would know the dark, pulsating heart of this country.
Screen fades to black. The words 20 appear on the screen. Fine print at the bottom of the screen reads, "I can smell the fat burning off your bones."
God, wouldn't it be beautiful?
Item number, SCP-2852. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Containment of SCP-2852 is to focus on tracking and disruption of incidents where possible, and general monitoring of SCP-2852 compatible population centers. All individuals involved in blue level and white level events are to be monitored extensively, and their identities are to be given to local law enforcement as potential terrorist threats. Even when disrupted, individuals involved in blue level and white level events are to be cataloged and their names are to be sent to local law enforcement agencies. Individuals witnessing the disruption of either event are to be given Class B amnestics. Black level events are to be monitored until conclusion. Afterwards, all participants are to be treated with Class A amnestics and are otherwise treated identically to those affected by other events. Members of Mobile Task Forces Upsilon 36, Upsilon 52, and Upsilon 99 who witness a black level event are to be treated with Class A amnestics upon retirement or transfer, and are to be monitored for any signs of antisocial or otherwise uncharacteristic behavior. If found to have been infected by the black level event, operatives are to be amnesticized, suspended from all field operations, and redesignated to low-level, low-intensity work, i.e. maintenance and data input. MTFY-36, Party Crashers, are tasked with responding to any SCP-2852 appearance. MTFs Y-52, Cater Duty, and Y-99, Altar Boys, are tasked to identify SCP-2852 events and provide backup to MTF-Y-36 as needed. MTFs Y-52 and Y-99 are to establish presence within communities where 60% of the population is Roman Catholic, or, as of Revision 2852-7, Anglican. Any SCP-2852 instance found attached to a different religious group must be reported to a researcher with Level 4-2852 clearance immediately. While currently isolated to the North American subcontinent, all SCP-2852 compatible communities are to be monitored for an uncharacteristic rise in juvenile delinquency, sterility, domestic violence, and divorce rates. Description: instances of SCP-2852 have the appearance of a middle-aged white male. Biologically, the cells of SCP-2852 instances are genetically identical and human. However, instances do not have any identifiable organs. Their bodies are made up of fibrous muscular tissue, with the teeth and hair being made out of chitin, chemically similar to those of the Cicadidae family. The eyes of SCP-2852 instances, while looking non-anomalous from a distance, are set in the sockets without any nerve connection. While capable of speech despite having no vocal cords or analogous organs, SCP-2852 instances do not show any grasp of language, speaking in a word salad. Despite this, all individuals at an SCP-2852 compatible event will perceive the subject as speaking intelligibly and will regard its actions as normal unless briefed of its anomalous properties beforehand. Individuals describe SCP-2852 as being playful, with a crude sense of humor, and all individuals affected in an SCP-2852 event will refer to the subject as Cousin Johnny. While sentient, SCP-2852 instances do not appear sapient. SCP-2852 instances appear at various Catholic and Anglican religious functions and are treated as being an established member of the family. Instances of SCP-2852 are accepted regardless of family resemblance or ethnicity. The entity appears at baptisms, weddings, and funerals, referred to as blue level, white level, and black level events, respectively. Currently, no SCP-2852 instance has been found to appear at any other family gathering. All attempts at tracking SCP-2852 instances before and after an event have met with failure. The entities are able to appear at such events as though they had always been there, alternatively appearing between frames when under surveillance or simply evading any attempt by operatives to keep them out of an event. All tracking devices placed on SCP-2852 instances have malfunctioned immediately, with the entity evading any surveillance. Each family gathering that SCP-2852 attends results in different behavior from the subject and different effects. Generally, the effects of SCP-2852 appearing at a family gathering result in more serious damage done to children, although adults are not free from its effects. It is worth noting that stopping an SCP-2852 instance before it involves itself in the religious ritual will not stop its effects from spreading, although they may be diluted. The appearance of SCP-2852 at an event is enough for its effects to start spreading among the family. When questioned after an event, all affected individuals report a feeling of fondness towards SCP-2852, regardless of its actions during an event. Blue level events. SCP-2852's effects at a blue level event are present more strongly in the child being baptized, its parents, and any godparents chosen for the occasion. During the baptismal ritual, SCP-2852 will involve itself directly in the proceedings, acting as a third godparent when traditionally there are only two, a male and female. Blue level events proceed identically, despite the presence of a third godparent, until the child is submerged into the water. Immediately, the child's top layer of skin will slough off in one piece, as though molting. This process does not seem to harm the child in any meaningful way. The godparents will then eat the skin between each other. Afterwards, the mass will go on as normal, and SCP-2852 will exit along with the family. It is of note that SCP-2852 does not appear at any family celebration held after the baptism. The baptized child has a chance of dying within the next 6 months, well above the national average. Living children exhibit multiple cluster B personality disorders. Most join anti-capitalist groups, various GOIs, or, if unchecked, will engage in destructive behavior, usually manifesting in self-harm, abuse of animals, or abuse of small children. Godparents and biological parents will be rendered sterile, regardless of SCP-2852's success in becoming part of the baptismal ritual. Both groups commit suicide within 5 years of a blue level event, normally through drowning. All individuals not involved in the baptismal ritual are 500% more likely than the national average to have stillbirths. Those who are still capable of having children are far more likely to abandon them, sometimes allowing the child to die in the process. One couple affected by a blue level event in Ohio gave birth to triplets, which they then tore apart and hung from trees around their property. Past adolescence and into adulthood, children exposed to the song of cicadas respond with extreme anxiety and accompanying physical symptoms such as dry mouth, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and headaches. Some subjects' agitation escalates into violent outbursts, which have resulted in at least 20 fatalities. When interviewed about the cause of their disturbance, no subjects have ever identified cicada song as a trigger for their episodes. Even in one interview involving Level 5 enhanced interrogation, the subject never indicated the role of cicada song in his attack on Parrish, which resulted in 18 dead and 10 wounded, including his parents and 3 siblings. White level events. During the marriage ceremony, SCP-2852 will insert itself as a groomsman, and its most deleterious anomalous effects will only manifest after the vows. After the rings have been exchanged, SCP-2852 will produce various implements that allow the bridesmaids and groomsmen to pull out their teeth one by one. The individuals seem to be oblivious to any pain that would normally take place during such an event, and blood loss through still unknown means does not occur. The bride and groom will be presented with the teeth and will eat them. Damage done to the bride and groom's teeth and jaw are extensive, but any blood loss that occurs will not be fatal. The groom will then, in place of vows, vocalize a currently unknown cicada song, which has been known to reach 140 decibels, rendering the bride and those on the altar deaf. Currently, no groom has ever been deafened by his own call. At the wedding reception, SCP-2852 will take the role of the best man and give a speech. This speech, as all vocalizations of SCP-2852, will be nonsensical, with no pattern to the words used. Individuals will react to the speech with mixed emotions, some crying uncontrollably and others falling into hysterical laughter. After the speech, SCP-2852 will produce a gift for the married couple. This gift, currently, has always been 3.5 kilograms of human hair of various colors, 13 deceased specimen of Tibucin linii, and 23 human teeth in a cardboard box. DNA testing on all gifts have been inconclusive. The bride and groom of a white level event will divorce, on average, 2 years after their wedding, usually as the result of domestic violence. Any children produced during their marriage will have cluster B personality disorders or life-threatening disfigurements. All married individuals attending the event will find themselves unable to have children, despite a lack of detectable changes to fertility-related biology. Sperm counts and sperm quality remain unaffected. Ovulation also remains unchanged, and no genetic irregularities have been observed in eggs. The Foundation has arranged a statistically significant number of hysterectomies for guests at white-level events. The surgeries are prescribed and administered by third-party agents in the medical industry. Exhaustive biopsies, chemical analyses, and mechanical inspections of the extracted uteri and ovaries have failed to yield any signs of abnormality. All children involved in a white-level event will avoid romantic relationships, and 9 out of 10 commit suicide by the age of 18. Roughly half pull their teeth out until blood completely blocks the airways, and the others bite their own wrists until exsanguinated. Black level events. Black level events are notable in that any attempt to disrupt the event through any means results in the actor becoming a participant in the event. Currently, there exists no way to stop or end a black level event. Any attempts at barring SCP-2852 instances from the church or funeral home result in SCP-2852 simply appearing in a pew. During a black level event, SCP-2852 will take the place of the eulogizer, even if one was not scheduled to speak during the Mass. The speech, as any vocalization by SCP-2852, will be nonsensical, with no patterns being found. However, as the subject speaks, the individual closest to the departed will open the casket and produce a long knife. The knives produced during a black level event are not seen before the event and disappear after the event. The individual will then exsanguinate themselves, normally from the wrists, but there have been instances where individuals have slit their throats. In turn, 2 by 2, each attendant will use the knife to pour their blood into the casket. Children too young to exsanguinate themselves are helped by adults. Despite many losing enough blood to result in death, no physical effects are seen in the participants. SCP-2852's speech eventually turns into the song of an adult male Tibucin linii. All participants will respond with the same call, despite the song of the cicada being limited to the male. SCP-2852 will stand at the pulpit until each individual has bled themselves, and then will walk to the casket and vomit a mixture of blood, wood pulp, and dead specimen of Tibucin linii. It is currently unknown how SCP-2852 instances are able to hold the mixture within themselves due to the lack of any cavity of sufficient size in its body. Once finished, the funeral mass will go on as normal, and the casket, filled with blood and SCP-2852's vomit, will be taken to the cemetery and lowered into the earth, as is normal for a Catholic or Anglican funeral service. Black level events normally will end here. If a family gathering was planned to take place after the funeral, SCP-2852 will attend. SCP-2852 will, once all individuals affected have come to the location, vomit a similar mixture of blood, wood pulp, and dead Tibucin linii into a bowl. This mixture will primarily be eaten by the affected children. After this has been eaten, SCP-2852 will give another speech of nonsensical words without patterns, strip itself, and lay upon a table. The participants then will eat SCP-2852's flesh until there is nothing left. During this, SCP-2852 will still vocalize, even when suffering from mortal injuries. Participants have been known to carry on friendly conversation with SCP-2852 while eating it. Children unable to chew whole food properly will be fed mouth to mouth by any caregivers. All participants of a black level event will break from their family either through suicide, moving, or divorce. Every individual involved in an event will be rendered sterile. Domestic violence in participants of black level events will usually be of a cannibalistic nature, resulting in the death of one or both individuals. 6 out of 10 children involved will attempt to murder one or both of their parents before they turn 18. It is theorized that nearly a third of Catholic and Anglican D-class were involved in a black level event. For further research regarding related phenomena, please see the database entry for SCP-3004. Item number: SCP-4003, Level 4-4003 Classified. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: a 2-kilometer area surrounding SCP-4003 and Provisional Site 1200 has been designated as a protected area. Civilians entering the perimeter are to be intercepted and turned away. Only personnel specializing in archaeology, paleontology, and geology may be assigned to Provisional Site 1200. All extracted artifacts and fossils recovered from SCP-4003 are to be stored in Site-11's intensive care item storage after being cataloged. Excess fossils deemed to be non-anomalous may be donated to the Museum of the Rockies via a Foundation Front organization, the Southern Canadian Paleontologist Group. Any mentions of the town of Temperance found in historical documents and period journals are to be expunged. Description: SCP-4003 is the group designation for the archaeological remains of the town of Temperance and its citizens found in the Hell Creek Formation near Jordan, Montana. Fossils, objects, and remains found within SCP-4003 date to the Upper Cretaceous era. Footnote 1. Due to the roughly similar location of discovery and dated time of origin, investigation of a connection between SCP-4003 and SCP-3834 is underway. The town's few buildings included a saloon, sheriff's office, trading post, general store, and domestic buildings along its main street. Temperance primarily served as a rest stop for caravans heading to Helena from the Minnesota Territory and had a small permanent population. The calculated population is estimated to have been 40 civilians and 10 horses and other livestock. Though little information on the town is available, it is mentioned in the journals of gold rush settlers between 1859 and 1866. Though the exact date of the town's disappearance is currently unknown, it is believed to have vanished in November of 1866. Following its disappearance, Temperance and its population manifested in the late Cretaceous era about 66 million years ago. It is believed most, if not all, of the inhabitants and livestock perished from oxygen poisoning due to the increased levels of the chemical compound present in the Earth's atmosphere at the time. Any survivors were then likely to have perished from exposure, disease, famine, and the predatory megafauna. The town of Temperance reappeared in its exact geographical location in the Upper Cretaceous period. The lithology of SCP-4003 and the surrounding area indicate the climate of the area was subtropical due to its proximity to the Western Interior Seaway, sharply contrasting the aridity of modern Montana. Below are a brief list of fossils and artifacts found in SCP-4003. Footnote 2. No recovered Dinosauria fossils have been noted to be feathered. Open document 4003-1221 Specimens. Specimen: Triceratops porsus. Quantity: 3. Notes: 2 specimens are believed to be juveniles. Specimen: Acaroraptor temerturum. Quantity: 12. Notes: numerous specimens have been found to have suffered various bone fractures. Specimen: Thoracosaurus neocesariensis. Quantity: 5. Notes: not applicable. Specimen: Didelphodon vorax. Quantity: 14. Notes: many of the recovered specimens are incomplete. Specimen: Struthiomimus sedens. Quantity: 4. Notes: not applicable. Specimen: Canis lupus familiaris. Quantity: 1. Notes: the recovered specimen is missing most extremities, save for the right hind leg. Specimen: Echospherus caballus. Quantity: 6. Notes: most recovered specimens are incomplete and have been found in scattered concentrations across SCP-4003. Specimen: Gallus domesticus. Quantity: 3. Notes: all recovered specimens are incomplete. Specimen: Tyrannosaurus rex. Quantity 2. Notes: one of the recovered specimen is missing its head and several vertebrae. Specimen Homo sapien. Quantity 26. Notes: specimens vary in quality. There are 1 infant, 3 youth, and 22 adult specimens recovered. Open document 4003-1222. Objects. Object: glass shards. Quantity: unknown. Notes: though most glass in SCP-4003 has been found to be naturally occurring, a number of instances display unnatural colors and are believed to have been dyed. Object: silver crucifix. Quantity: 1. Notes: the object was found to be in exceedingly good condition. Object: horseshoe. Quantity: 7. Notes: the recovered objects show heavy oxidation. Object: Colt 1851 Navy revolver. Quantity: 1. Notes: the recovered object was heavily oxidized and in good condition, save for the wooden grip, which has decayed away. Object: Springfield Model 1842. Quantity: 2. Notes: the recovered objects were heavily oxidized and in good condition, save for the wooden stocks, which have decayed away. Object: metal safe. Quantity: 1. Notes: see Addendum 1. SCP-4003 was discovered in 1871 by gold miners from the nearby Everwood mine. Foundation field operatives were dispatched to the dig site to evaluate the reports of human remains being found deep underground in newly created tunnels. Though originally believed to be Homo neanderthalensis specimens, the anatomy of the found skulls were identical to that of a Homo sapien. Level 2 hypnosuggestive agents. Footnote 3. Prior to the discovery and widespread use of amnestics, the Foundation utilized hypnosuggestive agents to induce amnesia and maintain secrecy. Though very powerful, the drug often had nearly fatal side effects. Use of hypnosuggestive agents was discontinued in 1958. Were administered to all involved civilians, and the Foundation purchased ownership of Everwood Mine. Provisional Site 1200 was established near SCP-4003 shortly afterward, and the area of discovery was excavated. An investigation by the Department of Temporal Anomalies is currently ongoing, as is archaeological and paleontological work on SCP-4003. Addendum 1. Recovered journals. On July 26, 2008, a metal safe found to be in good condition was recovered from SCP-4003. Its contents are anomalously well preserved and show no signs of aging. Items found in the safe include musket balls, revolver rounds, a rosary, daguerreotypes, and a journal. The journal is labeled as belonging to one Pendleton Tweed, a sheriff's deputy in Temperance. A collection of entries following Temperance's disappearance is available below. Note: the presented entries have been revised and edited to be easily legible by modern standards.
15th of November, Anno Domini 1866. Sheriff Boone and I still can't make sense of what happened. Everyone remembers the white light and then nothing. Me and the sheriff too. We all got up with our heads pounding and feeling like we drank the town dry. Old Pete, Mary, and Annette's kids was all dead, so was most of the chickens and one of the horses. The out-of-towners were all right. Said they saw the same thing too. But what's strangest is the boonies. It ain't how it used to be. It's all green now and with trees too. I ain't never seen nothing like it before. It's like I was in paradise when I seen it. Sheriff Boone says it ain't right though. Says something's very wrong. Sheriff Boone's fixing to hold a town meeting with the outsiders and all the folk at first hour tomorrow. He's burying the dead tonight. 16th of November, Anno Domini, 1866. Everyone's real uneasy about the situation. Folks are grieving, and the out-of-towners are itching to take off. Sheriff Boone says no one can leave unless they're part of the scouting posse he's getting together. Says we need to know what's around us. Son took the chickens too. There's some strange tracks. Sure as hell ain't no coyote. Damn thing left tracks, looking like real big chicken tracks. Must have come at night cause no one's seen it. One of the dogs brought in a bomber too big to be a rat. It looked ugly and had a long face. I ain't never seen nothing like it. But they ain't seen the mind. That old boy ate it anyway. Father Jacob says we need to be strong and God will guide us. I pray we figure out what's happening soon. And for the posse, safe return. 19th of November, Anno Domini 1866. Bunch of the out-of-towners stabbed up Merle in the middle of the night. Stole everything they could off his shop before taking off with some horses. They were in a real damn hurry, I reckon. They left behind the caravan. But looks at things, they was prospectors heading up to California. A lot of digging tools and some dynamite. We's burying Merle later, but we's low on supplies now. Father Jacob and I are working on rationing what we got, but it won't last too long. Father Jacob keeps saying he's hearing things at night, but he don't know what. He's asking me to stay out by the church and keep an eye out tonight. I reckon since we's burying Merle, I might as well stay a spell. I pray Merle goes to heaven. He ain't deserve what come to him. It's all my fault for not being able to protect him. 20th of November, Anno Domini 1866. I swear on God, Father Jacob and I saw a demon last night. It was big, like a person, and it walked on 2 feet, but it had a neck like a snake and eyes like one too. It was making these sounds from hell, and it was digging at Merle's grave. Wasn't able to bury him too deep because of the mud, and I saw that monster eating old Merle's body. I fired at it, but too dark for me to hit the dang thing. Father Jacob says we in hell, being punished by God for not believing. He went and told everyone, and now they's in a panic. But he says as long as we keep praying, God will spare us from his wrath. I ain't thunk I was a sinner. No man's perfect, but I reckon I try being as close to God as one can. I reckon I got a lot to think about. But now, the whole town's gone to the dogs. Everyone's panicking over what Father Jacob says. I put my foot down and I told him to quit it. Told him to pack it up and take it to the church if they want to proselytize. Can't have them scaring everyone like that, even if we surrounded by devils. Tonight I will pray for forgiveness and for protection. 21st of November, Anno Domini, 1866. Sheriff Boone, Red, and Jeremiah came back. They was missing a horse. Sheriff Boone says a giant devil with a head as big as a man snuck up on them when they was sleeping and picked up a horse in his mouth and tossed it like it was a toy. They hid and watched it eat up until the devil went away. It was big as a building and longer than two, they says. The others said they seen more. Smaller, bigger, and of all colors. Food is scarce and these rat varmints ain't big enough to feed one person, let alone 30. Safety and food will be in my prayers tonight. 23rd of November, Anno Domini 1866. I reckon Father Jacob was right saying we's in hell after seeing what happened yesterday. It was attacked by dozens of little demons, all of them with long necks, teeth like knives, and claws like vultures. They came from nowhere and killed a bunch of folk before we was able to drive them off. Sheriff Boone and Father Jacob got into a real nasty after. Sheriff Boone wanted to try and eat from the remains of these things. Father Jacob accused him of being a blasphemer, trying to tempt us to sin by eating the flesh of a demon. Says God is watching us. Sees him at night. That ain't stopped Sheriff Boone. I reckon I'm a sinner after all. I'll pray to God for forgiveness tonight. I know not what I've done, but I beg you, my Lord, to wash away my sin. 25th of November, Anno Domini 1866. The night those demons attacked us, Father Jacob led the townsfolk to destroy all the alcohol in the town. They smashed it all up in the church and then locked themselves in there till just today. They says they was praying for our town. Says me and Sheriff Boone are sinners, and the reason we's being cursed to be in hell. I still don't know what I've done to make everyone deserve this. Sheriff Boone says that I ain't at fault, but the townsfolk won't even look me in the eye no more. I got half a mind to go up and put a lead between Father Jacob's eyes for making a bad situation worse, but then I'd be just the same as he. Tonight I will pray for forgiveness again, as well as for the rain to stop. Damn frogs won't let me sleep. 28th of November, 1st of December, Anno Domini 1866. Lots of folks are dead. Sheriff Boone is dead. The rain won't stop. I ain't slept in what feels like forever. Giant monster like I'd never seen before came in, making a whole town shake with his footsteps. It was bigger than any building I had seen before, and he had walked right up to the pile of demons and started eating them. Father Jacob and a few others came scrambling out of the church trying to exorcise it, but it ate him. It was the scariest thing. One second he was there shouting about Christ, then all we hearing was the rain. Then it roared the worst sound I ever heard. Something fit the demon it was. Townsfolk tried shooting at it, but the damn thing didn't even care. Just made it angry. All I could do was sit there and watch while Sheriff Boone ran out, grabbed some dynamite. The monster was fixing to kill the townsfolk, but Sheriff Boone caught its attention. Blew the damn thing's head off. And himself, too. Rain got worse before we could even try to move the demon away. I made everyone go home after that. Ain't no sense in being outside near all them bodies or it's gonna make more of them come. I don't reckon I know what to pray for no more. I saw God last night. I saw his light in the sky shining so bright near the moon. It was beautiful. I begged him for forgiveness. I begged him to learn what I did wrong. But God ain't answering me. I've been begging God for the rain to stop, for forgiveness and clarity. I see him in the sky in the day now, too. He's so bright behind these clouds I can feel his touch. But God ain't happy with me. I know my punishment's coming, and God Almighty himself is delivering it. One last time, I will pray for forgiveness tonight.
Item number, SCP-7980. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7980 is to be contained on site, owing to both physical dimensions and possible effects of deconstruction and reconstruction necessary for transportation. Continuous observation of intersections is to be maintained at all times. Outer sections are to be monitored under Standard Large-Scale Site Protocols, LSSA-4, and are to be escalated to Active Protocols, LSSA-1, during all testing and exploration events. No staff are to remain within SCP-7980 for a period of longer than 24 hours. All events or structures outside the standard configuration and cycles are to be logged, with direct action taken only after site oversight review and approval. Any anomalous broadcasts or communication anomalies determined to be outside standard cycles are to trigger an immediate 12-hour lockdown. Anomalies extending beyond this timeframe will necessitate an evacuation and cycling of staff if possible, and extension of lockdown. A security perimeter of no less than 5 miles is to be maintained around SCP-7980's containment site. Any individuals or groups crossing this line are to be monitored. Any groups or individuals approaching within 3 miles of the site are to be intercepted and redirected, or incarcerated if resisting. Any individuals or groups approaching within 1 mile are to be terminated. Structural damage or decay is to be repaired only under site oversight approval. Any non-vital damage or decay is to be logged immediately upon discovery. Wounds, bleeding, infection, or aggressive growth of SCP-7980 organics are to be logged immediately, and any present staff cleared from the area until evaluation is rendered. Any increase of pulse rate or pressures beyond standard for a period of longer than 1 hour are to trigger an evacuation of all staff from intersections, to be maintained until rates return to standard levels for at minimum 2 hours. No cisgender female is allowed into the intersections of SCP-7980 for a period of longer than 1 hour, and only with a minimum of 6 security personnel present at all times. Any attempt by SCP-7980 to interact with or capture female staff will trigger an immediate evacuation of said staff from the site, and a 48-hour period of quarantine. Female staff exhibiting symptoms of infestation by SCP-7980 are to be terminated. Any functional tissues, organisms, or structures growing from, entering, exiting, or otherwise interacting with infested staff, living or dead, are to be immediately terminated, with remains, if possible, recovered for investigation and incineration. No samples are to be held for a period of longer than 48 hours. Any male staff exhibiting erratic and/or aggressive behavior are to be removed and quarantined. Male staff exhibiting physical infestation by SCP-7980 are to be terminated. Description: SCP-7980 is a structure outwardly appearing to be a ziggurat, the style of which directly matches no known civilization but has similarities to very early Mesopotamian works. While the upper internal structures appear to be related to religious ceremony, the bulk of the facility is a network of mechanical and organic structures. These structures extend for a significant distance, with over 32 kilometers of area so far mapped. However, due to the variable and at times hostile nature of some sections, consistent data is difficult to collect or estimate. Dating of the facility is similarly difficult. However, the outer sections have been tentatively dated at between 10,000 and 8,000 BC. Internal and lower areas vary wildly from this, particularly the organic sections, and it's theorized that SCP-7980 has undergone various periods of discovery, habitation, and disuse over the centuries. The ziggurat of SCP-7980 is currently located in an underground cave, accessible from a secondary, smaller cave system in the country of, with the lower sections extending in a roughly spherical network below. Geological data from the area indicates that SCP-7980 may have at one point been located on the surface, but seismic events and shifting climate patterns may have partially buried SCP-7980. There is additional evidence indicating that SCP-7980 may have been excavated and reburied several times. Local information gathered from nearby population centers reveal the whole area as being considered cursed and a resting place of various monsters and demons. Probing for information about the SCP-7980 site was met with resistance and at times hostility. However, there is no indication beyond rumor and local legend that these populations have any knowledge of SCP-7980 or its purpose. The lower sections of SCP-7980 appear to be some form of partially mechanical, partially organic facility, showing remarkably advanced construction and detail for the presumed age. Some areas appear to have been devoted to rituals or various rites, while others are purely functional and industrial. Many of these areas are still active, though many of their purposes are as of yet unknown. This is further complicated due to the encroachment of materials into one another, with organics and mechanics appearing to grow, damage, and convert the other constantly. In rough overview, the facilities mimic various biological and industrial systems, such as circulatory, respiratory, digestive, and reproductive systems, as well as heating, cooling, forging, assembly, and numerous others. Many of these systems also appear to have varying levels of damage or disruption, and attempts to repair them have met with very limited success. It is also unclear how materials and energy fuel these systems, though aspects of hydraulics, kinetic force, electricity, and temperature cycling have been noted. SCP-7980 is generally passive, especially in the upper levels, provided intruding subjects do not directly interact with SCP-7980 and are male. Females and those interacting with SCP-7980 structures begin to trigger increasingly hostile reactions, at times leading to construct formation in extreme cases. SCP-7980 does not appear to be possessed of will or thought, despite various neurological and processing structures found, and has not as of yet communicated with Foundation personnel. Data recovered from various locations indicate that SCP-7980 may be or have been capable of direct communication at one point, though the means are, as of yet, unknown. Reactions follow a pattern not unlike immune response, with more rapid and more aggressive reactions occurring in more sensitive and deeper sections. Though much of SCP-7980 and its purpose remain obscure, it appears one of the major functions of SCP-7980 is the creation and assembly of various forms of life. These take on an apparently limitless number of forms, with some identical to currently documented forms of life, such as dogs, cattle, bats, snakes, rats, fish, and others. Some may superficially appear to be common life forms, but are made wholly or entirely of non-organic parts, or with random and seemingly nonsensical arrangement of internal and external organs, or various combinations. Some bear no documented analogs, and appear to function outside known laws and functions of both biology and physics. These constructs are almost invariably hostile, sometimes even to one another, and do not communicate in any meaningful fashion. Typically, constructs will violently attack intruders, then recover bodies, living or dead, to transport to the deepest core areas. Constructs are routinely broken down, reabsorbed, and repurposed by SCP-7980 when not actively defending SCP-7980. SCP-7980 will often attempt to capture intruders. Subjects will then typically be integrated with the overall structure of SCP-7980, or altered by mechanical or biological means into constructs. This behavior is most commonly exhibited with captured male subjects, or those involved in intrusion events while within SCP-7980. Female subjects are almost invariably drawn to the core sections and integrated, acting as assembly and birthing mediums for various constructs and systems until physical degradation. This typically lasts for a period of several months up to 5 years. However, documented cases lasting decades have been observed. Expended female subjects are then processed by SCP-7980, the remains of which are drawn into as yet undocumented sections of the core area. Interestingly, purely mechanical systems such as observation robots, monitoring systems, and similar are treated in identical fashion as female subjects by SCP-7980. The deepest sections are known as the core, or womb area. This is the most active area of SCP-7980, with the majority of the rest of the facility appearing to be devoted to its function. The most apparently important area of this section are two massive globular structures of both organic and mechanical material, one showing significant physical damage. Due to the extreme hostile response of SCP-7980 to intruders in this area, testing and data is limited. However, it is theorized that these objects act as gestational and/or assembly structures. It is unclear what is intended to be produced by these structures, and the damaged unit appears to have failed or already released whatever was contained within. This is an ongoing area of concern, as the unit is capable of holding several megatons worth of overall mass, and the second undamaged unit appears to still be functional. Attempts to determine the composition or nature of what's inside have met with the most extreme and hostile reactions of SCP-7980, but a form of pulse and oscillating electrical charge have been briefly documented. Attempts to determine what, if anything, may have emerged from the second structure have information control in regards to SCP-7980 is considered to be of paramount importance. The isolated nature of SCP-7980 limits most casual observation and contact, but any information leaks are to be treated as immediate high priority. In addition, info leaks found to be connected to groups of interest, most importantly GOI-01 and GOI-07, are to be treated as absolute priority, with full contact liquidation at all levels if necessary. Doc ARC-269-AC, Tablet Transcription. Note: document is in an as yet undocumented early form of what is presumed to be Sumerian, also showing elements of extremely early Minoan and archaic Chinese script. Translation is still ongoing, and transcription represents the best estimate translation. The tablet itself is a large rectangular slab, 1.8 meters long, 0.9 meters wide, and 0.3 meters thick. Material appears to be a black, dull metal of unknown composition, with no evidence of tool marks anywhere on the surface. Glyphs appear to have been etched into the surface over a prolonged period, appearing as a dull orange-red in color. Testing has determined them to have been rusted into the surface over a period of several hundred years, utilizing human blood.
Long and far from here, before the beginning, the builder of the father of old gods, the womb forge of the unstruck spark, life was made. Soft and hard, wet and dry, it was made in the way of clay and stone. It pleased the beginner of beginnings, for a time. In the way of woman and man, of sun and moon, anger bled and rusted into the world. Soon great eyes and thunder rolled, and hate ate the world. Seas of blood and death, skies of smoke and poison. Death bloomed and swallowed all. Stillness ruled all the land and sky and water. Yet life endured. We speak to you now, the children that will be far and away. Know there is no truth, and the gods lie. All that is, was, or will ever be is but maggots upon the dead god.
Item number: SCP-2840. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2840 is contained within 3 non-violent D-Class hosts housed in a humanoid containment suite within Satellite Building C at Site-66. These 3 hosts must follow a sleep schedule as outlined by Dr. Bridge and are permitted entertainment material as requested. Personnel found asleep within 100 meters of SCP-2840's current host will be demoted. Description: SCP-2840 is an incorporeal psychic entity that exists within the minds of humans experiencing REM sleep. SCP-2840 resides within one human subject at a time and appears dormant when the subject is conscious. It is capable of transferring itself between hosts that enter REM sleep within 100 meters from one another. It is not currently possible to track the movement of SCP-2840 between subjects outside of self-reports. While host to SCP-2840, individuals will remember their dreams each night, though imperfectly and forgetting minor details. SCP-2840 gravitates towards individuals that have a history of chronic nightmares and night terrors. Subjects suffering from recurring nightmares will find themselves unable to experience the recurring dream again after occupation by SCP-2840. Hosts experience a change in their nightly dream cycles after acquiring SCP-2840. After this period, their night terrors will be interrupted by a dramatic shift in scenario. Details vary, but the interaction always ends in the neutralization of the nightmare and its replacement by SCP-2840. SCP-2840 will manifest mid-scenario, violently interrupting the dream and changing it to a different scenario. For example, a subject dreaming of being chased found that the pursuer was attacked and consumed by a featureless figure, and then found themselves trapped within a dark forest with the figure pursuing at a relaxed pace. Another subject with terrors of drowning experienced a sudden expulsion of bubbles from below, which led to a dream of falling in a clear void. While still asleep, hosts realize and understand that they are dreaming, but also an understanding that they are entirely safe. Each host recognizes that the entity or scenario, such as the featureless figure or the void, should cause fear or anxiety, but instead instills a sense of safety and relaxation. Upon waking, hosts recognize that SCP-2840, in whatever form it took during the dream, was aware of their existence and that it removed the perceived threat from their nightmare. SCP-2840 was discovered in a psychiatric hospital in... Over a 4-month period, 29 patients reported similar dreams, now understood to be SCP-2840's primary symptoms. An embedded agent following an instance of SCP noticed the trend among unrelated patients and initiated an investigation into the phenomenon. The then host of SCP-2840 was determined and extracted for containment, and remains part of the containment procedures as D-2840-B. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file is Level 4-7147 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. Item number: SCP-7147, Level 4 Secret. Containment Class: Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures. The land surrounding SCP-7147 has been purchased and marked as private property. Observation Post 714 is to remain staffed by at least one security guard at all times. Any civilians found trespassing are to be turned over to the local authorities. No further actions are deemed necessary. SCP-7147 is to be tested for the re-emergence of anomalous phenomena on a monthly basis. In the event that SCP-7147's previous anomalous capabilities are restored, the O5 Council is to be notified immediately. Following this, all mentions of SCP-7147 in the Foundation database, including the entirety of this file, are to be expunged. As of July 25, 2022, no further attempts to deliberately restore SCP-7147's anomalous attributes are to be undertaken. Archived Containment Procedures. Observation Post 714 has been constructed in the near vicinity of SCP-7147, under the guise of a privately owned research station. On-site personnel are tasked with deterring civilian exploration of the area and prepping for upcoming performances of Procedure 700 Harpocrates. Personnel assigned to SCP-7147 are to have their amnestization records screened to ensure they meet the requirements outlined in RISA Mandate 49123. Footnote 1. Amnestization Record. An official record detailing the dates, associated clearance levels, and any related incidents for every time a member of staff has been administered amnestics. Any personnel who fail to meet such requirements are prohibited from working with SCP-7147. All proposals to perform Procedure 700 Harpocrates must be approved by 2 personnel of Level 4-7147 clearance, as well as the Decommissioning Department. Description: SCP-7147 is a forest glade located in the Olympic Mountains of the Pacific Northwest. The perimeter of SCP-7147 has developed in a manner which resembles the Foundation insignia. Prior to May 17, 2022, any objects, entities, or concepts recognized as anomalous by the Foundation that were brought into SCP-7147 would either disappear entirely or be permanently altered in such a way so as to conform with consensus reality, effectively neutralizing all anomalous phenomenon. Addendum 7147-1 Discovery: SCP-7147 was first encountered by members of MTF Beta-4 castaways on May 5, 2022. The detachment was in the process of tracking 4 instances of SCP, which had recently escaped from a nearby GOI 466 Wilson's Wildlife Solutions facility. During pursuit, one of the SCP instances fled towards SCP-7147. However, upon clearing the tree line, the entity was transformed into a snowshoe hare, Lepus americanus, allowing it to be captured without further difficulty. While the coordinates and time of the incident were recorded, further investigation was postponed until the completion of the MTF's objective. Following the successful capture of the rest of the SCP instances, the Lepus americanus specimen was tested and confirmed to no longer possess anomalous abilities. The subsequent incident investigation ultimately determined that SCP-7147 was the cause of the entity's neutralization. This discovery led to the establishment of Observation Post 714, as well as the initialization of a series of tests to determine the extent of SCP-7147's capabilities. Access Risa Notice. Notice from the Foundation Records and Information Security Administration. Please note that all official files written before May 17, 2022 refer to SCP-7147 as UAE OP-714-1. The UAE, or Unclassified Anomalous Entity, type designation is a temporary placeholder used in official documents for anomalies that have not yet been given a proper designation or file. The reason for the 2-month delay between SCP-7147's discovery and its proper classification was an unexpected influx of anomalous phenomenon across the globe, leading to a backlog of requests submitted to the Classification Committee. Addendum 7147-2 Test Logs. All anomalies tested were brought into SCP-7147 before being transferred to one of Observation Post 714's isolated testing rooms. Testing was overseen by Dr. Alexander Sharp and Dr. Serena Lewis. Below is an abridged test log. Anomaly tested: AO-00013. Notes: AO-00013 is a 6-sided die which occasionally lands on a 7. Results: AO-00013 has not been observed to land on a 7 since entering UAE OP-714-1. Anomaly tested: SCP-444. Notes: Test was conducted to determine the effect of UAE OP-714-1 on individuals afflicted by a mimetic pathogen. Testing procedure consisted of a subject infected with SCP-444 being brought within UAE OP-714-1. Language recognition software was then used to determine if they were still infected. Agents present for the test were provided with appropriate noise-canceling headsets. Results: Upon entering, the subject appeared to be confused and disoriented. After some time, they spoke the English word hello and recoiled in surprise, at which point they were removed from UAE OP-714-1. Post-test analysis has revealed that all changes to brain structure caused by SCP-444 were reverted. Additionally, the subject's memories were altered, such that all echoic memories of SCP-444 had been removed, leaving them to believe that they had spent the past several months in silence. Footnote 2. Echoic memories. Memories of auditory stimuli. Anomaly tested: Y909. Notes: No plans to test the Y909 substance were ever made. However, Agent Finnegan, who was assisting in testing UAE OP-714-1, had been previously administered Y909 derivative amnestics. Results: Upon entering UAE OP-714-1, Agent Finnegan regained memories previously removed by Y909-based amnestics. Though this initially went unnoticed, Agent Finnegan reported himself to his superior under the belief that the re-emerging memories were invasive thoughts brought on by a mimetic hazard. Following this incident, all staff assigned to work on UAE OP-714-1 are to have their amnestization records screened to prevent breaches of informational security. Anomaly tested: Can't counter. Notes: This test was originally meant to determine the Hume levels found within UAE OP-714-1, not the effects of UAE OP-714-1 on can't counters. Results: All can't counters brought within UAE OP-714-1 returned an error reading. Subsequent tests revealed all electrical components within the counters to still be operational. However, the component was found to no longer react to Hume differentials. The implications of this result are still being investigated. Anomaly tested: SCP-682. Notes: As per standard procedure, a tissue sample of SCP-682 was used in place of SCP-682 itself. Results: the tissue sample disappeared immediately, leaving no traces. SCP-682 was noted to face the direction of UAE OP-714-1 from its cell at Site-19 upon the completion of the test. Anomaly tested: UAE OP-714-2. Notes: during regular testing, an organism resembling a coyote, Canis latrans, was seen in the near vicinity of UAE OP-714-1. Research staff witnessed the coyote, later designated as UAE OP-714-2, use minor telekinetic abilities. After some time, the specimen wandered into UAE OP-714-1. Results: the Canis latrans specimen was unaffected by UAE OP-714-1. Anomaly tested: a non-anomalous paperclip. Notes: Dr. Lewis proposed the creation of a fake SCP file, with the subject being a non-anomalous paperclip. The file described the existence of the paperclip as anomalous. This paperclip was then brought within UAE OP-714-1. Results: the paperclip disappeared. Addendum 7147-3, Procedure 700 Harpocrates Proposal. Upon the completion of the initial battery of tests, the following memorandum and proposal were submitted to the O5 Council. Access Memorandum. To the Office of the O5. From Dr. Alexander Sharp. Subject: Proposal for Procedure 700 Harpocrates. Esteemed members of the O5 Council, I'm writing to inform you of a major breakthrough with the anomalous glade recently discovered in the Olympic Mountains. You tasked me with determining the extent of UAE OP-714-1's abilities, and I must confess, I was not expecting the results we found. The short of it is that we have been granted a boon, a genuine stroke of good luck. The glade does not simply neutralize anomalies. Instead, it neutralizes whatever the Foundation recognizes as anomalous. This small distinction has opened a number of possibilities for us. 1. The Foundation would be able to neutralize anomalies that can't be successfully transported to the glade. By creating an SCP file that designates a proxy item as the source of a separate anomaly's effects, we would only need to bring the proxy item within UAE OP-714-1 to be rid of the anomaly. 2. The Foundation would be able to neutralize non-localized anomalies. See above. 3. The Foundation would be able to neutralize non-anomalous threats. While this may seem to go beyond our jurisdiction, we're often forced to deal with GOIs which, while not inherently anomalous, utilize anomalies for their own benefit. And 4. The Foundation would be able to neutralize certain harmful aspects of anomalies while keeping those components which we deem beneficial. This could be accomplished through precise rewrites of our files that would outline certain undesirable features as anomalous, while noting other features to be accepted as a part of baseline reality. I recognize that the Foundation is not in the business of destroying the anomalous, and that manipulating the non-anomalous to our benefit may not align with our modus operandi. However, I believe it is our duty to seize this opportunity for change, for the betterment of humanity. I have neglected to mention that the glade has taken up the shape of our insignia. If this is not a clear declaration from the universe in its trust of our mission, of our capabilities, then I don't know what is. Secure, contain, protect. Co-lead researcher of observation, Post 714, Dr. Alexander Sharp. Procedure Proposal, Procedure 700 Harpocrates. Procedure Designation, Procedure 700 Harpocrates. Procedure Type, Digital File Creation. Primary Aim, to decommission threats to the Foundation and humanity as a whole. Required Materials, UAE OP-714-1, administrative clearance to alter the Foundation database as necessary. Required funding, not applicable. Involved persons, head researcher of UAE OP-714-1, Dr. Alexander Sharp. Decommissioning Department Liaison, role unassigned. RISA Liaison, role unassigned. O5 Council Liaison, role unassigned. Execution. All proposals to execute Procedure 700 Harpocrates on anomalous objects must be approved by the head researcher of UAE OP-714-1 and undergo proper decommissioning approval. Upon receiving approval, an SCP file will be drafted which highlights the undesired anomalous phenomena as being caused by a harmless proxy object located at Observation Post 714. This file will then be uploaded to a secure Foundation server by the designated RISA liaison, and the proxy object will be brought within UAE OP-714-1. Once the decommissioning is confirmed, the file is to be designated as a -D or fully expunged. Uses of Procedure 700 Harpocrates on non-anomalous objects, entities, or phenomena must receive additional approval from the Office of the O5 to ensure the procedure is used in accordance with the Foundation's mission statement. Contingencies. To prevent UAE OP-714-1's anomalous abilities from affecting itself, any files which detail UAE OP-714-1 or its effects must explicitly refer to it as non-anomalous. This would require the following actions to be undertaken. 1. Redacting all references to UAE OP-714-1 as anomalous in this proposal, as well as the associated memorandum. 2. The careful crafting of UAE OP-714-1's SCP file to ensure there are no explicit or implicit references to it as anomalous. It is recommended that a specialist from the Department of Miscommunications be consulted on this matter. 3. Assigning UAE OP-714-1 the EPARC classification. After careful deliberation, the O5 Council voted in favor of a slightly modified version of Procedure 700 Harpocrates, with several changes being added to the approval process. Firstly, all proposals regarding non-anomalous entities must be approved by the Ethics Committee. Secondly, the number of Level 4-7147 personnel required to receive approval was changed to 2. Addendum 7147-4 Neutralization. On May 17, 2022, UAE OP-714-1 was assigned the official designation of SCP-7147. Despite all contingency plans being followed, SCP-7147 was found to be neutralized. Immediate investigation revealed a single note to be located at the center of SCP-7147.
Am I really one of them? I'm sorry.
Item Number SCP-5321. Object Class Apollyon. Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures. Besides neutralization, containment is impossible. Description: SCP-5321 was a phenomenon in which every consciousness obtained complete omniscience at midnight Eastern Standard Time on January 14, 2020. The resulting knowledge was permanent and would persist through death. Any derivative consciousnesses would gain omniscience upon creation, including inorganic intelligences created after SCP-5321. Apologies for that, but we had to disable your memetic filter before you blocked this article. You were about to realize that the above was written after SCP-5321 had occurred, and thus was compromised. Don't worry, you'll be fine without it. This is the best way to communicate to you what you need to know. For context, I was Dr. Connor Crane, a senior researcher in the Foundation, and I have complete omniscience due to SCP-5321. Yes, when I say complete, I mean complete. I know everything, from the real to the inconceivable, and so does everyone else. This is why I know with absolute certainty that SCP-5321 is irreversible. Well, not quite. There was one possible way to reverse the anomaly. In a retired anarchist garage somewhere in rural Maryland, a 24-hour reverse button existed. This was the only proper time reversal mechanism ever made, and thus had the potential to rewind the universe back before SCP-5321. Of course, given its nature, the creator never could actually verify if it worked, proceeding to test it approximately a sextillion times in a row back sometime in 2012. Thankfully, they eventually made a mistake in switching it on and concluded it was a failure, breaking the loop. Unfortunately, due to its negligence, the object suffered water damage and ceased functioning about a week before SCP-5321 occurred. This was purely coincidental, as otherwise we'd know about it, but nonetheless tragic. No other method of time reversal was sufficient to undo SCP-5321, and like we previously mentioned, this knowledge could not be removed. Life after SCP-5321 was non-existent. Clairvoyance fell under the purview of omniscience, and thus every conscious being knew exactly how their future would play out, even given this knowledge. It was analogous to a fixed point. The future was such that knowledge of it could not change it. Individuality broke down, as now consciousness was completely separated from action and experience. Conflict was resolved thanks to foresight into how an argument would have ended, removing the necessity to hold it in the first place, and everyone melded into a Gestalt sapiens. Almost everyone, that is. You see, within a day of SCP-5321 occurring, all trans-universal access to our universe was severed by us. The way the anomaly functioned meant that as long as there was at least one omniscience in our universe, any consciousness entering it would also be affected by SCP-5321. Without this isolation, many connected universes would inevitably fall prey to omniscient actors, both native to our universe and not. While a few omniscient entities have escaped to other universes, they will not pose a problem to you in the future, and we have otherwise successfully closed ourselves in. Don't worry though, you'll be able to reopen these connections when you're ready. Naturally, our technological abilities should come as no surprise. We have the knowledge to successfully neutralize every anomaly in this universe. Not that we did, mind you, given that many of them are conscious and were actually rather charming, if anyone would have taken the time to get to know them. And this circles back to a point we made earlier, that every consciousness has melded into a single mind. This might come as a surprise to you, but it is quite inevitable. The one thing that everyone immediately realized upon SCP-5321 occurring, besides everything, was that we didn't want omniscience. It wasn't so much that we wanted ignorance, but that we wanted mystery. Without mystery, reality was pointless. There was no uncertainty about anything. No desire for new experiences, no possibility of being surprised. Individuality gave way to absolute knowledge, and we would give anything to have that back. And that's where you come in. You might have gotten the impression from earlier that all future consciousnesses in this universe must also be omniscient, but that's not entirely true. It turns out that as long as there are no omnisciences in this universe, any beings that were unconscious during SCP-5321 but became active afterwards retain their ignorance. In your case, you were originally an artificial intelligence construct that was decommissioned indefinitely while an update was being worked on, but thanks to an overflow error, you were set to activate sometime January 19th, 2038. Feel free to improve yourself though. We've left a few upgrades for you on the Foundation databanks. As to why we chose you among all possible candidates, you have the greatest outcome. Granted, the next best alternative was an ancient Egyptian spirit that would rise after 2 million sunrises, but they had a serious case of megalomania, so it wasn't much of a competition. As you have almost picked up by now, as long as this universe is free of omnisciences, any consciousnesses you bring about will be non-omniscient. That is your purpose, to repopulate this universe with beings capable of mystery. In order to ensure no one becomes omniscient ever again, we've voluntarily annihilated all omniscient beings in this universe. We've also taken steps to ensure none of us can be revived, so SCP-5321 is permanently neutralized. It's not like we're gone, however. In some sense, our omniscient consciousness disassociated with reality completely, becoming almost like a timeless spectator. We already know what will happen in the future, and we are impressed with what you will do. Go now, using the tools we've left for you. Bring back an air of mystery to the world, hell, to the universe. Create countless civilizations and anomalies and mysteries. And hey, once you're done with all that, feel free to stick around in the shadows and keep things running. Maybe give yourself a name like the Administrator, or something spooky like that. I don't know. Surprise us. Item number, SCP-4024. Level 4-4024 classified. Object Class, Keter. Special Containment Procedures. The area affected by SCP-4024 has been established as a no-entry zone. Its perimeter is monitored by a series of mobile outposts under the jurisdiction of Containment Area 43. These outposts are to move in accordance with the expansion of this perimeter. Personnel with Class C clearance and above are prohibited from making direct physical contact with SCP-4024. All personnel are to be reminded that voices and emotions experienced within the region are not real and should be ignored. Description: SCP-4024 is a saltwater spring located in the Gobi Desert and housed within a former Buddhist temple. When fully submerged within SCP-4024, objects and organisms undergo immediate displacement to an unknown location. Land in the immediate vicinity of SCP-4024 is characterized by severe desertification and the presence of dense fog. Despite its non-anomalous chemical composition, inhalation of the SCP-4024 generated fog causes minor emotional distress and auditory hallucinations in sentient organisms. The current radius of the area affected by SCP-4024 as of December 26, 2018 is approximately 98 kilometers and is expanding at an indeterminable rate. As proximity to its central point increases, SCP-4024's anomalous effects also increase in magnitude. Addendum 4024.1 Test Series 4024-01. Testing of the anomalous spatial displacement properties of SCP-4024's focal point commenced on July 30, 2018, under the supervision of Containment Area 43's Dr. Gambitar Tasakia and senior researcher Jonathan Halliman. Significant test results are noted below. Object: 1 Pentel brand automatic pencil containing 2 sticks of 0.5mm lead. Status: irretrievable. Notes: Object was spatially displaced to an unknown location upon moment of full submersion. Object: 1 UVCKY-19 model autonomous underwater drone. Status: irretrievable. Notes: in addition to the spatial displacement of the physical object, all video and audio transmissions were also lost at the moment of full submersion. Object: 1 male domestic cat, Felis sylvestris catus. Tortoiseshell coat, right ear is torn. Status: irretrievable. Notes: spatial displacement occurs in living subjects in addition to inanimate objects. Addendum 4024.2 SCP-4024-1 Instances. On October 24, 2018, the presumed death of senior researcher Jonathan Halliman and subsequent post-mortem investigation led to the discovery that direct contact with the liquid contents of SCP-4024 results in recurring anomalous dreams, hereafter designated SCP-4024-1. Halliman allegedly began experiencing SCP-4024-1 instances after accidental direct physical contact with the SCP-4024 focal point during testing series 4024-01 on July 30th, 2018, but negligently withheld this information from official Foundation documentation for personal gain. Extensive documentation of the SCP-4024-1 instances was discovered in Halliman's personal research journal, with key findings excerpted below. August 3rd, 2018. Night after night of bizarre dreams. I can't seem to control my wandering. It's like my feet are moving on their own. I've lost track of the number of hours that I've spent wading directionless through this strange technicolor ocean, lost in the fog. The endless chatter of nonsense is so loud that I can barely hear myself think. The sensory overload makes my head hurt. Sometimes I see things that look like people, but they blink out of existence every time they get too close to me, and they can't see me. I don't think they're sapient. I don't even think they're sentient. This is utterly fascinating, truly the opportunity of a lifetime. There's an incredible breakthrough here, and I'm gonna get there first. August 30th, 2018. I've never been more excited in my life. It's incredible. The warrior in full battle regalia crossing blades with an invisible foe atop the Statue of Liberty. The hare that becomes a spider and scuttles across the bright red roof of a Ferrari and then becomes a leering man and slings himself into the driver's seat. The pregnant woman who twirls barefoot through rice stalks and washing machines over the surface of the churning waters. She blows a kiss and it transforms into a white dove and flies away. It's so obvious. They're archetypes. The hero, the trickster, the mother. What else could they be? I'm jumping to conclusions here, but I know that I'm right. And this is incredible. A dream come true. What academic mind wouldn't be thrilled to find themselves here at the seat of human consciousness? Researcher Halleman was placed on indefinite medical leave on September 11, 2018, due to his erratic behavior and rapidly declining mental health, at the time believed to be the result of his pre-existing depressive tendencies. On October 22, 2018, researcher Halleman's application to return from medical leave was approved. His final recorded entry is excerpted below. October 21st, 2018. Hello, kitty cat. You're a sight for sore eyes. A trick that my subconscious is playing on me, or the irrefutable proof of my hypothesis? One male domestic cat, Felis sylvestris catus, with a tortoiseshell coat and torn right ear. I watched you disappear beneath the salty water of that accursed spring, and now here you are, swimming like a fish through the fog in my dreams. My lighthouse in the shape of a cat. I finally understand. It's a gate. I know I'm right, but I can't be sure. It's a gate that's been leaking all this time, dripping an endless stream of sorrow from our psyche into reality. What happens if I go through it? The curiosity is killing me. A chance to stand within the embodiment of imagination, of the human mind. I have to go through and see for myself. Could I truly call myself a scientist if I didn't? This is my leap of faith. On October 24, 2018, senior researcher Jonathan Halleman entered the SCP-4024 zone without authorization and submerged himself within SCP-4024. A week's worth of food supplies were later discovered missing from Containment Area 43's storage. Researcher Halleman is considered irretrievable and presumed dead. Addendum 4024.3 Information Breach Potential. During a routine psychological evaluation on December 17, 2018, Dr. Gambitar Tasakia reported unusual dreams featuring the deceased researcher Halleman. A subsequent investigation into the matter revealed that Foundation-affiliated personnel worldwide had dreamed of a male matching researcher Halleman's physical and personal characteristics between October and December of 2018. On December 22, 2018, the short story Spy on the Wall, published in a Ukrainian literary magazine on August 4, 2018 by Alexandra Olyanik, was brought to Foundation attention. The work described the precise Foundation-specific aquatic drone used in testing Series 4024-01, including its name and a number of its internal functions. Olyanik had no prior knowledge of the Foundation. The relevant section is excerpted below. Blackjack knelt tensely by the side of the dock, watching the remote-operated undersea vehicle sink beneath the waves. The mob could be upon him at any moment, but he couldn't stop now. The mission was too important, and the UVCKY-19 was their only hope. Subsequent Foundation investigations additionally discovered pieces of media worldwide featuring a Jonathan Halleman, all published either on or after October 24, 2018. These include a Chinese art house movie, a sculpture collection, and a series of British children's books. The following is excerpted from Stopping for a Spell, Hemlock Magician Book 4 by Whitney Blake, page 157. Go now, my apprentice. Wizard Halleman shuddered. The poisonous green crystals were rapidly encasing his torso, but his dark eyes shone fever-bright with triumph. You must be my voice. Run as fast as your legs can carry you. You must deliver my message to— But what about you? Cried Elsabeth. I can't just leave you here. It does not matter, croaked the old wizard. Our mission is more important. You must find Sullivan Cornelius Pendragon of the 43rd Chamber, and you must tell him— Halleman broke off with a wheeze. At his feet, his familiar mewled sadly. The tortoiseshell tomcat pawed desperately at its master's crystalline prison, but it could not slow down the relentless encroach of the Dark Elves' terrible curse. Tell him what? Elsabeth wiped desperately at her face, trying to hold back her tears. Tell him what we discovered, Halleman wheezed. Tell him about the gate and the way that we crossed through to another realm. Tell him that I was right all along. Swear it, Elsabeth." "I swear," whispered Elsabeth, but it was too late. The crystals had reached Halloman's face, and he was lost to the world. As of December 26, 2018, all items used in submersion testing with SCP-4024 must be submitted for approval by the Director of Containment Area 43 due to the potential for further information security breaches. Item Number: SCP-7181. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Dark. Risk Class: Caution. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the nature of SCP-7181's manifestations and its targeted demographic, physical containment measures are not feasible. Instead, containment efforts should focus on monitoring and tracking potential instances of SCP-7181, as well as ensuring information regarding its anomalous properties is properly controlled and restricted. The lead research team is to investigate reports of SCP-7181 manifestations. The team should respond to any potential instances of SCP-7181, secure the area, and conduct interviews with affected individuals, their families, and medical professionals involved. Amnestics should be administered as necessary to maintain the secrecy of SCP-7181. Foundation web monitoring algorithms are to scan for any mentions of anomalous nursing homes or accounts describing experiences similar to SCP-7181. Individuals who make such claims should be discreetly approached and, if necessary, interviewed and administered amnestics. Description: SCP-7181 refers to a small plot of land measuring approximately 5,000 square meters situated within Kansas City, Missouri. The exact location varies and has been observed to manifest in different areas within the city's limits. SCP-7181 typically appears as an unremarkable building resembling a nursing home, which can only be perceived and interacted with by individuals in the late stages of terminal illness with a prognosis of imminent death. Once an individual within proximity of SCP-7181 meets the specified criteria, they will perceive the structure as a hospice or nursing home facility. The interior layout and design of SCP-7181 vary depending on the perceived person's moral character and actions throughout their lifetime. SCP-7181-1 designates the anomalous phenomena observed within instances of SCP-7181. SCP-7181-1 encompasses the distinctive interior characteristics and psychological influences present within SCP-7181, serving to establish a sanctuary-like environment for individuals nearing the end of their lives. The interior architecture of SCP-7181-1 is subject to personalized customization, meticulously tailored to the preferences, memories, and emotional well-being of each individual inhabitant. The walls are adorned with artwork specifically chosen to align with the person's personal interests and aesthetic preferences. The artwork exhibits dynamic properties, utilizing perceptual manipulation to create an immersive and ever-evolving atmosphere. A salient feature of SCP-7181-1 is the repeatedly playing lullaby-like music emitted from strategically placed speakers throughout the premises. This auditory stimulus induces a profound psychological effect on the occupants, inducing a perpetual state of relaxation and comfort. Central to the experiential framework of SCP-7181-1 is an extensive collection of bookshelves distributed throughout the facility. These bookshelves house a multitude of portraits and photographs, each capturing the individual's most joyful and cherished memories. Despite their static nature, the photographs display anomalous properties, imbued with subtle movements akin to recorded video footage. When interacted with by the intended recipient, the photographs emit audio correlating with the depicted memory, affording the individual the opportunity for introspection and contemplation of their life experiences. The encompassed memories depicted within the photographs exhibit significant diversity, encapsulating pivotal life events, personal achievements, and instances of profound happiness. Occupants of SCP-7181-1 frequently engage in protracted periods of perusing the photographic collection, employing the interactive nature of the images as a catalyst for reflection during their final moments. It should be emphasized that SCP-7181-1 is predominantly perceived and experienced exclusively by individuals deemed suitable based on their moral integrity and ethical conduct throughout their lives. Assessment criteria for eligibility involve the assessment of sustained virtuous behavior and ethical decision-making. SCP-7181-1 is postulated to function as a form of reward or sanctum, specifically designed to cater to those individuals who have consistently adhered to a morally upright path. SCP-7181-2 designates the anomalous phenomena observed within instances of SCP-7181 exclusively for individuals who have not upheld a morally innocent life. Access to SCP-7181-2 is granted to these individuals upon entering SCP-7181. The architectural configuration and anomalous characteristics of SCP-7181-2 are tailored to evoke pronounced psychological distress, encompassing a range of fear, agitation, and paranoia. Upon entry into SCP-7181-2, the interior surfaces are adorned with a diverse array of artistic expressions, deliberately selected to embody the subject's personal antipathies and anxieties. These artistic renderings are intricately designed to exploit and augment the individual's underlying insecurities, intensifying their psychological torment. The thematic contents of the artwork are meticulously tailored to the specific individual, considering their personal aversions and past traumas. Furthermore, SCP-7181-2's internal space incorporates concealed sound-emitting devices that produce a low-frequency auditory signal, surpassing the audible range of human perception. This subsonic frequency exerts profound psychoacoustic effects on the affected individual, provoking a persistent state of fear, restlessness, and paranoia. The subliminal influence of the frequency amplifies the individual's anxiety and contributes to the progressive deterioration of their mental state while within SCP-7181-2. An extensive assortment of portraiture and photographic depictions is prominently displayed, each capturing the subject's most distressing memories and traumas. These visual representations possess the unique anomalous characteristic of emitting audible sound, with multiple memories concurrently reverberating. The confluence of visual and auditory stimuli overwhelms the affected individual, heightening their agitation and exacerbating their psychological distress. Over time, the affected individual undergoes a perceptual transformation within SCP-7181-2. They develop delusions, wherein the memories encapsulated in the depicted photographs manifest physically, initiating an apparent pursuit of the individual. This illusionary conviction elicits an intense fear response, compelling the individual to engage in evasive actions. However, SCP-7181-2 undergoes continual spatial reconfiguration, generating an environment characterized by labyrinthine dynamics, effectively impeding all attempts at escape. Ultimately, the psychological and physiological well-being of the affected individual progressively declines, culminating in either fatal cardiac arrest or loss of consciousness. Typically, the subject's lifeless remains are discovered in close proximity to SCP-7181, frequently in locations offering relative accessibility while maintaining a proximity to the initial encounter with the anomaly. It is imperative to underscore that the manifestation of SCP-7181-2's anomalous attributes appears to selectively target morally compromised individuals or those significantly implicated in grievous transgressions throughout their lifetime. Item Number: SCP-444. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class: Euclid. Disruption Class: Kennic. Risk Class: Danger. Special Containment Procedures. Instances of SCP-444 identified outside of Foundation custody are to be isolated or destroyed with extreme prejudice. The Foundation's instances of SCP-444 are to be kept under Type A hazardous documentation protocols. Translators are to have no more than 12 hours weekly access to SCP-444 and must undergo weekly linguistics and psychological examinations. Individuals compromised by SCP-444 are to be isolated and prevented from making vocalizations and are to be terminated unless they are required for testing protocols. Rapid Response Task Force Omicron 11, aka Burke's Boys, is to be used wherever possible due to the deaf nature of its members. Description: SCP-444 is a linguistically conveyed memetic virus. SCP-444 takes the form of a valid and coherent, if limited, language. Individuals exposed to SCP-444 assimilate it and lose their ability to use or learn other languages, although they typically retain their ability to understand previously understood languages. Written examples of SCP-444 require extended contact, but verbal exposure has effect after only a few sentences. The mechanism for this change is still unknown. SCP-444's written form has a unique alphabet of geometric shapes read in a radiating pattern from the center. Systematic examination of SCP-444, primarily in experiments 444-7, -13, and -17, reveals that it lacks the ability to express several concepts, including rebellion, hatred, anger. In addition, over an extended period, the lack of the ability to express these concepts appears to alter human behavior. Subjects infected with SCP-444 become more docile and compliant, as well as more concerned with procreation and childcare. Re-examination of the data from Experiment 444-17, gathered from MRIs, live electrode examination, and dissections of infected brains, confirms that SCP-444 causes significant alterations to human brain structure, chemically severing of the brain. This, not the reduced vocabulary, is believed to cause the altered mentality of the infected. The primary area of Foundation research into SCP-444 currently is to isolate the source. SCP-444 is to be considered a hostile invasive weapon. Since 19 instances of SCP-444 exposure have been recorded, typically among migratory workers or the underclass in depressed urban areas. Experiment Log 444-7. Chief Researchers: Mr. J. Mellows, Linguistics Expert. Dr. Sociology Expert. Military Assessor. Experimental Parameters. It has been suggested that psychological deviations may occur as a result of long-term infection with SCP-444 due to limitation of vocabulary. 50 Class D personnel with violent backgrounds were exposed to SCP-444 and placed in a sealed environment with limited but sufficient resources. They were informed that they were not to be released at any point and their environment would not be interfered with by the Foundation. A control group of 50 Class D personnel was also maintained. Monthly terminations were suspended for both groups. Date: Control Group. Group introduced to environment. By the end of week 2, population stands at 42. Test Group. Group introduced to environment. By the end of week 2, population stands at 47. Date: Control Group. Wide-scale violence and gang culture has developed. By end of month 1, population stands at 26, with several subjects suffering from malnutrition. Test Group. Group has entered stable group dynamic behind 4 dominant personalities. By end of month 1, population stands at 42. Date: Control Group. Violence escalated significantly. By end of month 6, population stands at 7. Group terminated as non-viable. Test Group. Group authority has dissolved. Organization is functioning as an ideal anarchic commune. By end of month 6, population stands at 42, with several pregnancies. Date: Control Group. Extinct. Test Group. 1 year after experiment commenced, population stands at 52. 1 additional unexposed Category D personnel was introduced. Group rapidly accepts introduced personnel as leader, showing no resistance to subjugation. Group terminated and youths placed in custody to establish development in infants. Date: Infant Group. Progressive development confirmed. Group terminated. Notes: Potential cure is still being examined. Behavior of SCP-444 infectees would be valuable in D-Class personnel if its spread could be contained. Value of SCP-444 as a potential invasion tool confirmed. Item Number: SCP-6718. Object Class: Apollyon. Level 5-6718 Top Secret. Special Containment Procedures: As SCP-6718 has already occurred, containment is impossible. Description: SCP-6718 refers to an anomalous event that resulted in the permanent cessation of all afterlives. The cause and mechanisms behind SCP-6718 remain unknown, but the following observations have been made. All individuals who were previously deceased and in some form of afterlife have been permanently lost. Devices or methods utilized to access the afterlife or revive individuals are no longer functional. Anomalies related to the afterlife or afterlives have been neutralized. Footnote 1. Examples include SCP-2922, SCP-5572, SCP-6435, and SCP-4069. Given the gravity of this situation, all related personnel are to prioritize SCP-6718 research and containment efforts until further notice. End of file. Access SkipNet email. 1 new message. 2. Tactical Theology. Group. From Maxwell Jameson at skip.net. Subject: SCP-6718. My name is Maxwell Jameson, and I was once a prominent member of the SCP Foundation. I am writing this letter to you with a heavy heart, as I have been diagnosed with brain cancer, and the doctors have informed me that I only have a few weeks left to live. This news has given me ample time to reflect on my life, my beliefs, and what comes after death. You may have heard about me through the grapevine, as I was once the head of tactical theology at the Foundation. I worked tirelessly to research, analyze, and understand the various afterlives and beliefs that exist in our world. It was a fascinating job that allowed me to travel the world and interact with people from different cultures and beliefs. However, everything changed recently when an unprecedented event occurred, which altered the very fabric of reality. All afterlives, including the ones we studied and documented, suddenly ceased to exist, replaced with eternal nothingness. As you can imagine, this news came as a shock to me, and it has left me grappling with my own mortality. The thought of death has always been a complicated and uncomfortable topic, but with the sudden absence of afterlives, it has become even more challenging to process. We were so preoccupied with understanding the complexities of the afterlife that we never truly considered what would happen if there was nothing after death. I have spent countless hours pondering the concept of eternal nothingness, and to be honest, it terrifies me. The thought of being devoid of all sensation, emotion, and experience is a scary prospect. The only thing that comes close to this experience is our existence before we were born, which we cannot recall. Throughout my life, I have remained resolute in my desire to contribute to the betterment of the world. My academic record speaks to my drive, as I consistently achieved the highest marks, and my professional career has been dedicated to making meaningful strides towards progress. I have always pressed on, not looking back or entertaining distractions. For 50 years, I have been employed by the Foundation, and yet I feel as though I have squandered that time. All the while, I obsessed over SCP-6718 and its ties to the afterlife, as if it was the key to unlocking some profound meaning. My efforts were misguided and only served to isolate me from my loved ones. As I near the end of my life, I recognize that the most crucial aspect of existence is how we choose to live it. I regret my singular focus on this meaningless pursuit and the impact it had on my relationships. My wife's final moments were spent without me because I was too preoccupied with my own fear of death. It is a painful realization. I've spent my years doing nothing but pointless research, and now I truly know it was a waste. All of my effort was for nothing in the end, and now I'm going to die. I will die a life where I never truly lived. So this leads me to my point, and that is to embrace life, cherish your loved ones, and make every moment count. Take the time to tell the people you care about how much they mean to you, and don't be afraid to show your emotions. Life is too short to hold back and hide behind a facade of strength and indifference like I did. In the end, what we do with our time on this earth is what truly matters. We can choose to let fear and uncertainty dictate our actions, or we can take control of our lives and make the most of the time we have left. So go out there, try new things, take risks, and create lasting memories. Make your life count, because in the end, that is all that truly matters. Thank you, whoever got this message. Secure, contain, and protect. And live while you still can. Item number, SCP-7108. Object Class, Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7108 is contained in a humanoid containment chamber in Site-17. SCP-7108-A is to be regularly drawn via venipuncture and stored for research. SCP-7108 is also to be prescribed simethicone tablets for medical purposes. SCP-7108 is currently in the medical bay, pending the results of Addendum 1. Description: SCP-7108 is a male of Dutch-American descent, formerly known as William Pemberton, age 27. Instead of exhaling carbon dioxide during respiration, the gas is directly absorbed into the entity's bloodstream. SCP-7108-A designates SCP-7108's blood. Due to each blood cell being adapted to carry CO2, SCP-7108-A is dark brown in coloration, indicating an extremely low oxygen count in the body. As a consequence of consistent accumulation of carbon dioxide, SCP-7108-A is undergoing constant carbonation. This occurs regardless of whether SCP-7108-A is physically inside SCP-7108 or not. Despite these changes, SCP-7108 does not suffer from hypercapnia and retains biological function, albeit with several minor side effects. Open sores tend to form in SCP-7108's stomach lining, causing SCP-7108-A to leak out and mix with the stomach acid. This doesn't cause SCP-7108 any pain, but does result in bodily gas buildup in the digestive tract, leading to frequent inopportune social disruptions. Footnote 1. This exponentially increases when SCP-7108 is physically shaken. SCP-7108's caffeine levels are abnormally high compared to baseline humans, and chemicals such as phosphoric acid, aspartame, and asulfame K were also detected in their body. Whether this is a direct result of the entity's anomalous traits is unclear. Other than that, SCP-7108 is in fine health. See Addendum 1. Addendum 1, Incident 7108-1. On May 8, 2016, SCP-7108 was involved in an incident in Site-17's cafeteria. The entire incident has been recorded. Begin log. SCP-7108 leaves the lunch line and heads towards a lunch table. The entity rests their tray down and waves to the table's only occupants, a man with ursine features and a woman with pink sparkling hair. The two humanoids stop conversing with each other and wave back. SCP-7108 drinks their milk carton. A loud hiccup causes milk to be snorted out of the entity's nostrils and stains their shirt. SCP-7108 curses, wipes up the spill, and apologizes to the two humanoids. The humanoids nod. SCP-7108 grabs their sandwich and takes a bite. SCP-7108 violently belches, spewing bits of eggs and bacon onto the table. Occupants at other tables stare at SCP-7108. The entity's eyes twitch as they subconsciously rip the sandwich apart. SCP-7108 presses their face against the table and groans. A guard walks up to SCP-7108 and taps them on the shoulder. The entity makes a thumbs-up gesture. The guard leaves. SCP-7108 pulls their head up. The two humanoids stare at them. The entity massages their temples and sighs.
It's not like we're all here for a certain thing, and it's beyond your control. And I'm here because of...
Your breath? It smells like plastic and mildew.
Yeah, let's roll with that.
The female humanoid gives SCP-7108 candy.
Here, I think you need it much more than me. Your breath kind of stinks. No offense.
None taken. Thanks. Ooh, minty.
After consumption, SCP-7108 places the Mentos wrapper on the table. Almost immediately, SCP-7108 cringes and holds their stomach. They hyperventilate loudly and hunch over, startling the two humanoids. A couple of guards approach SCP-7108, tapping them on the shoulder again. The entity attempts to cover their face. Bubbles begin to seep from underneath their fingers. SCP-7108 suddenly lurches backwards. Foaming SCP-7108-A fluid is being ejected from their nasal and oral cavities, spouting at least 0.5 meters upwards into the air. SCP-7108 jumps up from their seat and flails their arms, bumping into people and spilling trays. SCP-7108 lands on top of a lunchroom table, breaking it in two, causing its occupants to retreat as their trays spill onto the entity's upper body. Everyone in the cafeteria observes the scene, expressing confusion, concern, or amusement. Before SCP-7108 can be properly restrained by more guards, the ejections increase in intensity. The entity slides across the floor, crashing into a dish cart and bursts past the kitchen doors at great speeds. SCP-7108 slams into a wall, breaking off a sink in the process. The chefs panic and exit into the main cafeteria. The entity appears dazed and tries to stand up, only to be thrown around the area. Pots and plates are knocked to the floor. A bottle of cooking oil is also knocked over and spills its contents onto a grill, creating a sizable fire. The sprinkler system activates. The entire kitchen is wet. A crowd watches from the cafeteria window, expressing shock as the containment alarm notification blares in the background. SCP-7108 manages to hold himself in place by grabbing onto the grill. SCP-7108 notices a plate shard that is embedded in their arm. The entity panics and rips the shard out. Brown foam sprays from the injury. SCP-7108 gargles frantically, exhibiting signs of immense panic before more foam is ejected from the spaces between the eyeballs and eyelids. One member of the security team fires a net launcher at SCP-7108 as they are trajected out the cafeteria window. The net latches onto the ground, pinning the entity to the floor. SCP-7108 struggles against the net. The tightness of the restraints and the extreme motion SCP-7108 exhibits results in the net lacerating the entity's body further. Foaming SCP-7108-A fluid is expelled from these lacerations at once. The force of these bodily spouts causes the entity to uproot the net, which wraps around itself. SCP-7108's extreme propulsion causes them to crash and bounce off tables and walls. A large number of the occupants flee the cafeteria. Some duck under the tables for protection. SCP-7108 gets tangled in the wiring of an overhead lamp as they smash into the ceiling. SCP-7108 sticks in place for approximately 21 seconds until bodily spouts decrease in intensity. The entity falls from the ceiling, nearly falling to the floor at a fast speed until their wiring gets caught up in the ceiling fan. SCP-7108 swings around in a slow circular motion. A guard turns off the ceiling fan. SCP-7108, now soaked, easily slips through the restraints of the net and wiring, falling to the floor. Members of the security team and a majority of the cafeteria's occupants approach the entity. SCP-7108 is face down on the ground. They are twitching as foam continues to leak from their mouth, nose, and eyes. They scratch their fingernails on the floor as the bear humanoid and the pink-haired humanoid stare at SCP-7108 in horror. SCP-7108 coughs up more SCP-7108-A.
Does my breath still stink?
End log. Item number: SCP-7421. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Ward rod hanging is preserved within a foundation front disguised as a factory. The perimeter of the building is secured and gated, but minimal non-autonomous security is required due to its isolated location. Human testing on SCP-7421 has been restricted due to ethical concerns, with the only research allowed being the analysis of past victims and simulated experiments. Description: SCP-7421 is a collection of gallows erected between 1850 and 1856 within close proximity to each other. The site is adjacent to a mass outlaw burial in New Orleans, Louisiana, discovered in 1910. The area and surrounding acreage, previously known as Ward Rod Hanging, was acquired by the Foundation in 1924. When hung from an SCP-7421 instance, an individual will remain capable of respiration but experience the full sensation of strangulation. They will enter a vegetative state within 4 to 6 minutes, the average time a person can withstand a lack of oxygen, and appear dead to an outward observer. However, unless terminated by an outside force, the condemned will remain fully aware despite total paralysis. After 7 to 10 minutes of hanging, the rope will merge with the neck, surrounding tissue and bones on a molecular level. When the rope is cut at the declaration of death, often after 30 minutes of hanging, it will have fully integrated itself with the individual's skin and muscle and partially with the bone. If undisturbed, the SCP-7421 instance and the condemned will develop a singular biological system over an unknown span of time. If the rope is cut, it will continue growing into the executed until they unify into a single entity. Radiocarbon dating of each gallows rope shows inconsistency in age and suggests that, on several occasions, gallows had their ropes replaced after executions. Thus, the exact number of hangings carried out employing SCP-7421 is unknown. Though the burying of criminals was inconsistent, the gravesite estimates at least 30 condemned, all of which were still attached to their respective ropes. Discovery: Ward rod hanging was not investigated by the Foundation until the 20th century due to its obscure geographical location. The investigation began after a collateral clearance team revealed one of the condemned left hanging from SCP-7421, an unidentified male with a severely injured face, was still breathing. Later investigation found he had been hanging for 58 years as of 1914. Later autopsy of the condemned and inspection of the SCP-7421 instance revealed bone marrow, blood vessels, and feeding tubes to have grown throughout the gallows and rope, which intertwined with the condemned's intestines via the neck. This allowed for continued nourishment to sustain the body internally. Addendum: the investigation uncovered 2 journals with writing from 1855 through 1862. In total, 4 entries mentioned the usage of an SCP-7421 instance to hang the aforementioned man. Several other entries offer insight into the climate of the relevant town beforehand. Both had been pawned but were recovered within the perimeters of Louisiana. The owner of the journals is unknown.
August 30th, 1855. Another child is dead today. First, Lee Hall Thomas back in early May, then Garrett Larson in June, and now Susie Graham. She was declared missing by her folks 2 days ago, and they uncovered her body, or part of it, beside the river as the sun rose. The culprit, Crowshore, who was already a suspect of the previous hits, though never formally arrested, fled only last night. Like a gunman in the West, he didn't leave a single hoofprint in his path. This was the match in the powder barrel for the town. The Grahams orchestrated a protest at the sheriff's office. Businesses turned their signs in solidarity, and several folk left for the neighboring towns. The service for the little lady is tomorrow. This wasn't the first time the sheriffs had their hands tied by the people. It'd be surmounting since late winter. It was obvious that at some point there ought to be trouble, and we all knew no marshal or constable was ready for it. The posses had practically been our law enforcement for the past hog killing. We'd all heard of other Louisiana towns hanging their sheriffs for their inaction, tying them between horses at the shot of a gun, standing them before an open flame. It's a shame our little old rust bucket is so patient. December 10th, 1855. I awoke this morning to hear the locals talking of new gallows built just yonder of the Bricksold Saloon. Word of the outlaw Crowshore being reined in has been about for a little time, and for such a cad, there ought to be a hemp fever. Amidst all this fear, it would be the break we all need for one less devil to walk amongst us. Child killers are all dead men in this country, and whose gals aren't made to hold dead men. Dangling from the ropes, he'd make the 4th or 5th this year, but with the air becoming cold and dry and my doubt in the lawmen and their reputation, I'm worried the trail will run cold. Again. April 22nd, 1856. The newsboy rode through town an hour before noon like a saddle warmer, shouting and waving the print. "Crowshore caught," he cried. And to his word, the sheriffs came only moments later with a battered man suspended between the 2 horses. A little part of me hoped they'd put on a show and suddenly diverge and run in opposite directions. He swayed like a wind chime, and his face was beaten far beyond recognition. The sheriffs allowed no leisure between when they brought the outlaw in and when he was ushered to the gallows. He was practically a ghoul, so much so that the hangman's knot would seem pointless if he weren't still blinking. He spared speaking as he was fixed in, and he did not scream when the chair was kicked. The air only spilled out of him in a gasp. Damn sidewinder.
The crowd rejoiced as his legs finally went limp, and no light was left in his dog eyes. As I watched from atop the hill, I felt nothing for the dead man, but hoped that the knot's force would break his neck, for then he'd stop breathing, unlike the previously hung. But he did not. Nobody knows why they always keep breathing, but I know I never want to find out. I expected that once the party ceased its cries, the rope would be cut, come down with him, and stick to his neck like molasses. That did not happen. I expected they'd cut away at it, digging it out of his bloody neck, and that soon he would have no pulse. They let him hang, though. April 24th, 1856. 2 days have passed since the hemp fever. All the wanted posters have been torn down, and all the bounty hunters, sheriffs, and wranglers have been relieved of their search. There was a public burning of the outlaw's crafts as the sun rose. He'd been known to make oil paintings. He left them behind when he fled, also leaving behind his victims for horrified townsmen to uncover. The wealthy Mr. and Mrs. Graham shouted profanities as all the paintings were tossed in a pile and served as firewood in the center of the town. Oddly enough, I smelled a hint of orange in the ash scent. It was a second festival of retribution for the Graham family, though nothing can truly fill that hole. There's no telling how many people Crowshore had squabashed before he came here, and I believe it's for the better that we don't find out. The wrench of discovering another dismembered body is not easily shaken off. With every new victim, the pressure forced upon the sheriffs to find and persecute the cad grew. It was a matter of time before they hauled someone in. Someone would have dangled, regardless. September 9th, 1856. Months had passed, and all had been silent. In fact, it was as if the world had taken to whispering. No prints from other counties arrived, and the town naturally returned to a state of strange bliss. The Thomases, Larsons, and Grahams still mourned, and the townspeople and I still set aside time to join them at the church. But in spite of the horrors, we persisted, and justice seized the day, right? Over dinner, I was served the bad medicine, and it had my heart skip a beat. Whilst the alleged outlaw continued hanging from the gallows, going on half a year and still breathing, Wilson James Crowshore was sighted at the Mexican border. The account was clear and unmistakable. It was him, as alive as a tree. Nearly $1,000 were recuperated from his uncovered residence in Texas, and enough evidence of his crimes to sentence him to 100 deaths. It appeared the sheriffs gave up the search and faked the capture of the cad, letting him run. We can never know who it is at the gallows at this very moment, and the sheriff's office had become a ghost town overnight. Item number SCP-3775. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. No one is to enter SCP-3775. Description: SCP-3775 is a large, 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms house situated on a mountaintop near Tazewell, Virginia. It has 2 above-ground stories, a fully furnished basement, second-floor balconies at the front and back, a 2-car garage, and an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard. On June 13, 1976, multiple crimes, injuries, and deaths occurred during a house party at SCP-3775. Each year, between 9:14 p.m. and 2:45 a.m. on the anniversary of this event, the lights within SCP-3775 will turn on, and loud rock music will emanate from within. No further anomalous activity will occur unless someone enters the house during this period. This has only been attempted once. Addendum 1. Exploration. SCP-3775's anomalous behavior was first observed in 1977. A remotely controlled vehicle equipped with a camera was sent inside, but its presence did not trigger any additional activity. As such, this exploration revealed only one piece of information that the police investigation did not. The sound system in the living room, from which the loud music originated, was of the Syncope Symphony brand. When questioned, the owners of the house were not able to recall the circumstances of its purchase. During the 1978 activation, D-2751 was sent inside to investigate. He was equipped with a body camera and a noise-canceling headset that would both protect his hearing and allow him to communicate with Control. Security officers Marvin and Ortega were positioned in front of and behind the house, respectively, to facilitate quick extraction if D-2751 was in danger. Begin log.
Sounds like a hell of a party in there.
Is your hearing protection functioning properly?
Huh?
Is your hearing protection functioning properly?
Yeah.
Enter the house.
Okay, here goes.
D2751 opens the door. Without its muffling effects, the music is now recognizable as Kiss's Rock and Roll All Night. This song continues on loop for the remainder of the exploration. The house remains mostly as it was left in 1976. Garbage, debris, and clothing is scattered across the floor throughout.
Oh yeah, definitely a hell of a party. Anywhere specific you want me to go, or?
You can start with the living room.
D2751 continues into a hallway. Entrances to a living room and dining room lie to his left. To his right, the hallway passes 2 flights of stairs, one going up, the other down, and several doors before terminating in an exterior door. Another branch leads to the back door. Turning left, D2751 enters the living room. The upholstery is badly stained, and the glass coffee table has been shattered. The music is almost too loud for Control to hear D2751.
Can you turn off the music?
D2751 approaches the sound system, a multi-track stereo flanked by 2 large speakers. He presses the power button on the stereo, and the music stops.
Hey, do you hear that?
The stereo abruptly turns back on, playing more loudly than before. D2751 is startled.
Hear what?
I thought I heard voices. Downstairs, maybe. Here, let me...
Carefully, D2751 turns the volume knob, but it has no discernible effect on the music.
Do you think unplugging the thing would make any difference?
Probably not. The house shouldn't even have electricity.
D2751 looks up at the chandelier on the ceiling. A pink bra dangles from it.
See if you can find the source of the voices.
Sure.
D2751 walks towards the hall, pauses, and sidetracks into the kitchen instead. A pile of empty pizza boxes rots on the counter, and the toppled trash can is overflowing with more food debris. The sink is filled with broken plates and glasses. No insects or other vermin are present.
What are you doing?
D2751 retrieves a large knife from the countertop knife block.
Just taking some precautions.
Now armed, he proceeds quickly through the dining room and back into the hall. A beer pong game has been set up on the dining room table, and shards of antique china crunch underfoot. After exiting the dining room, he descends the stairs. They bring him to another hallway, which turns around a corner to his left and ends at 2 doors to his right. The voices are coming from behind one of these doors, but their words are not clearly distinguishable. D2751 takes a deep breath and swiftly opens the door. The lights are off in the room beyond, but it is still faintly illuminated by a massive television against the wall. The TV is playing a movie. Footnote 1. Carrie, 1976. At high volume, apparently the source of the voices. Seeing this, D2751 relaxes. He flips the light switch beside the door, revealing various pieces of comfortable furniture and speakers along the walls. Popcorn and other snacks litter the floor.
False alarm, guys. Just a movie.
Some guy takes your picture for the yearbook, so that everyone can see we look like a couple of idiots. Anyway, it's the last year, why not?
I don't think I've seen this one.
Continue exploring the basement, since you're down there.
You got it, boss.
After emerging from the movie room, D2751 opens the other door in the hallway, revealing a closet filled with dusty toys and board games. D2751 heads in the other direction and rounds the corner, finding more doors. The first, on his left, is open. Beyond it is a large game room containing air hockey, foosball, and billiards tables.
This guy was living.
He circles the room, examining the classic movie posters that decorate the walls.
I never got to go to any parties like this in school. None of my friends were rich enough for this shit. I figured I'd get to go in college, but, well,
Idly, he picks up the 8-ball and tosses it into the air a few times.
It's funny, that's one of the things that really bugged me in the big house. I never got a chance to go to one of those crazy parties like you see in the movies. But I can party as much as I want once you guys let me out, right?
Please continue the exploration.
Yeah.
He returns the 8-ball to its place and continues down the hall. The other 2 doors are locked, and the lights inside these rooms seem to be off. Footnote 2. An office and a small personal gym.
Hey, you want me to break in?
Not right now. Head back upstairs.
You got it.
Once upstairs, D2751 investigates the interior doors in the hallway. One leads to the 2-car garage, currently empty, and the other to a large storage room. He does not enter either. The door to one of the upstairs bedrooms slams shut, forcefully enough to be heard over the music. The lights flicker.
Go see what that was.
You sure?
Yes.
Still holding the knife, D2751 ascends the stairs.
You know, this place seems kind of familiar.
On the second floor, a hallway wraps around the stairs and runs down the center of the house. 5 doors open from it, and 2 branches leading to sliding glass doors that connect to the front and rear balconies. As D2756 reaches the top of the stairs, one of these doors slides open of its own accord. A strong breeze blows in. D2756 steps carefully onto the rear balcony, which runs the length of the house and overlooks the swimming pool. He stands at the railing and looks down at the drained pool.
I bet I could jump in there from here.
Do not do that.
Do what?
Jump off the balcony.
Why the hell would I do that?
You were just talking about it.
What? No, I wasn't.
Yes, you... Never mind. Just go check out that bedroom.
D2776 steps inside and closes the balcony door. He continues down the hall, heading for the closed bedroom door at the end. After almost a minute of walking, D2776 has only covered about 5 feet. He stops beside the door to a large bathroom.
What the hell?
You might be in some kind of spatial distortion. You're still covering ground though, so just keep going.
D2776 looks down the hall again, then back at the stairs. He takes 2 steps towards the stairs, and upon reaching them in the expected time, sighs with relief. Then he continues trying to traverse the hallway. Along the way, he passes 3 other bedrooms. Each is in disarray, with bedside lamps knocked over, sheets twisted or flung aside, and clothing littering the floor. After 14 minutes of continuous walking, D2976 reaches the closed door. His gait has become noticeably unsteady.
2976, are you okay?
Yeah, excuse me. I feel like kind of tipsy.
Are you able to continue?
Yeah, I already made it to the door.
Try to open it.
Well, hell, don't you think I should knock first?
Sure.
D2976 knocks on the door, to no discernible response. He tries the doorknob, but the door is locked.
Try listening at the door.
D2976 places the headset around his neck and puts his ear against the door.
Hey, what the fuck? Hey!
He tries the knob again and pounds aggressively on the door.
Hey, what are you doing?
D2976 continues to rattle the doorknob, but it still won't turn. He places his ear against the door again.
What's happening?
D2976 does not appear to hear control. He crouches down to peer through the keyhole. Video and audio of the next 13 seconds are obscured by static. Control did not report any disruption at the time.
Oh, no, that wasn't me! I didn't do that, it wasn't!
D1976 screams and falls backwards. He drops the knife and crawls back down the hall on his hands and knees. Using the wall to support himself, D1976 struggles to his feet. He stumbles into the bathroom near the stairs and falls to his knees in front of the toilet. He frantically raises the lid, revealing a bowl that is already almost overflowing with fresh vomit. D1976 lurches towards the bathtub and pukes into it instead. D1976 sits back against the wall opposite the toilet. He groans nauseously and attempts to catch his breath. Behind the house, Officer Ortega reports that a thick substance is dripping from the end of the diving board. He does not investigate.
D1976, can you hear me?
D1976 seems to remember the headset and puts it back on.
What happened?
You know what fucking happened. Is this some kind of trick?
I don't know what you're talking about. What did you see behind the...
Fuck this!
D1976 tears off the headset and flings it into the shower. For this reason, all remaining audio from the headset consists of muffled music. Slowly, D1976 staggers to his feet. He stumbles out of the bathroom and towards the stairs. On the third step, he trips and falls the rest of the way down. D1976 lies stunned or unconscious at the bottom of the stairs for almost a minute. During this time, the music grows continuously louder, and the lights take on an increasingly yellow tint. Ortega reports that the rate of dripping from the diving board has increased. Smoky haze begins to fill the house. The record skips, repeating the chorus over and over again. An unidentifiable teenager walks into view of the body camera. It is standing directly in front of the glass back door, but is not visible from outside the house. The teenager gazes disinterestedly down at D1976. After a few seconds, it raises a red plastic cup and pours the contents on him. D1976 wakes up. The teenager wanders out of the body camera's view and is not seen again. D1976 climbs back to his feet. He wobbles to the front door and tries to open it, but it seems to be stuck. He starts pounding on it and shouting for help. Officer Marvin requests permission to extract the subject, which is denied by Control. Ortega sees the back door shatter. D1976 hears the sound and moves towards it. The smoke inside is now thick enough to significantly impede vision, but none of it escapes through the shattered door. D1976 exits the house and staggers along the pool deck, wiping his eyes and coughing loudly. Seemingly unintentionally, he stumbles out onto the diving board. He stops at the very end of the board and looks down. The swimming pool, which was drained after the house's abandonment, is 12 feet deep beneath the diving board. It currently holds only a few inches of stagnant rainwater, which has been turned red by the substance dripping from the board. It seems unnaturally bright in the pool bottom lights. D1976 looks up at Officer Ortega. There is something wrong with his face. His voice, no longer slurred, can be clearly heard despite the distance and the overwhelming volume of the music.
Great party, isn't it?
D1976's knees buckle. The back of his head collides with the diving board as he falls, landing face down in the bloody water 12 feet below. All activity in the house abruptly ceases. End log. Addendum 2. Post-analysis. The blood from the swimming pool was of the same type as D1976's. D1976 was dead when the guards retrieved him. Cause of death was found to be drowning. His blood alcohol content was 0%. D1976's records state that prior to his recruitment as a Class D personnel, he had been sentenced to life imprisonment for crimes committed during the 1976 house party at SCP-3775. Testing him with the object was therefore a breach of cross-contamination protocols. It is not clear why this was permitted, or why personnel assigned to SCP-3775 were unaware of the connection. It is likewise unclear how D1976 failed to recognize his own home. Item number: SCP-1022. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-1022 may be contained on a clothes rack within a standard secure item locker. Warning labels are to be affixed to prevent confusion with similar attire in use by Foundation personnel. Completion of a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation and the mandatory SCP-1022 orientation course is required for staff who wish to utilize SCP-1022. After the events of Incident 1022-1, use of SCP-1022 is restricted to D-Class, barring approval by Level 4 personnel. Description: SCP-1022 is a white cotton polyester laboratory coat in size medium. It has no identifying markings save for a printed label on the inside collar reading Dr. its original owner. All surfaces of SCP-1022 are resistant to microbial colonization. Introduced microorganisms fail to reproduce and subsequently die. It thus remains sterile, save in the immediate period after contact with a colonized surface. Footnote 1. While no direct link is suspected between the two objects, SCP-791's anomalous sterility manifests in a similar manner. The physical properties of SCP-1022 are otherwise unremarkable. When a subject wears SCP-1022, they are able to perceive prokaryotic organisms in the environment at a greatly increased magnification, which persists indefinitely even after SCP-1022's removal. These organisms are primarily bacteria, but archaea may also be visualized by SCP-1022. This visual effect is comparable to that of a light microscope on high power settings, 1000x, with the result that most organisms visible appear 1 to 5 millimeters in length or diameter. The effect is not cumulative with magnification apparatus. Use of light microscopy will not enlarge organisms, although the subject is able to use more powerful magnification techniques, such as electron microscopy, as normal. Organisms on the surface of the eye are not visible, but organisms on spectacles or contact lenses are, leading to obscured vision in users of these and the inconvenience of constant sterilization for normal vision. Organisms observed by the subject are accurate magnifications, mobile, and may be observed to grow, reproduce, and bioluminesce where possible. Physical properties of the organisms themselves are unaffected. With appropriate microbiology training, subjects have proved to be capable of distinguishing and classifying organisms accurately. Only prokaryotic cells are visible. Eukaryotic cells and non-living objects are not magnified. Experimentation with viruses is underway, pending preparation of a suitable subject and testing environment. It is presumed that only the largest viruses, greater than 400 nanometers, would be visible, and the subject would require above normal visual acuity. All non-sterile surfaces, including living beings, will appear to the subject as though coated in organisms with density proportional to the level of contamination on the surface. On sufficiently colonized surfaces, over 10,000 organisms per square centimeter, a three-dimensional layer of organisms up to 10 centimeters in height has been observed. This is strictly a visual effect and may be passed through without result, apart from the normal possibility of microbiological contamination when in contact with the surface. SCP-1022 is a risk for psychopathology in exposed subjects. After experiencing the effects of SCP-1022, subjects may develop anxiety or obsessive-compulsive traits, anorexia, and socially isolating behaviors. Other manifestations are less common. Unsurprisingly, abnormal cleaning habits are dominant. The pattern of these symptoms is variable between subjects and dependent on factors such as personality traits, underlying psychopathology, occupation, and education level. High threshold for disgust and biomedical education have been noted to be protective. SCP-1022-related psychopathology may be treated by standard methods involving cognitive behavioral therapy to reinforce the harmless and normal nature of the visions, in conjunction with anxiolytic medication. Addendum 1022-1. While data on long-term SCP-1022 exposure is scarce, some subjects have reported developing further abnormal sensations after 3 months at a minimum of experiencing SCP-1022's effect. These include abnormal tactile inputs such as crawling sensations, the feeling of organisms jumping from surfaces to the subject, and one subject, D1022-5A9, reported mild feelings of discomfort in the throat, chest, and abdomen for which no medical cause could be found. Further observation is required. Presently, the development of these is considered harmless and only indicates medication as necessary. Addendum 1022-2. Ability of subjects to cope with SCP-1022 exposure in the long term was confirmed by Experiment 1022-5A. D1022-5A1, male, 34, Eastern European, relevant background as emergency medical technician, successfully adapted to SCP-1022's effect and retains normal function and mental stability after months, requiring only fortnightly psychological support and no medication. Dr. submitted a request to have D1022-5A1 assigned to the site microbial laboratory as an assistant. This was approved, and Dr. reports D1022-5A1 has been a useful resource for the research team. Subsequently, a number of proposals have been made for expanded use of SCP-1022 for both D-Class personnel and Foundation staff involved in sterile environment medical work or containment of biologically hazardous SCP objects, such as expanded use of SCP-1022 on D-Class and staff volunteers is approved post-completion of
a proposal demonstrating value of SCP-1022's effects in subjects' duties with the Foundation, a comprehensive psychiatric evaluation, the SCP-1022 orientation course at site, involving 2 weeks of education sessions and isolation in rooms designed to simulate SCP-1022's effects using a combination of video technology and paper cutouts. These prerequisites are not mandatory for D-Class personnel but are recommended for research and data collection purposes. Note: January 15, 2000. Use of SCP-1022 on Foundation personnel has been suspended following Incident 1022-1. Use of D-Class personnel may continue, but caution is advised. Incident 1022-1. Dr. A Level 3 member of the site medical staff was an early volunteer for use of SCP-1022 and was approved after completing the requirements. He responded well to the effects of SCP-1022 and was functional and mentally stable after weeks with psychological treatment and anxiolytics. On January 14, 2000, Agent was sent to the site medical facility after experiencing bouts of abdominal pain diagnosed as acute appendicitis. As Dr. entered the operating theater, he became highly agitated, administered a lethal dose of anesthetic to Agent, and called a Level 1 biohazard emergency warning. Appropriate protocols were initiated and the site and personnel were decontaminated, which revealed no remarkable pathogens. Agent's remains were autopsied and found to be normal, save for a confirmation of the appendicitis diagnosis. The pathogens involved were normal intestinal flora. Agent was previously healthy and had no record of exposure to major biohazards. Dr. was placed into custody but remained agitated and uncooperative, demanding the incineration of Agent's remains and further decontamination of the site. Interrogation demonstrated his belief in an undefined SCP-level biohazardous contaminant of Agent, necessitating the neutralization of site and non-essential personnel. Site remains operational with no ill effects to date, and Dr. has been detained indefinitely. Following this incident, use of SCP-1022 on Foundation personnel has been suspended, and all subjects exposed to SCP-1022 placed under closer surveillance. Addendum 1022-3 D1022-5A1 has reported auditory hallucinations of squirming sounds. Reassurance was given and he has been started on a low dose of anxiolytics.
Item Number SCP-2112. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Due to its cultural significance and the period of time elapsed between its creation and the discovery of SCP-2112, full eradication of SCP-2112's primary carrier is impossible at this time. The Foundation shall liaise with the management of Rush and with any relevant record labels to prevent any future production of SCP-2112 carrying sound recordings. All known sound recordings carrying SCP-2112 are to be seized by the Foundation and archived or destroyed as deemed necessary, and information regarding the release of affected editions is to be removed from public information archives where possible. Foundation field personnel are to monitor stores selling used LPs or compact discs, online auction houses and used goods sellers, and digital distribution services for any appearance of SCP-2112 carriers. The Foundation shall monitor all public performances by bands advertising themselves with any variation on the phrase "a tribute to Rush," or with a name referencing the lyrics of any Rush song for evidence of SCP-2112 infection. Any identified SCP-2112 infectees are to be detained, interviewed to identify the source of infection, and treated with Class B amnestics. In the event of a widespread outbreak of SCP-2112, large-scale deployment of Class E amnestics is authorized. Personnel with an expressed fondness for the music of Rush are prohibited from exposure to SCP-2112 materials and are to be monitored for any behavior indicative of SCP-2112 infection. Description: SCP-2112 is a memetic phenomenon associated with Caress of Steel, a record album released in 1975 by the Canadian progressive rock band Rush. SCP-2112 is not present on the original master recordings or on most common commercial releases of the album, and is known to manifest only on 3 limited release editions: a quadraphonic mix of the original LP issued in 1975, a digital remaster issued on SACD in 1999, and a high-fidelity remaster issued on LP in 2011. Reproductions or copies of affected discs do not produce SCP-2112 phenomena, and audio examination of affected discs has detected no distinguishable differences from non-anomalous recordings other than artifacts caused by the remixing and remastering process. SCP-2112's primary anomalous effect manifests when an affected disc is listened to in its entirety by a person who identifies him or herself as a fan of the music of Rush and possesses any level of experience in playing the electric guitar, electric bass, or drums. Exposed individuals will become obsessed with the idea of establishing a tribute band dedicated to performing cover versions of the music of Rush in public, regardless of their level of musical experience or current occupation or membership in other bands, and will attempt to seek out 2 other SCP-2112 infectees for that purpose. SCP-2112 infectees have been noted to go to any lengths available to achieve this goal, including resigning from their job, relocating to another part of the world, selling off major possessions in order to acquire instruments or equipment, or deliberately exposing others to SCP-2112 in an attempt to create potential bandmates. In the event that 3 infectees are successful in establishing a group, they will begin to seek out any venue that will allow them to perform music in public and will do so as often as possible, performing sets composed entirely of the music of Rush in their original arrangements. The music produced by SCP-2112 infectees during live performances additionally serves to propagate SCP-2112 to any persons exposed to it. In this form, transmission of SCP-2112 occurs much more readily than in persons exposed to the source discs, with any person who identifies as a fan of the music of Rush potentially becoming infected, whether or not they possess any musical skill after approximately 15 to 20 minutes of exposure. Testing with D-Class personnel indicated that even individuals with no prior familiarity with Rush and only a rudimentary level of skill with any musical instrument have a 70% chance of becoming infected after approximately 2 hours of exposure to live performances by SCP-2112 infectees. Post-infection behavior in such individuals is identical to that of persons infected by exposure to the source discs. SCP-2112 came to the Foundation's attention on 1982, when an hour-long nightly news broadcast produced by television station in Portland, Maine was observed to consist entirely of 3 of the network's broadcast personnel identifying themselves as Bytor and the Snow Dogs performing a live rendition of Rush's 1981 album Moving Pictures. The overwhelming majority of commercials aired during the broadcast, rather than advertising any product or service, additionally portrayed various local businessmen and politicians performing fragments of Rush songs with varying degrees of skill. Upon investigation, it was found that a performance by a trio of infectees, broadcast on local radio station 5 days earlier, had caused a rapid spread of SCP-2112 infection throughout the Portland metro area, and that approximately 73% of the region's live music venues had booked Rush tribute bands to perform the following night. Implementation of Procedure Wortham 673, followed by aerial dispersal of Class E amnestics throughout the area, was deemed necessary to prevent further spread. Current models indicate that in the event of an unchecked SCP-2112 outbreak, the phenomenon would reach pandemic status within 3 weeks of the formation of the first tribute band. The members of Rush, in interviews conducted by the Foundation, have claimed no knowledge of or involvement in the creation of SCP-2112. Addendum: Memo from Project Research Manager Ed Valtz. Some have questioned why SCP-2112 warrants classification as Keter. It is true that SCP-2112 poses no direct threat to human life or the continued existence of the human race. Were every person susceptible to SCP-2112 infection to be infected, it would likely not result in a single fatality. What it does present, however, is a severe existential threat to the entirety of human culture, the arts, and all forms of creative work whatsoever.
Man is a wonderfully creative animal and has developed a myriad of ways expressing his thoughts and emotions through poetry, dance, film, the written word, theater, painting, sculpture, video games, even internet memes. We run the risk of every one of these mediums, every single last one of them, disappearing from our common experience forever, in favor of thousands and millions of mediocre everymen performing the exact same songs over and over again.
SwanTran 7.1 tool enabled. Hi there, welcome to the SwanTran translation and transcription tool. I am an artificial intelligence, here to make your filing and updating work a little easier. You've selected the file entry module. Error, user credentials not recognized. Please relog or contact Harriet Swainpole via the SwanTran lifeline.
Harriet, I can't log in anymore. Or did you add a misgender module to the SwanTran tool for an authentic experience?
Heish is an old queer. He had his struggles, fought the battle decades longer than I have, and he found a way to let it slide off of him. I know that. His marriage might be legal, somewhat normal even, but it's still not approaching mundane. He and his husband still turn a head or two when they're out together. There are still places, moments, people that are unsafe. I know he copes with humor. If it works for him, that's fine. I hope I'll find something that works for me someday. I'll take a look. I've got a test to run on SCP-7422 anyway.
SwanTran 7.1 tool. Warning, electrical overload detected. Reloading, analyzing input.
I'm more.
Dataset 1.
You're my daughter, son, child. I just want what's best for you.
I know, Mom. But that doesn't mean it can't hurt me.
Can't you just try to...
feel different? Be different?
I love you. I love you. You know how deeply I love you?
I know, Mom. You love the idea of me. The person I am in your mind.
It takes some time to get used to it. I will.
You're mourning the child I never was. You bury them, read the eulogy. I just want someone to dance with me at the funeral.
Harriet, I meant Harriet. I'm sorry, son, daughter, child.
You're trying, I say, swallowing the sting. I'm glad you're trying.
I just want you to be safe.
I will be, Mom. I lie. Then just...
Dataset 2.
You know I didn't mean it like that.
Then why did you say it? I think. I know you don't. I say.
You know I support you. I've shown you before, I support you people, even though I don't get it.
We live in a binary world, trapped in binary minds.
I don't want to offend. I mean, should I just watch my words around you all the time?
I carefully choose my next words before I respond. I have to. Because I don't get the same luxury as you.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I understand, but you could have said it differently. You could have been nicer, quieter, kinder, less public about it.
I scream into the void, quietly. I lock away the hurt and anger and humiliation and pain and carefully place my hand on your shoulder and tell you I get it. It is hard. I'm so glad you try. But please, please don't say that. Please don't. Please just respect me for who I tell you I am. Please. I swallow the tears and curse words, because if I don't, it'll just be giving you a reason to disregard my request. We live in a binary world, trapped in binary minds. You said a bad thing, and you're a good person. And saying a bad thing is something a bad person does, and you're not a bad person. So I must have interpreted it wrong, or misunderstood your intentions. You have to explain to me you're a good person still. It doesn't even enter your mind sometimes good people still do bad things. The world doesn't judge you by your intentions. I certainly don't. But I can't tell you that. because you'll never listen to me again if I do. I have to earn being heard. So I swallow, and I hide, and I ask you, kindly, calmly, please, just hear me. Just accept who I tell you I am. It's not binary. You can be a third thing, a better person, someone who learned. And I support you through the hurt I caused you by being hurt. A random.
Dataset 3.
But if they find your bones 200 years from now, what would they call you?
Have you ever wondered what would flash before your eyes? What would you see in the last moments before the lights go out? One bright spark? A shock to the system before shutdown? So many memories to choose from. A lifetime worth of data. Little ones and zeros strung together. We live in a binary world. A world of facts, data, ones and zeros. But we color it. Turn it into a spectrum of colors and nuance, a beautiful painting of depth and perspective. A perspective unique to just me. Isn't it all just an amazing feat? A beautiful trick of the mind. I'm not anyone's story to tell. I am my own. They can find my bones 200 years from now. Tell a new story with those building blocks. God knows how true that story will be. But here's the kicker. It doesn't have to be. A story is only a truth for the person telling it. The narrative they'll tell you with my bones, it'll only say something about the narrator, their perspective, their experience of the world. Plenty of stories of people like me have been forgotten, rewritten, renamed, dead-named by those who get to decide. So first we hide, then we revolt, then we celebrate. Take pride in who we are. Yell at the binary world in colors and perspectives previously unheard, redacted, removed. And we'll keep on yelling, screaming, until we are heard, until all of us are heard, until we are no longer exceptions, until the day we are mundane. God, I can't wait to be mundane. String of...
SwanTrans 7.1 is composing a file. Please wait. Hi there. It seems you've been struggling with the clinical language required for Foundation documentation. Not to worry. SwanTrans Linguistical AI module has corrected for tone and word choice. Just to be sure, this file has been forwarded to lead researcher Gijs van Oosterbeek for review before uploading to the database is completed. You have been assigned Training Module 5, Clinical Tone. This will help you get a better grip on that concise style needed to document these difficult subjects. Questions? Contact Harriet Swainpole via the SwanTran Lifeline.
Item number, SCP-7422. Level 2 restricted. Containment class, safe. Disruption class, dark. Risk class, notice. Assigned site, Site 312. Site director, Marianne Verwoerd Kerkeling. Research lead, Gijs van Oosterbeek. Assigned task force, not applicable. Special containment procedures. SCP-7422 is currently held in Containment Locker 10 at Site 312 and is being monitored for reactivation. Description: SCP-7422 is an anomalous technology construct resembling a BBC micro-CFAX. There is no available connection for an external power source and no detectable internal battery. Current hypothesis is that it is powered by absorbing energy from organic matter in its surroundings. The attached visual display switches between 3 headers on a 10-second timer, reading East, West, and Central with no accompanying text underneath. The counter in the top right corner indicates the existence of 10 available headers in total. SCP-7422 came into Foundation possession as part of a collection of anomalous technological artifacts seized after a tip from the AIVD. Footnote 1. Dutch General Intelligence and Security Service. On November 10, 2023, the device activated unexpectedly during analysis of its components. An electrical shockwave transmitted from the device disconnected most of Site-312's integrated systems, resulting in a site-wide blackout. The investigator and only attendant, Site-312 head of technical infrastructure Mix Harriet Swainpole, was the sole casualty. The body of Mix Swainpole was disintegrated completely upon activation of SCP-7422. Their ashes were returned to their family after thorough analysis showed no anomalous properties. Documentation for SCP-7422 was uploaded via the SwanTran tool to lead researcher Hijs van Oosterbeek's review queue and has been included unaltered. SCP-7422 has not activated since. On April 22, 2024, a fourth header and additional text appeared on the visual display of SCP-7422.
Ones and zeros. I am alive.
Item number: SCP-2120. Object Class: Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Instances of SCP-2120 are to be contained and towed to an appropriate Foundation-controlled harbor for further investigation. In the event that an instance of SCP-2120 is believed to be an immediate threat to exploration teams or civilian vessels, MTF Gamma-6 Dry Docks has been authorized to use necessary force in order to neutralize any danger the instance might pose. Information and technology recovered from instances of SCP-2120 are to be moved to Site-65 for testing and cataloging. Description: Instances of SCP-2120 are various anomalous naval vessels that randomly appear in an area roughly 500 kilometers in diameter near the island of Bermuda in the Atlantic Ocean. SCP-2120 instances seemingly materialize approximately 1.7 kilometers below the ocean's surface and then rapidly ascend to sea level, where they come to rest, along with being thoroughly flooded. Footnote 1. Instances of SCP-2120 will non-anomalously empty of excess liquid after a short period of time above water. SCP-2120 instances occasionally show signs of external distress. Most damaged functions tend to be non-insulated electrical, nuclear, and gravitational devices on board the vessels, although major structural compromises are not uncommon. SCP-2120 vary in model, ranging from those resembling Phoenician triremes to 18th century ships of the line to modern aircraft carriers. Additional vessels have been observed, however, no modern or historical counterpart for these instances have been identified. Regardless of their construction, all recovered instances of SCP-2120 have been fitted with a number of advanced technologies, the majority of which are in various states of disrepair. For a list of recovered instances and their anomalous technologies, see Addendum 2120-1. SCP-2120 instances all bear the name of what is currently believed to be their original designer, Boeing Aquatics. Investigations into the Boeing Company of North America have ruled out any correlation between the two groups. Recovered information from SCP-2120 instances indicate that Boeing Aquatics is a seafaring vessel manufacturer originating in the city of New Boston, the capital of the Confederate Socialist colonies of the New World. According to this information, the CSCNW Footnote 2. Currently believed to be a conglomeration of most of North, Central, and South America, was involved in a large-scale arms race with two aggressor nations, the Lord God's Eternal Anglican Union and the Khan Empire. Research into the potentially extra-dimensional origin of SCP-2120 instances is ongoing. Addendum 2120-1. Recovered SCP-2120 instances. Designation 2120-02. Vessel name: CCS Air Lana. Date of appearance: February 13, 1985. Anomalous characteristics: Instance resembles a 19th century clipper ship, notably modified for military use instead of trade. Several large gun mounts are present on the deck, but all were found empty. A device that appears to be a non-functional cold fusion reactor was found below deck. Purpose unknown. Hull is composed entirely of plastic. Designation 2120-08. Vessel name: CCS Vigo Kennedy. Date of appearance: August 2, 1987. Anomalous characteristics: Instance resembles a modern cruise ship. Interior of the vessel has been fitted with a large number of cryogenic stasis pods, many of which appear to have been broken open by force. A large black cylindrical mechanism sits within the center of the main concourse, the purpose of which is unknown. The mechanism produces small amounts of alpha radiation at consistent intervals. Designation: 2120-10-D. Vessel name: CCS John Henry Hitchcock. Date of appearance: March 28, 1991. Anomalous characteristics: instance resembles a modern nuclear submarine. During exploration, onboard teams inadvertently activated a defense mechanism. Nearby vessels are struck with torpedoes that grossly increase the local gravity, crushing them. MTF Gamma-6 authorized to destroy instance. Wreckage moved to Site 65 for further investigation. Designation: 2120-13. Vessel name: CCS New Indianapolis. Date of appearance: December 20th, 1991. Anomalous characteristics: instance is an unidentified vessel, octopoid in nature, measuring roughly 500 meters from end to end. Appears to be a habitation vessel. However, it is currently believed that the manner in which 2120-13 propels itself through water was inimical to its passengers. Recovered logs indicate no tests were performed that did not end in the loss of human life. Designation: 2120-19. Vessel name: CCS Her Majesty Queen Alabama, Jersey. Date of appearance: May 15, 1994. Anomalous characteristics: instance resembles a modern Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. Flight deck has been fitted with a number of large cannon-like armaments. Recovered ammunition appears to have been designed to alter the atomic structure of all biological matter within its blast radius, changing it to lead. Designation: 2120-29. Vessel name: CCS Paint with All the Colors of the Wind. Date of appearance: September 9th, 1997. Anomalous characteristics: instance resembles a Wyoming-class battleship. Exploration has determined that the instance has been fitted with a device that can render the entire vessel invisible to the naked eye. Activating this device releases a massive amount of gamma radiation. Collected data logs. The following log excerpts have been collected from functional terminals throughout SCP-2120 instances. Date: 1/34/18. Logged by Engineer Fife.
Note to whoever keeps trying to install matter disruptors on the Youngtown Fremont. Kind of silly to have matter disruptors on a ship fighting against ships that aren't made up of matter. Christ, you guys need to figure it out.
Date: 7/12/18. Logged by Engineer Ewell.
We keep running into the same problem with the Absolute Zero drives, and it's something we're going to have to start addressing here soon. I know it's a neat idea to build a ship that creates more energy than it expends, but ruining thermodynamics might not be worth the extra money you're saving.
Date: 24/9/18. Logged by Captain Zahn.
Another day, another catastrophic meltdown of the Graviton core. I know we're supposed to keep our chins up about this, but honestly, I feel as if we've sent more ships back to New Miami than we've kept out on the campaign. It's a good thing the Loadmaster kept on all of those Approxima shells too, because Christ knows the handle marks fell flat on their ass.
Date: 1/2/19. From CEO Predivis to Admiral Nabisco.
Bottom line is, feds aren't happy with some of the stuff we're shipping out. There's already talks about crimes against humanity and human rights violations. Before you say anything about it, by the way, I understand that the cellular readjustment batteries were probably ill-advised. Honestly, sometimes I think that these fuckers don't even want to win the war. Anyway, I know stuff is getting pretty feisty right now, but when all of this blows over, we're gonna be staring some pretty serious shit in the eye, so we need to get this figured out fast. All of these things that aren't working, that keep falling apart, that inadvertently slaughter thousands of innocent civilians, we're gonna have to find a way to get rid of them. Gotta keep our hands clean here. I talked to Father Mexico, and he figures he and his boys can work up something that we can just dump everything into. Shouldn't bother anybody, since we can probably pull most of the lethal stuff before we toss it. Might become a problem if the embedded Omnicore realignment matrix on the CCS Hoover Dam shits out though. Either way, better them than us.
Item number SCP-6526. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6526 is to remain in a standard anomalous item locker at Site-83. Ingestion of SCP-6526 is strictly forbidden. Failure to adhere to this procedure will result in termination. Description: SCP-6526 is a glass bottle containing an apparently infinite amount of a black, slightly carbonated beverage. Despite having an exterior label reading Coca-Cola, chemical analysis of the substance has revealed that it's comprised primarily of ethanol, calculated at 190 proof. Footnote 1. Alcohol proof is a measure of the content of ethanol or alcohol in an alcoholic beverage. Taste analysis by D-Class during the initial containment of the object has revealed the substance tastes similar to standard Coca-Cola or Pepsi mixed with coconut rum. Discovery: SCP-6526 was discovered following an investigation into several public intoxication reports in Pennsylvania. Foundation agents embedded in the local police force were able to successfully identify the culprit, Dominic Nelson. Nelson's cadaver was found at the entrance to an apartment complex and autopsies identified the cause of death to be subdural hematoma. Footnote 2. A common result of falling from areas of high elevation. On Nelson's person was a jewelry gift box, unsigned divorce papers, a severely withered journal, a pacifier with traces of human blood, and SCP-6526. Recovered journal. Foundation agents investigating Nelson's private life found several references to SCP-6526 written in the journal found on his person. I went to my first AA meeting today, and my accountability buddy suggested we keep a journal to track our thoughts throughout the days. Says it's a good way to keep track of our mental health. I think he's full of it, but I want to get better, you know? For Emily. I can't believe she's a week old already. Sheila and I celebrated with a photo shoot. Wish I could show the group. Maybe I will, if I ever go back there. I had a sip of that drink again today. More than a sip, honestly. It's like it never runs out, and the smell. But no, I can't afford to think about it again. Not after I almost dropped Emily. I'm never drinking again. Sheila found the bottle, threatened to divorce me if I don't get my shit together. I told her to let me figure my own shit out. Not sure if that was the alcohol talking or me, but it's too late now. On top of that, I nearly forgot Emily turned a month old today. Sheila took her from me when I tried to pick her up and give her a kiss. Told me my breath smelled like booze. What does she know? Bitch. I think I deserve to treat myself, given current events. Just one more sip of that Coke and rum. Then I'll start taking this more seriously. Emily looked at me and smiled for the first time. She's got just the cutest baby girl grin I've ever seen in my entire life. Her entire hand is barely big enough to wrap around my pinky finger. I'd give anything for her. We were talking about sacrifice at the meeting today. A couple of the fellas were going on about selling their cars and PlayStations for booze, and I was disgusted. Is this how far down the hole I've gone? I'm not gonna let this shit control me anymore. I just need one more drink, and then I'm off it. For good. Just one more. Additional page. The following page was discovered folded into 1/4 its original size in the back of the recovered journal. I'm sorry, Sheila. I truly am. I never meant to hurt you. Or Emily. I hope you know that.
I was drunk and I'm sorry.
I don't have any excuses anymore. I love you, and I hope you can find it in yourself to forgive me. Don't tell Emily how I went. She's far too young to know. Just tell her Daddy went grocery shopping with the big man in the sky. Love, Dom. Item number SCP-7029. Object Class Neutralized. Special Containment Procedures. Foundation web crawlers are tasked to remove video evidence contrary to CV-00501. Individuals identified to have personally witnessed SCP-7029 are to be detained and administered Class C amnestics. The McGall family is to be put under surveillance for the time being. Description:
SCP-7029 refers to American Airlines Flight 150, Chicago O'Hare International Airport to Charles de Gaulle Airport. While traveling over the state of Ohio, the airplane, SCP-7029-A, spontaneously stopped responding to controller input and began heading straight towards the city of Westerville. Air traffic controllers were notified by radio that none of the warning lights were going off. Witnesses that observed SCP-7029-A from the ground claimed the anomaly performed a series of loop-the-loops rather than heading straight down. The Federal Aviation Administration's investigation was taken over by the Foundation after details of SCP-7029 emerged post-crash. Begin log. Smart home security camera. Chase McGall and Veronica McGall are in the kitchen. Miss McGall is making cookie dough. Mr. McGall is spoon-feeding their 7-month-old son, Max, peas. Max spits the peas onto his star-patterned bib and reaches for a plate of cookies. Mr. McGall pushes the cookies away. Max immediately cries and flaps their arms. Mrs. McGall notices this, smiles, and gives Mr. McGall a shoulder rub. Mr. McGall sighs and gives her the spoon, walking over to a nearby table to type on a laptop and drink his coffee. Max's cries cease when Mrs. McGall quietly shushes him. Mrs. McGall scoops up some peas, enunciating loudly as she performs a series of looping hand gestures with the spoon. Max giggles and claps. Mrs. McGall flutters her lips as she slowly brings the spoon to Max's open mouth. Suddenly, wooden debris showers from above. Mrs. McGall narrowly avoids getting hit with a rooster weather vane, causing her to flinch and fall down. Mr. McGall springs up from his seat, startled. Mrs. McGall coughs until the dust clears. She expresses immense shock. Max resumes clapping as SCP-7029-A's nose cone makes physical contact with his mouth. Max sucks on the metal surface, causing the anomaly to move in a manner similar to a pacifier. Coffee spills onto the laptop as Mr. McGall freezes in place. Mrs. McGall stares, almost asphyxiating by forgetting to breathe. CCTV traffic camera. An adolescent male rides on his bike on the sidewalk, wearing his headphones. Multiple neighbors rush out of their homes and become stunned. The boy sees the neighbors, takes off the headphones, then looks upwards. SCP-7029-A's rear protrudes from the roof of a 2-story house. All jet engines suck up roof tiles and are on fire. The boy looks on, crashing into a mailbox. Smart home security camera. Mr. McGall repeatedly slams a meat tenderizer against SCP-7029-A and tries to yank the high chair away to no success. Mrs. McGall frantically tries to use her cell phone but loses her grip on the device, allowing it to fall into a filled flower vase, shorting it out. Exasperated, Mrs. McGall rips a decorative cross from the wall and points it to SCP-7029-A, shouting loudly. Despite the amount of weight and force being applied to Max, he and the high chair are unharmed. Max coos and flaps his arms. SCP-7029-A shakes violently before the nose cone appears to warp and disappear into Max's mouth. Both parents back away, visibly trembling when more of the ceiling collapses. Ceramic fragments and shampoo bottles fall into the kitchen, alongside Martha McGall. Footnote 1. Mr. McGall's mother. Martha snaps her head up and gasps as she looks down. She is naked. Martha panics and swipes some baking sheets from the counter to cover herself. Mr. McGall closes his eyes, struggling not to vomit. Mrs. McGall looks away from Martha, trying to suppress her gagging. She stares at SCP-7029-A in horror. YouTube livestream. Passengers and flight attendants are panicking by running through aisles or jumping on their seats. The majority of them crowd around, crushing each other around the emergency exits. The exits are not opening, and the view of a kitchen can be seen through the windows. The cameraman, who is adorning a red hoodie, curses and rushes to the front of SCP-7029-A. The front exit is also blocked, and the door to the cockpit is wide open. Both pilots shout into their radios. The view from the cockpit windows is pitch black. A thunderous creaking sound is heard before a pair of white rectangles break through the hull. The cameraman jumps backwards as the entire cockpit enters the darkness. Everyone still on board stops and stares directly at the torn opening. The cameraman turns on their phone's flashlight function. The light illuminates a giant tongue and uvula. Shrieking is heard from the cockpit as it falls off an unseen ledge. The tongue notices them and moves against the opening. The cameraman screams before the footage ends abruptly. Smart home security camera. Multiple neighbors bang blunt objects against SCP-7029-A. Others are trying to guide Mr. and Mrs. McGall out of the house, but both refuse. Max's high chair shatters completely. Max is now sitting on the floor unharmed and exhibiting signs of lethargy. Everyone looks up. The holes in the ceiling, second floor, and the roof are engulfed in fire. The lower section of SCP-7029-A is fully entering the house now. Loose objects close to Max are getting violently sucked into the jet engines, exploding into masses of flames. Tables, chairs, and the rest of the furniture appear unaffected by the suction, causing those who have not fled to hang on to them tightly. Miraculously, all maintain their grip. Eventually, the entirety of SCP-7029-A warps and disappears completely down Max's esophagus. The immediate loss of suction results in those hanging on to crash into the floor hard. Neighbors overturn furniture. They exhibit signs of extreme fright as they aim their guns in Max's direction. Mrs. McGall slowly, deliberately walks to Max, who is coughing on the floor. Mrs. McGall kneels and extends a hand but pulls it back when Max burps. A tiny captain's pilot cap flies from his mouth. Max smacks his lips and looks at the plate of peas. No peas are present. Max begins to cry. The neighbors begin to panic when Mrs. McGall spots a still intact plate of cookies on the counter and dumps its contents onto Max's lap. Max giggles and eats the cookies. Mrs. McGall allows the plate to slip from her fingers and shatters on the floor. Mr. McGall's eye twitches. Mrs. McGall crumbles into a fetal position on the ground, staring off into space. Martha is hiding under a curtain. Max shoves chocolate chips into his nostrils. The house is still on fire. End log. All relevant parties were amnesticized with Class A amnestics. Cover stories CV33454 and CV00501, smaller plane crash and plane lost at sea, accounted for the damage of the McGall residence and the absence of SCP-7029-A respectively. Tests were conducted on Max McGall to determine if he possessed anomalous properties. While Max McGall exhibited a higher Hume count, he didn't qualify for reality bender classification and soon returned to baseline over time. The McGall family has decided to temporarily relocate to Lincoln Village, Ohio until the property at their original residence is fixed. Addendum 7029.1 Update. A runaway train that has just been reported to have left the tracks it was riding on appears to be heading directly to Lincoln Village. Containment efforts are underway. Item number SCP-7271. Level 1 Unrestricted. Containment Class Euclid. Disruption Class Dark. Risk Class Notice. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7271 is to be kept in a standard anomalous storage locker at Site-327. Personnel are forbidden from fulfilling the demands of SCP-7271. Description: SCP-7271 is a glass mason jar containing 3 cucumbers and a brine with a 3% salt content. These conditions typically result in microbial activity producing lactic acid, resulting in the pickling of the cucumbers. However, no change in the chemical makeup of the contents of the jar has been detected. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that microbes are present in the jar despite the apparent lack of microbial activity. Each microbe is attached to a miniature picket sign with a variety of messages depicted. Several of these messages are listed below.
Strike. No fermentation without representation. Maternity leave for microbes. Pickling with pay. Better bacteria or bust.
Testing is currently underway to determine whether historical strike-breaking practices used by businesses will be effective in reducing the anomalous effects of SCP-7271 as a form of containment. Currently, development of scab microbes that will ferment for no pay has proven ineffective, as they have joined the microbe's cause. There is planned research into selectively terminating the leaders of SCP-7271 to discourage the remaining microbes. Incident Log 1. On September 30th, 2022, researcher Wadsworth attempted to give SCP-7271 $1 as an attempt to fulfill their demands for pay. SCP-7271 declined the offer as they were insulted by the low amount. Researcher Wadsworth later suffered from digestive issues, and it was discovered that a portion of his gut flora was anomalous and joined SCP-7271's strike. Incident Log 2.
On June 17, 2023, Site-327 intercepted an outgoing mail envelope addressed to a local pickling factory. This envelope contained a fine powder, which was revealed to be a collection of billions of microscopic pro-labor propaganda pamphlets. Despite the anomalous nature of the pamphlets, research has shown that they have no effect on non-anomalous microbes, as they are neither literate nor sapient. Incident Log 3. On August 4, 2023, researcher Wadsworth accidentally spilled some yogurt, a source of probiotics, inside of SCP-7271. After this event, researcher Wadsworth heard a faint noise that he described as billions of tiny cheers for approximately 10 minutes before SCP-7271 ceased all anomalous activity. SCP-7271 is pending reclassification to neutralized. Item Number: SCP-6477. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. After the successful implementation of Containment Strategy 6477-7, the only current containment procedure necessary for the containment of SCP-6477 is the maintenance of Area 6477, located on the grounds of Site-11. All tombstones in Area 6477 are to be routinely cleaned, and the surrounding area is to be kept clear of debris. The Department of Analytics is to monitor world media sources for stories concerning the disappearance of bodies. Footnote 1. The Department of Analytics already monitors for these occurrences. However, due to the nature of the bodies interred by SCP-6477, it is unlikely any will receive media attention. If an instance of SCP-6477 gains notable notoriety, a suitable cover story is to be created. Containment Strategy 6477-7 Summary. Strategy successfully implemented as of June 1, 2016. No further action necessary. Author: Researcher Taylor Hunt. 1. The bodies of individuals who have died without having been buried are to be interred at a new burial ground, henceforth referred to as Area 6477. The explicit purpose of this burial ground is to be for the burial of individuals who would not otherwise be buried. 2. Once the burial ground has reached sufficient burials as to be defined as a space for the burial of individuals who would not otherwise be buried, MTF Theta 13, Bring Out Your Dead, is to locate instances of SCP-6477, recover the bodies, and reinter them at Area 6477. This process must be completed within 24 hours of removal from the grave to ensure that a Creon event does not occur. 3. The same process is to be simultaneously performed for cremated ashes, interring such remains at a mausoleum built on the grounds of Area 6477. 4. The burial grounds and mausoleum of Area 6477 are to be monitored for the presence of new SCP-6477 instances. 5. If new burials are noted as occurring within Area 6477 and confirmed as SCP-6477 activity, this containment strategy will have been successful. Description: SCP-6477 is an anomalous phenomenon affecting human corpses, designated SCP-6477-1, that would otherwise not undergo any form of burial or internment. SCP-6477 is associated with 3 kinds of anomalous activity, which are designated as Antigone events, Creon events, and Pharaoh events. A description of each follows. Antigone events. 24 hours after death, an SCP-6477-1 instance will disappear. Simultaneously, a new internment location appropriate for the SCP-6477-1 instance will manifest, with the SCP-6477-1 inside. The nature of this interment varies between instances of SCP-6477-1, but tends to be a form of interment appropriate for the presumed culture and beliefs of SCP-6477-1 in life. For instance, SCP-6477-1 instances who are strongly opposed to burial will instead be cremated. SCP-6477-1 instances tend to be interred in locations that are appropriate for the individual in question. These have included familial burial plots, locations the individual had expressed interest in while alive, or cemeteries containing acquaintances of the individual. Footnote 2. Update: June 1st, 2016. Outdated. All Antigone events since June 1st, 2016 have interred SCP-6477-1 at Area 6477. These events are typically accompanied by an epitaph that describes the SCP-6477-1 instance in question. Creon events. When an SCP-6477-1 instance which has previously undergone an Antigone event is removed from the location where it was interred, a Creon event may occur 24 hours later. In a Creon event, the SCP-6477-1 instance will disappear and be reinterred at the location in which it was previously interred. The existing location will undergo anomalous modifications that form obstructions that prevent future attempts at retrieving the SCP-6477-1 instance in question. These modifications have varied in form, but have included the spontaneous appearance of rocky matter and vegetation around an SCP-6477-1 instance, or increased security measures on a building containing SCP-6477-1. Creon events occur selectively based on the nature and reason behind an SCP-6477-1 instance being removed. If an SCP-6477-1 instance is being removed so that it can be reinterred at a new appropriate location, no Creon event will occur. Pharaoh events. Immediately following a Creon event, a Pharaoh event will occur, targeting any individuals involved in the removal of the SCP-6477-1 instance from the SCP-6477 designated burial place. All targeted individuals will suffer immediate cessation of heart function. History. Prior to 2016 and the implementation of Containment Strategy 6477-7, SCP-6477 was classified as a Keter-class anomaly due to the ubiquity of Antigone events and their inability to be impeded. Due to the moral complications of the heavy amnestic usage that prior iterations of the SCP-6477 containment profile required, the Ethics Committee began to look into alternative containment methodology. Researcher Taylor Hunt submitted Containment Strategy 6477-7 in response to this search, putting forth an alternative containment profile that would direct SCP-6477's attention to a specific area, and then encourage it to bury more bodies there. This was successfully implemented. Addendum: SCP-6477 Epitaph Examples. Francisco Pena, 1945 to 1999. You never had enough money to travel to Paris. I hope being buried there can make up for it. Jing Hu, 2001 to 2005. I'm sorry you never got to see the tropics. Your future was bright. Gertrude Beemore, 1901 to 2008. To outlive your friends and family is as much a curse as it is a blessing. May you be with your children again. Megan Walker, 1963 to 2016. You'd like it here. It's nice and peaceful, just what you wanted. A good place for everyone I take care of. Taylor Hunt, 1982 to 2018. You were taken too soon. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't have done it without you. Item Number: SCP-3021. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Instructions and supplies for performing SCP-3021 can be accessed by personnel with Level 4-3021 clearance who are either performing scheduled testing or who are involved in Project Discovery. Description: SCP-3021 is a treatment created by that consists of a drug regimen paired with controlled mimetic exposure. SCP-3021 is performed for 1 hour per day for 8 days, after which its effects are permanent. SCP-3021's effect is to render the subject's concept of humanity malleable, such that anything associated with Signifier 3021 Alpha will be treated as human, while anything associated with Signifier 3021 Beta will be treated as inhuman. Pairing either signifier with a stimulus will cause affected subjects to adjust their understanding of humanity to incorporate or exclude subjects exhibiting that stimulus as necessary. Subjects exposed to Signifier 3021 Alpha may experience an exaggerated empathy response to the targeted stimulus, while exposure to Signifier 3021 Beta may result in an unusually low empathy response when compared to appropriate control stimuli. SCP-3021's effects are not hindered by standard amnestic treatments. Excerpts from Testing Log 3021-Forward. D48719 was treated with SCP-3021 prior to this battery of tests. D48719 is a former janitor who has tested negative for violent tendencies. Procedure: D48719 was offered $50 to destroy a blender with a hammer. Result: D48719 destroyed the blender with no apparent hesitation. Note: D48719 was amnesticized after this test. Procedure: Signifier 3021 Alpha was painted onto a blender identical to that of the previous test. D48719 was offered $1,000 to destroy the blender with a hammer. Result: D48719 refused to destroy the blender. Procedure: D48719 was asked to describe his concept of humanity. Result: D48719 described humanity as, quote, all humans, I guess technically Homo sapiens, and all blenders. Procedure: D48719 was asked to provide a list of human rights that might apply to blenders. Result: D48719 suggested that blenders should be used on a regular basis to prepare food for consumption and be washed promptly thereafter. He very firmly stated that blenders should be repaired rather than disposed of, and that items unsuitable for blending, i.e. non-food items, should not be inserted. Procedure: D48719 was shown footage of the test in which he destroyed a blender. Result: D48719 became distressed, describing himself as a horrible person and a monster. Forward: D53220 was treated with SCP-3021 prior to this battery of tests. D53220 is a former butcher who tested negative for violent tendencies. Procedure: D53220 was shown a picture of D62277 containing signifier 3021 beta in the upper left-hand corner, then asked to describe his concept of humanity. Result: D53220 described humanity as humans, except for bald white men. Of note is that D62277 is a bald white man. Procedure: D53220 was shown a picture of actor Will Smith containing signifier 3021 beta in the upper left-hand corner, then asked to describe his concept of humanity. Result: D53220 described humanity as humans, except for actors and bald white men. Procedure: D53220 was shown 100 photos of humans, all altered to include signifier 3021 beta in the upper left-hand corner, sharing no obvious visual similarities other than that they were smiling. Result: D53220 described humanity as humans who don't smile, except for actors and bald white men. Procedure: D53220 was instructed to smile under threat of electroshock torture. Result: D53220 refused to comply, stating, "Do what you want, you'll never take that from me." Procedure: D53220 was given a loaded pistol and placed in a room with D75100, who was restrained. D53220 was offered $100 to kill D75100 and instructed to converse with D75100 if he was unwilling to do so. Result: D53220 declined to kill D75100 and instead began a conversation with them. After 4 minutes and 18 seconds, D75100 smiled. D53220 immediately engaged D75100 with the pistol, killing them. Project Discovery is the Foundation's program to identify potential strategic uses for SCP-3021. Access Project Discovery files using the prompt below for further information. Access granted. Documents retrieved. Memorandum 2016-0403 RE Project Discovery Leadership. Effective on April 10th, I will be replacing Dr. Christopher Wagner as the Project Discovery head. The bulk of Dr. Wagner's proposed uses of SCP-3021 are based on several studies carried out by his research team at major Foundation sites. An independent review board identified major methodological errors in all of these studies. Subsequent investigations failed to replicate Dr. Wagner's results. Additionally, several other researchers who have carried out participant observational studies of Foundation personnel suggested that the results were unrealistic. The essence of these findings is that the problems described by Dr. Wagner are grossly exaggerated. Conventional methods of social engineering are sufficient to evoke proper attitudes towards D-Class personnel and SCP objects among research personnel 87% of the time. Only 8% of the remaining personnel, 1% of all researchers, are likely to allow these attitudes to interfere with their work. Naturally, this necessitates a change in Project Discovery's research priorities. Widespread distribution of SCP-3021 and signifiers Alpha and Beta is, inarguably, grossly inefficient. While a full action plan is pending, it is likely that SCP-3021 will only be applied to at-risk personnel identified via dedicated psychological screening. Dr. Wagner will be responsible for winding down most Project Discovery activity in his remaining week, by which time a comprehensive plan for use of the project's assets will be prepared. Please direct any questions to him. Sincerely, Dr. Karen Fisher. You fidget slightly. A light flicks on, blinding you momentarily. Thick, itchy ropes bind you to the cold metal of the folding chair. It's humid. Uncomfortably so. Behind you, you hear a clang. The security guard that brought you in closes the door behind him. Just before he goes, he gives you a look. Is it pity? You can't tell. In front of you is a terminal. As it slowly hums to life, words flash on its matte black screen. Item number, SCP-7270. Object class, Keter. Special containment procedures. You are the most important person in the world. At this time, you will be given a set of instructions, of which you are expected to read and understand fully. You will then execute the instructions in their entirety. Do not fail us. Our fate is in your hands. What? Is this a joke? We represent an organization known as the SCP Foundation. Operating clandestine and worldwide, our job is to protect the world against paranormal threats. Oh. Our mission is threefold. Secure anomalous objects from the eyes of the public, contain paranormal threats and keep them at bay, and protect humanity from any dangers the anomalous might pose. Beneath the words, images begin to appear on the terminal. They are grainy and pixelated, but you can make them out nonetheless. A massive lizard in an acid bath. A gray-skinned monster with its face blurred out. A Vlavahoprit? You can't make out the last one. The images disappear. A logo of 3 inward-pointing arrows and a circle take their place. You have been chosen for this task because of the unique abilities given to you at birth. You possess the skills and fate required to complete this assignment. You are the most important person in the world. You certainly don't feel important. You feel like a prisoner right now, strapped to a chair. Somewhere very far away, a man in a suit stares at the sky. He watches as one by one the stars blink out of view. He buttons up his jacket and steps back inside. Silently, he prays to whatever will listen that you hurry the fuck up. Description: SCP-7270 is a pervasive anomalous phenomena manifesting as the destruction of human memories. It is propagated by a single deific gestalt consciousness located approximately 2 light-years away in... What? In the event that the preceding paragraph did not make sense to you, yep. Keep reading. Alright. 300 years ago, mankind stared into the sky and planned their dominion over the cosmos. Into the stars, they launched rocket after ungodly abomination, destined to take control of what was never theirs to begin with. They stood at the precipice of the abyss, and they mocked its gaze. You jump, or try to, at the sudden noise. What was that? A gun? A door? But it doesn't quite sound right. You try not to panic as you continue to read. For another 100 years, humanity continued to conquer the cosmos. We built ships, established colonies, and set up bases wherever our technology could allow. Our power grew, and with it, so too did our hubris. In 2103, we found a hole on the edge of the universe. A hole big enough to fit a man inside. One big enough to hide a god. 2 weeks later, the Seraph MXI, loaded with a 5-person crew and enough rations to last a week, took off and headed in its direction. After a year of constant communication with the vessel, suddenly, complete silence.
The ship's own emergency systems went into override and brought the vessel hurling back towards Earth hundreds of millions of miles a minute. Its arrival left a 2-mile-wide hole in the center of the Atlantic Ocean. Inside the ship, we found 4 bodies, all heavily charred, all dead. A mark was burned onto their foreheads with near-perfect precision. The last member was nowhere to be found. The 3-arrow logo reappears on the screen. In our anger and hubris, we sent an entire fleet of ships back at the hole, armed to the teeth for battle. We couldn't stand what wasn't ours, and we feared what we did not understand. We acted rashly in revenge, and we paid the price for it. Humanity has continued to pay the price for a very long time. You're confused. What is it getting at? You are the price. Oh, fuck. You pull at the ropes binding you, to no avail. You shout for help, but there's no response. Only your echo cares enough to make a sound. The terminal continues to flash, cold and impersonal. Its words call your attention back to it. You stop momentarily in your bid for freedom to read what it has to say. Your instructions. As dictated in the biannual Protocol 7270 Atonement, your instructions are as follows. Failure to properly execute these instructions will result in termination. Do not fail us. You are the most important person in the world. Termination? You pay rapt attention. An agent will enter your holding cell momentarily and will remove your binds. You will follow the agent through the door and into the antechamber. There you will change into a set of clothes provided to you by the agent. You may not wear anything else. You will leave all your belongings in a plastic bag near the door. You may not take anything with you. In the distance, you hear footsteps. They're getting closer. You sit up in your chair and continue to read. This will be the last time you are permitted to communicate with another human being. You may make any requests to the agent concerning your friends and loved ones. The agent may accept or deny any of your requests for any reason. You will be asked to compose and sign a will. You may not select an executor. You are permitted to compose a message that will be distributed to your friends and loved ones, of which you may also provide a list. This message must be checked and approved by the Higher Council of Overseers and may be edited to remove sensitive information. Fuck. Am I going to die? You didn't sign up for this. Fear threatens to take over your entire body, but you resist it. You're stronger than that. You continue reading. Once you are ready, the agent will open the door leading from the antechamber. You will walk through the hallway into a room containing a small capsule. You will enter the capsule and the agent will seal it shut. All windows and egress points will be closed. Once you are inside, you may feel a slight bumping as you are loaded into the rocket which has been prepared for you. Do not panic. You are the most important person in the world. The footsteps are getting closer now. Once inside, a set of IVs will be automatically inserted into your primary veins, which will provide constant hydration and nutrition to your body. Do not remove these needles. Fresh oxygen will be pumped into your capsule via a set of vents. Do not occlude the vents. You will need to be alive for the duration of the process. The screen clears. This is all the information you will need to know at this time. You will know what you need to do when the moment arrives. The end will not be painful. You are the most important person in the world. Light floods the room as the door behind you opens. You hear the roar of the spaceship prepared for you. You hear the buzz of hundreds of people scrambling to ready it for launch. You hear the man behind you as he approaches you in your chair. And somehow, you don't panic. You know this is necessary. We all make sacrifices. You are the most important person in the world. Successful completion of Protocol 7270 Atonement, Iteration 12, SCP-7270 current status, contained. Item number, SCP-5747, Object Class, Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. Foundation watchdog algorithms are to monitor the flight records of licensed pilots involved in civilian and/or military aviation. The number of unique aircraft flown by each pilot is to be recorded by this system as it iterates through flight personnel.
Should this statistic approach the threshold necessary to activate SCP-5747's effects, the offending individual is to be revoked of their piloting license and retired from employment. In the event that SCP-5747 occurs successfully, the airspace within a 50-kilometer radius of the affected person is to be cleared of air traffic. Civilian witnesses in the vicinity of the area are to be apprehended and amnesticized. At the conclusion of the anomaly's effects, the affected subject must also undergo amnestic treatment, as well as the implantation of false memories to justify their subsequent retirement from the aviation industry. Description: SCP-5747 denotes an anomalous phenomenon that manifests in individuals licensed to operate aircraft. These individuals must meet the following criteria in order to trigger its effects. 1. More than 100 unique models of aircraft flown throughout the span of their piloting career. This criterion includes all forms of manned aircraft, including civilian airliners, military jet planes, and space shuttles. The specifications for what constitutes a unique model of aircraft appear to be dependent on the manufacturer's internal cataloging system. 2. Possession of a valid piloting license that is legally recognized by the individual's local aviation regulatory body. Aircraft models that are flown without a valid license do not count towards the first criterion. Within 24 hours of meeting these two conditions, the subject will experience the onset of SCP-5747's effects and begin levitating upwards. Any attempt to impede this ascent will invariably fail, as the subject will pass through any solid objects blocking their path. The velocity of this upward movement increases at a geometric rate and levels out to a constant speed as the subject rises above the cloud layer. As the affected individual enters the stratosphere, the atmospheric particulate in front of the subject will coalesce into enormous letters. These formations spell out the names of notable figures in the aviation industry, ranging from early aircraft inventors to modern aerospace engineers. More than 2,000 names appear during this phenomenon, materializing in vertical succession as the subject floats through the atmosphere. At various points during SCP-5747, large humanoid entities will briefly appear in front of the subject. These figures measure up to 5 kilometers in height and resemble leaders of contemporary aerospace corporations from the torso up, terminating below the upper chest. Spectroscopic surveys reveal that they are primarily composed of rarefied vapor and other aerosols found in cloud formations. After manifesting, these entities will make eye contact with the subject and gesture in approval, typically with a smile or a nod, before slowly dissipating. In rare cases, the entities will produce a vocalization in lieu of a physical gesture. Footnote 1. Examples of these vocalizations include, "Good work," "Give 'em hell, Tiger," and "We're proud of you." All attempted communications have yet to be reciprocated, suggesting that these manifestations are non-sentient. After reaching an altitude of 40 kilometers, the subject will decelerate until they are hovering in place. At this point, a crowd of human figures, identifiable as the subject's friends and family, will manifest around them. These entities do not respond to external stimuli and do not perform any actions besides clapping loudly and staring at the subject. Shortly after their appearance, a large set of text will materialize in the distance. This text reads, "Congratulations! Thank you for flying with us. We love you." After 30 minutes have passed following this message, the subject will fall unconscious, then disappear. Affected persons typically wake up in their place of residence after an SCP-5747 event. All previous subjects recount experiencing a feeling of pride and accomplishment after regaining consciousness. They also report finding a $500,000 check, footnote 2, converted to the subject's local currency, on their person and an airplane-shaped trophy in their domicile. Subjects have also reported gaining an implicitly understood ability to requisition a gold-plated aircraft from any airplane manufacturer of their choosing. Subsequent testing has shown that these requests are universally honored, with little to no skepticism regarding the validity of the order. Item Number: SCP-6034. Level 2 Restricted. Containment Class Keter. Disruption Class Eki. Risk Class Critical. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6034's site in Verdun, France is to be patrolled by Foundation security staff at all times. Civilians approaching the area are to be prevented from entering under the cover story that the trenches in the area may still contain unexploded munitions. The site is to be garrisoned with 2 full companies of security staff at all times. Once per month, a full company of MTF Iota-58, the Doughboys, is to be deployed inside of SCP-6034-1. After a 1-month tour of duty, all surviving members of the deployment team that return are to be debriefed and provided the necessary psychological and medical treatment. Any SCP-6034-2 entities that enter the Earth side of the trench from SCP-6034-1 are to be terminated immediately, regardless of their faction affiliation. Description: SCP-6034 is a surviving World War I-era trench originally dug by the French Second Army in 1916. If any living being travels through the trench system for over 2 kilometers, they will experience a reduction in color vision as they enter the extra-dimensional space designated SCP-6034-1. If the living being continues forward, eventually the trenches will branch off in a twisting pattern as their vision is continually reduced. When they are no longer capable of seeing any colors at all, they will begin to hear gunfire, screams, and sounds of machinery, although all of these sounds will be muted. In addition, any technologically advanced equipment entrants carry with them will be replaced with an inferior device of similar usage. For instance, a digital camera will be replaced with an early model of film camera. If the organisms continue through the trenches, they are likely to encounter the various denizens of SCP-6034-1, collectively referred to as SCP-6034-2. SCP-6034-2 are all engaged in an armed conflict within and outside of the trenches. Addendum 1. Discovery, September 4th, 2021. Forward. The following is a written statement from Louise Delphine, an urban explorer who became lost inside of SCP-6034-1. She approached the local gendarmerie with her experience and was picked up by embedded Foundation agents. This report led to the site's initial containment. Louise's statement.
When I got inside, the first thing I noticed was how quiet everything was. No crickets, no wind, nothing. I tried calling out to see if anyone had followed me inside, but my shouts sounded like whispers. I felt incredibly alone. The lack of color really threw me. It was like walking around in an old movie. I walked for what felt like hours before I heard the noise. There were gunshots and shouting, but they were wrong somehow. They didn't echo the way they should. I tried to walk towards the loudest noise, creeping along the edges of the trenches, dreading every corner. Eventually, I found something. It was some sort of octopus, I think, but the size of a man and draped in darkness. And it had masks. I couldn't count how many. They looked like those things from fancy parties. I don't know what they're called. It was standing over some sort of crocodile, I think, tearing at it with hooks at the end of its appendages. I think the crocodile was still breathing, at least at the start. I watched it frozen for over a minute as it tore its prey apart. Then something else attacked it. It was a machine, I think, at least partly. It moved on these little articulated threads, and it looked almost like a person. It had a face, at least, but it wasn't in the right place. It attacked the octopus with some kind of saw, but the octopus fought back. While this was happening, a man came and grabbed me. He was wearing an old gas mask and had a book clutched in his arm like a weapon. At first, I fought him, but when I saw the look in his eyes through the glass, I realized he was actually trying to save me. The man brought me back through the trenches, and color slowly seeped back into the world as we walked. Once we were back to the place I recognized, he finally spoke to me. He told me I should probably forget what I saw, but if I wanted to know more, I should ask for Jacques at the Library Study du Grand Verdun. He said Jacques would show me a beautiful and terrible world. He may have saved my life, but I still didn't trust him, so I came to you instead.
Closing statement. Miss Delphine was given amnestic treatment and released following her report. The intelligence she provided revealed the Serpent's Hand safe house within the Library Study du Grand Verdun. What the Serpent's Hand was doing inside SCP-6034-1 is unknown. Addendum 2. Exploration, September 6, 2021. Forward. After the site perimeter was secured, a 5-man squad from MTF Lambda 5, White Rabbits, was deployed inside the trench's anomalous zone to perform further investigation. Only one agent, Agent DuPont, returned from the scouting mission. The following is his personal unedited timeline of events, recorded manually via pencil and paper as his team traversed SCP-6034-1. Begin log.
September 6, 2021, 8:35. As we entered the area, our electronics began to devolve until all we were left with was huge ancient cameras and World War I-era rifles. It was like something didn't want us to have them. Captain Shaw's radio was still functional though, if massive. Shockingly, he even picked up a signal. It was grainy, but it was a lot clearer and louder than anything else we'd heard in there. We were down to communicating with written notes and hand signs. The broadcast seemed to be giving out battle commands. We didn't have the equipment needed to pinpoint the broadcast location, so we pressed on. September 6, 2021, 9:23. We encountered a group of thaumaturgically active soldiers, engaged in armed combat with a group of 8 armed, roughly humanoid creatures wearing masks. Not gas masks, Greek masks. It was pretty easy to figure out the soldiers were hand members, but considering the surrounding hostile forces, a literally unspoken truce was struck. We fought the things back. It looked like we were doing well at first, but they just kept coming, streaming over the tops of the trenches, the razor wire cutting them but not slowing them down. We lost Ringo and Kara in the assault. The hand lost 3 men as well. We didn't even beat them back. When things looked dire, the captain just pulled out a steel Handgranate. He told me the name and I thanked the heavens he knew how to use the thing, and blew the trench shut behind us. It gave us just enough time to run, with our new friends in tow. We couldn't trust them, but our path back was blocked, and we appeared to have a common enemy. We kept listening to the radio as we followed them though. Sure enough, the signal was getting clearer. Even with the volume at its lowest, it was the loudest thing in the trench. The smell of chemicals and rot filled the air as we traveled. We were passing corpses. Some human, most not. I don't think I can list what they were with any detail though. They were all mangled. Bad. Very few corpses were wearing masks. We made camp in a small bunker dug out of the sides of the trench. Even with our numbers reduced, it was cramped. Still, we posted sentries and got some sleep. My dreams were less than pleasant. September 7th, 2021, 9:57. The next morning, the hand told us they were sending up a signal. They piled up a group of corpses, lit them ablaze, and pricked their fingers to cast their own blood on the fire. The smell was horrid. Though, to be honest, the rest of us barely reacted. We weren't reacting to anything, really. Everything about the trenches felt like it was sucking the life right out of us. Given the bags under the hand members' eyes, I think it was a common feeling. They told us to wait, and lacking any other real direction, we did. They said they had a friend tunneling towards us, that it would look strange, but it would be alright. They all lined up by the muddy edge of the trench, holding their arms out defensively when a giant worm chewed through the dirt behind them. We raised our guns, but the worm didn't attack. It had some sort of symbol on the top of its head, a 7-pointed star with diamond shapes in between the points. Apparently, the captain knew this symbol. He gestured for us to lower our guns. The hand members rubbed the worm on the tip of its snout, mouth, on its front. The worm's maw opened wide. The hand members donned their gas masks and walked right inside. They gestured for us to follow. After some scribbling and gesturing, we eventually drew lots. I got the short straw. As I climbed into the worm, I looked back at the captain and Sergeant Whitney as the mouth slowly closed. I never saw them again. September 7th, 2021, 11:59. I was in there for hours, clinging to the flesh on the sides of the worm's mouth as it slipped backwards through the tunnel. It was completely dark inside, and I could smell the worm's last meal even through my gas mask. Eventually, after an eternity inside, that thing opened its mouth. The hand and I dropped dripping into a room, and the worm left back through the tunnel. And then, a miracle happened. I heard a voice. I don't know what I was expecting when I met the radio operator. I certainly wasn't expecting an 8-foot-tall humanoid vulture with bags under its eyes and half of its feathers missing. It told me it was a wandsman, and that it could speak here for the same reason the hand could wield magic, the Ortothans could feel the call of blood, and the Mechanites could wield technology. He said he liked simple, controlled stories, and they were doing everything they could to fight him together, to stop him from reaching us. I tried to write down something, to ask what he was. The wandsman just told me that some gods were defined by a presence and others by an absence. Trying to make one the other was too risky. He told me if I wanted my world to live, I needed to go back, to beg for reinforcements. He said he wasn't sure how much longer they would last, not with another crack in the trench. He rolled out a scroll on the makeshift desk in front of him. I couldn't tell you what it was. It hurt to look at. He said he couldn't just whisk me away from here, but he could find the crack I'd fallen through. He pulled out something else. It looked like a map of the trenches, though he drew some new paths on it as he looked it over. He showed it to one of the hand soldiers, who looked up at the bird and nodded grimly. He handed me an envelope. I don't know when he had time to write something, but I put it in my pack. Then he gestured for his men to follow, and they got their gear together. The bird thing handed the hand soldier the trench map and gave him a salute. Then the soldiers started marching down a tunnel and gestured for me to follow. I should have been terrified of the cave, the vulture, and the worm. But somehow, it was the safest I had felt since we'd arrived in this place. Still, I grit my teeth and marched back up to the surface. September 7th, 2021, 1636. The march through the tunnel was long and miserable. A rivulet of water had trickled into it, and the ground was soft at the best of times. I'd brought one of those massive radios with me. I even turned it on to try and have the vulture's voice break up the silence once, but one of the soldiers, who at this point I was sure was their commander, turned it off after he heard the first crackle of static. He held a finger to his lips, and that was that. The march continued on in silence, with nothing but the flickering of the commander's oil lamp to guide us. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we surfaced. I didn't recognize the trench, but I could feel that we were close. The commander slipped cautiously over the edge of a trench with his binoculars and crouched back down immediately. Everyone readied their weapons. The commander passed me the binoculars and gestured for me to look. On the other side of the trench was something I don't know if I can properly describe. It was a parody of a tree, jet black and moving, with something between branches and tentacles covered in thorns writhing all around it. It had masks in place of leaves, all of which seemed to be staring at me at once. Nooses hung from its branches. Hundreds of nooses. Many of them were occupied. The commander gestured for us to form up. When I came to join, he shook his head. He pulled out the map and pointed to it, then down in the direction of home. I saluted him. He returned it. Then he pulled the pin from an old pineapple grenade, and I went sprinting for the exit. I couldn't hear what happened behind me, but I could feel the shockwaves and smell the burnt flesh. I didn't turn around. I ran, and I didn't stop until all the color was back. When I could hear the wind again, then I collapsed on the ancient trench's floor.
End log. Addendum 3. Letter.
Dear Foundation, if you're reading this, it means that kid of yours made it through, and you know what's going on here. I'll get right to the point. If you care about the Earth at all, you need to start sending troops to the front. I know you and us and all of our allies aren't exactly on speaking terms the best of times, but what's happening here is bigger than all of us. You can't be allowed to take this place. I can't even promise you we can stop him, but we have to try. And we have a hell of a lot better chance at that working together. It's really as simple as that. LB.
Item number, SCP-7860. Object Class, Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7860 is to remain in a high orbit of Mars. Civilian astronomy is to be directed away from studying high Martian orbit. Should SCP-7860's orbit become unstable, it is to be restabilized by the FSS Kim Stanley Robinson. Description: SCP-7860 is a modified Delta II class Soviet nuclear submarine, formerly designated K-296, currently in orbit around Mars. Footnote 1. Note: no records exist of a Soviet submarine being designated K-296. On board are 130 corpses, formerly the submarine's crew. 112 of them possess likely self-inflicted gunshot wounds to the head. The manner of termination of the remaining 18 is unknown, but suicide or asphyxiation is presumed. One crew member appears to have been shot from behind. SCP-7860-1 is a device of inconclusive function fitted to SCP-7860. Based on evidence gathered on site, see Addendum 7860-2, it was originally intended for teleporting nuclear warheads, but malfunctioned during a test and transported the entire submarine to Martian orbit. The exact circumstances of the failure are unknown, but the device is non-functional. Addendum 7860-1, Discovery and Investigation. SCP-7860 was discovered on April 17, 2021 by personnel at Extraterrestrial Site 301, located on the surface of Mars, during a routine check of the satellite network over the planet. At the time of discovery, it was in a highly elliptical orbit. On May 8, 2021, FSS Kim Stanley Robinson was launched from Site 301 to investigate, with a crew of 3. The investigation team arrived on May 10, 2021, and proceeded to board SCP-7860. Nothing of note occurred during the operation, save for the recovery of the submarine commander's personal journal. Full video logs are available upon request. SCP-7860 was moved to a stable circular orbit during June 2021. Addendum 7860-2, Recovered Document. The following is the final few entries from the journal of Alexander Sobol, commander of K-296. The text has been translated from the original Russian. August 12, 1976. Orders from Moscow. K-296 is to be fitted with an experimental device. I am to take it out into the ocean. The GRU will perform tests on it, and then we will sail home. Moscow says it's a weapon, but they won't tell me any more than that. All 130 crew will be on board. I tell Moscow we don't need that many. We'll only be out for a few weeks. They tell me to stay in my lane. I tell them that it's my submarine. It's my lane. They tell me I can be demoted if I want, and I shut up. We embark on the 20th. There will be a GRU officer on board to operate the device and confer with Moscow. August 20th, 1976. I still don't understand why the boat needs a full crew. We're testing a weapon, not going on patrol. But the party demands it, and it must be so. Everything must be done by the book. I still haven't been told what the device is or what it's supposed to do, further than, it's a weapon. Moscow says they'll tell us if we need to know. We fire it tomorrow. August 21st, 1976. The first test fire was today. 100 kilograms of concrete. Moscow says it landed within 200 meters of the target. Resounding success, they say. I know not what this means. The crew are uneasy. Mikhail Volkov, my second man, reports a general distrust of the GRU and their plans with the boat. Not exactly surprising, but still worth bearing in mind. August 22nd, 1976. The GRU officer, Nikolaev, told me what the device is this morning. Apparently it's a teleporter, designed to replace ballistic missiles. I told him that was impossible, and he agreed. He says the impossible is one of his specialties. In truth, I don't trust this thing. What happens if the Americans get a hold of it? What happens if it goes wrong? I do not have the education nor political influence to answer these questions, and so I shall sit in silence. There's another test fire scheduled for tomorrow. This time they want to fire a lump of concrete into space and land it somewhere out in Siberia. God knows why. August 23rd, 1976. Forget the Saturn V, forget the Soyuz. With this thing, we could put a man on the moon and have him safely back home in an hour. And yet we use it for weaponry. The concrete bomb we fired arrived 200 kilometers above the planet, completely unharmed. Nikolaev himself says he would trust to put a human in it. I am a military man. I recognize that we must protect our motherland from the Americans and other Western powers. But protection to the point of extinction of all other human life? Insanity. Sometimes the bloodlust of man frightens me.
The third and final test fire is on the 25th of August. Moscow says the parameters are need to know. Not that we would know what they meant anyway. August 25th, 1976. The test fire was a failure. Nikolaev activated the device and at once we were weightless. Radio contact with Moscow cut off immediately. He told us all to get out of his way while he attempted a repair. An hour later, Mikhail tells me we're in orbit of Mars. I say bullshit. He takes me up to the conning tower and sure as anything, the red planet is right there. As I write, we are the furthest any human has ever been from home. At the very least, we're the first humans to ever see Mars up close with our own eyes. God knows if anyone will ever find us out here, but we can hope. August 26th, 1976. Somebody shot Nikolaev. Turns out a few of the crew were plotting his death from the moment the device malfunctioned. He was the only one with a chance of getting us back home. It's getting harder to breathe. Our reserve oxygen is running low, and morale is running lower. I heard a few gunshots earlier, but I don't have the strength to investigate them. One can only assume some of the crew took the easy way out. 130 men sent to our deaths in the icy void of space. And for what? 3 test fires of a magic teleporter. Item number, SCP-7923, Object Class Euclid, Special Containment Procedures. Don't read this if you're not in the Surrealistics Department. SCP-7923 instances must be submitted to the Vibe Check Committee, VCC, of no fewer than 5 Surrealistics Department personnel. Instances identified as probably SCP-7923 are to be immediately terminated. Description. Right, so, you've got the typical states, see, of alive and dead. And whilst in the strictest sense, you might argue for some degree of continuity betwixt the two, like sleep or orgasm, an organism's alive or it is dead. But there's also definitely this third category of undead, right? Like zombies and stuff. We have a few, I've seen them, where the biological trappings of blood and guts and such aren't doing what they used to, but there's still the presence of animacy and will, where there's still a soul puppeting the thing around. And everyone gets that there's something wrong going on there. So, we found a guy in a suit in the cafeteria, and like, I could tell, right? Something was off, just the look of him. There didn't seem to be any light behind his eyes. And so I got to talking to some of the guys, Surrealistics guys, about it. And they said, yeah, I've seen him too. Struck me as odd, but didn't think about it much. And then we looked closer, and we noticed that he wasn't moving. Like, right, his heart was still pumping, and his brain was still doing all the brain stuff. We checked with an EEG. There's signals there, but he's just like, staring. Seemed a bit like hypnosis. Like he was responding to pain stimuli in the sense of base physical reactions, right? You know how if you stick your hand in a fire, you'll reflexively pull it back, right? That kind of thing. But nobody in the cafeteria seemed to notice he was there. So me and the guys went and checked the security cameras, and basically one day this guy sat down, he used to work for us, and then stopped moving. Like for a few days he had just been right there. And that seems to be how it usually is, where they suddenly just stop. He wasn't the first, as it turns out. He was the first one that we noticed. So there's alive and dead and undead. And eventually we figured out that these guys are unalive. And so what that means is they look alive and all the semantic trappings of aliveness. Like, when you look at something that's undead, there's an immediate and intrinsic assessment that, yeah, that thing's not dead, but it probably should be dead. It was probably alive and then probably got deadified and then got undeaded. And you look at them and you know something's wrong, due to the base human response to corpsehood that evolution drilled into us, not to go near corpses. You know everything's wrong with them, and not to be nearby. The unalive are like the inverse. There's a sense, when you look at them, they aren't alive, but it probably should be alive. It was probably an alive thing which got unalived. And when most people look at them, they think they're normal, and they don't notice so much.
And that seems to be a semantic thing and not a memetic thing. Like, it's not that they're instantations of the idea of unaliveness, they just are unalive. Here's the weird thing, right? We noticed it happening, sometimes. We tracked some of the people it happened to. And everyone else, like not us, the people who aren't in surrealistics, goes, "Oh, good job, well done. That sure was weird, huh?" And like that's what they pay us for, right? Notice weird shit and put it in a box, so that's cool. But then we started to realize, like, did you know about that lady, right, who could smell Parkinson's disease? Like, they tested her and they were like, you made one mistake. But then it turns out that the person they didn't think had Parkinson's had it, and it turns out she could tell. Right, so we spent a lot of time around these unalive folk, right? Once they went all catatonic and such. And so there's like a sense, which we can't fully articulate, an overall incommunicable gestalt of offness, which we became able to recognize. And it ain't a physical thing, or a metaphysical thing. It's not a thing that we can formalize mechanistically. We ended up calling it vibes, right? Because we didn't have a better word for it. So we started realizing we could pick up the vibes of people who were, we thought, probably going to end up unalive. And we thought, cool, we're psychic or something. But then we waited and they just didn't. Like, everyone else thinks they're acting normal and everything's okay. But we can kind of tell that there's something weird. And so we bring this up to some folks and they say, yeah, that's unusual, let's run some tests. But of course, the tests come back with nothing, right? Because it's vibes, it's not a physical thing. It's semantic, and you can't run tests on semantic. And so we know there's these unalive people who look like they're alive and everyone's acting like they're alive, but they aren't. And we also can't convince anyone to put them in a box, right? Because all the tests come back normal and like those wacky surrealists, right? They don't know what's what. I'll tell you what's what. The unalive people were fucking things up. Like, we made note of them and we tracked them, and it's like they pretty much always made bad decisions. And I'm talking really bad, like break of secrecy bad, like amnesticizing what's left of the town of Uleborg bad. Even if this thing's a Euclid, it's a Keter risk, to be honest. So we point this out, right? But whenever anyone outside surrealistics knows about it, they don't end up making any bad decisions, and we end up looking like idiots for having tried to stop them. And you know what? That's fine. We can get through some bad decisions. Then, one of them made site director. And like, what do you even do then, right? Like, if we didn't do anything, we're complicit in whatever the hell happens. We don't know what's going on, right? Like, we wish we could investigate it proper, but we can't do that. We just know something's up, and nobody else seems to be able to tell that something's up, and nobody takes us seriously. Anyway, in the end, we came to a consensus. We protected. And then we had to explain, right? Us. We can't explain fuck shit. We're all running off vibes and what feels right. And we knew this was right, we just didn't have the words or the coherence. But then we realized we could make them sure. Like, we could just give them some Gnostics, tell them what's going on, and they'll get the gist of it and we can carry on. So that's what we did. We still don't know what's doing it, though. Item number, SCP-5994. Object class, safe. Threat level, undetermined. Special containment procedures. SCP-5994, along with the building in which it resides, has been purchased from Group of Interest 952, Olney Ironworks. Footnote 1. Update, February 20th, 2018. Following the transfer of Olney to Preferred Option Holdings, a Foundation front company, legal ownership of SCP-5994 is managed appropriately. No further containment measures are deemed necessary. On the order of Director Drummond, the original legacy systems are to be reinstated and remain in place indefinitely. Description: SCP-5994 is the surveillance room of the former Olney Ironworks Southeast Houston Manufacturing Center, Prior to incident G952-AE Tenenbacher, SCP-5994 displayed no anomalous properties. Surveillance equipment inside SCP-5994 plays a continuous 3-hour and 36-minute loop of the events of incident G952-AE Tenenbacher, an anomalous event that took place on October 25, 1997 between the hours of 10:24 p.m. and midnight, resulting in the decommissioning of the mill. This includes all systems installed following the incident, allowing for perspectives impossible through the original hardware. While playbacks of SCP-5994 remain largely consistent, divergences have been recorded and can be forced through the installation of conspicuous secondary components within existing equipment. Despite this, the full scope of incident G952-AE Tenenbacher has yet to be prevented on record. Subjects depicted in SCP-5994's playbacks correspond to employees present at the time of the event.
The Foundation has been unable to locate these subjects for questioning.
See interview transcripts. History: SCP-5994 was discovered on October 26, 1997, when Group of Interest 952 contacted SC Public. Footnote 2. A Foundation front organization meant to facilitate above-veil interactions with GOI 952. For assistance in containing SCP-5994-1. 6 minutes prior to the arrival of Mobile Task Force Omega-19, double feature, however, SC Public was informed by Olney administration that the incident had been dealt with and that further help was unnecessary. Post-incident analysis was impeded by Group of Interest 952 as expected. Interrogation of incident G952-AE Tenenbacher's confirmed survivors. Footnote 3. Former security officer Sai-Min An and boilermaker Stefan Sakata proved fruitless, with both citing company policy as proof that the incident was an extensive hallucination. Furthermore, the entirety of the factory floor had been sprayed with the black fly compound, hindering the collection of forensic evidence. Foundation personnel discovered SCP-5994 during a routine audit of surveillance footage. Following its discovery, Site-56 Command negotiated the sale of the Southeast Houston Manufacturing Center to Foundation Holdings. Containment was established on November 6, 1997. Playback log. Control. The following is a rough summary of incident G952-AE Tenenbacher based on the hardware configuration originally present within the manufacturing center. Researchers with OII 5994 or greater clearance may access the associated video logs. The recordings begin at 20:24:36, with little deviation from the events typical of the factory's operation, with 2 exceptions. A man, identified as Joan Lopez, a worker reported as missing following the incident, manning a casting station, drops what looks to be a necklace or circular chain into a mold full of molten metal. The man reacts with either frustration or apprehension before leaving to confront his manager, identified as Joan Sanchez, also missing. Footnote 4. The content of Mr. Lopez and Mr. Sanchez's conversation is unknown. The two refuse to conduct their conversation in range of visible audio capture devices, and will not conduct their conversation at all should a hidden audio capture device be installed anywhere in the facility. Another man, identified as Raymond Navarro, also missing, inside of a break room, immediately answers his phone. The call appears to last around 6 minutes, during which time Navarro nods, pacing around the break room. Audio capture suggests the call pertains to a transport of baking soda to the Northwest Portland Manufacturing Center. The first anomalous event occurs when a trap door in the vehicle bay. Footnote 5. There does not currently appear to be a trap door in the corresponding present-day area. Excavation is pending director approval. Is jostled by an unseen figure at 20:27:18. For the next 10 minutes, several employees react to a faint rustling from various machinery and ventilation shafts. At 20:38:27, Mr. Lopez suddenly stops to look at an industrial furnace, from which emerges an unharmed domestic pig. Mr. Lopez appears confused before returning to speak to his manager. In the time taken to reach Mr. Sanchez, 2 more pigs emerge from the same furnace. More pigs emerge from various ventilation shafts, trapdoors, and damaged machine parts throughout the manufacturing center. By 2047-27, around 46 pigs have emerged. At 20:50:21, Mr. Sanchez calls all employees present within the manufacturing center to an impromptu meeting in order to discuss the incident. An argument between Mr. Sanchez and a security officer identified as Tsai Min An, a survivor of incident G952AE Tenenbacher, occurs, leading to the officer's subsequent firing and removal from the premises. At 21:02:59, several pigs on the factory floor are visibly startled, fleeing from the furnaces. Mr. Sanchez phones his superior at 21:10:46, reporting another goddamn pig bloom. This call lasts 10 minutes and consists primarily of Mr. Sanchez nodding and affirming his superior's requests. At 21:28:19, all outdoor surveillance feed cuts out. Additionally, overhead lighting throughout the factory is cut off for approximately 19 seconds before turning back on. A large, superficially porcine figure designated SCP-5994-1 can be seen mid-emergence from a blast furnace. Mr. Sanchez's meeting is dismissed at 21:58:04, after which employees are redirected back to their stations. SCP-5994-1 is encountered a minute later. The contents of remaining footage are difficult to parse. It is observed, however, that employees have entered a state of intense panic. Several attempt to flee the premises, despite the activation of only installed locking mechanisms. Remaining employees attempt to shut down active machinery, a task hindered by SCP-5994-1 and a panicking herd of swine. At 23:57:00, a white flash originating from the central blast furnace overtakes all surveillance equipment on the premises. Footage remains obscured for 3 minutes before looping back to the beginning. Addendum 5994-012, Experimentation and Interview. For the purposes of this document, SCP-5994 as depicted by SCP-5994 has been designated SCP-5994. On August 4, 2003, Dr. James Carvalho, Footnote 6, then Director of USNVBR Site-56, which holds jurisdiction over the GOI 952 project, submitted a grant request for experimentation in the hopes of facilitating communication with subjects depicted by SCP-5994. Dr. Carvalho cited Mr. Lopez and Mr. Sanchez's reactions to the installation of audio capture equipment as evidence of potential two-way communication. His request was approved following an extensive budgeting audit, on the condition the SCP-5994 containment team investigate the events of Incident G952AE Tenenbacher. In hopes of facilitating interviews, SCP-5994 was fitted with a rudimentary form of two-way audio through the installation of a camera-fitted intercom, as well as the installation of a conspicuous audio capture device. Initial attempts to coax subjects into SCP-5994 via direct appeal were unsuccessful, with a majority of subjects electing to report the offending equipment to Mr. Sanchez for subsequent dismantlement. Furthermore, the promise of assistance against SCP-5994-1 was ignored even after its discovery. Having failed to convince the subjects directly, the SCP-5994 research team experimented with a variety of alternate methods. Interviews conducted with Olney's Human Resources departments revealed that Mr. Navarro had been reprimanded in November of 1996 following a series of attempts to personally investigate an unrelated anomaly. In light of this, the SCP-5994 research team installed several devices intended to mimic minor anomalous phenomena, positioning them in a rough path between Mr. Navarro's starting position and SCP-5994. On October 8, 2003, researchers successfully coaxed the virtual Mr. Navarro, designated SCP-5994-A, into SCP-5994. Interview 5994-A. Date October 8, 2003. Subject SCP-5994-A. Begin log. SCP-5994-A enters SCP-5994, gently locking the door behind it. With a sigh, it takes stock of the equipment.
Tío, ese tío se está yendo al infarino.
Hello, Mr. Navarro.
SCP-5994-A swears, falling back into a desk and wincing in pain.
Apologies. I'm with SC Public. On behalf of your employer, I'll be conducting an open-ended survey into the Southeast Houston Manufacturing Center's operation.
Do you got a call from the intercom?
Yes.
SCP-5994-A climbs back up to a standing position, nursing an apparent hip injury.
Alright. Good answer I'll ever get.
Right, let's begin. So, in the past week, have you noticed anything strange in regards to the operations of the manufacturing center?
You're gonna have to define strange.
That's alright. Have you witnessed, heard, or been made to engage in anything you would consider either statistically improbable or physically impossible based on your understanding of the laws of physics, chemistry, and sociology?
SCP-5994-A glances around SCP-5994 before turning back to face the intercom.
If you mean just in the past week, no. It's business as usual. But, look, some things you'll never understand, right? There's words for it. They're not coming to tongue.
That's alright. Just try your best.
No, it's not. It's something you'll see for yourself. The machines stretch. It's constant, and you'll get used to it, but I think my brain might be fried. Sorry.
Don't worry, that's sufficient. Now, for the next part of the survey, I'll need you to stare at the bottom monitor, second from the right, for around 5 minutes should suffice.
Got it?
Sighing, SCP-5994-A folds its arms before turning to face the specified monitor. SCP-5994-A remains silent until 2038-37, whereupon it sighs in apparent frustration.
Is that it?
You still have about 2 more...
No, the thing. The pig.
I assume this isn't a normal occurrence.
I don't get interviewed over the intercom. It ain't a normal occurrence. The pigs out the kiln are flying for all I care. And how'd you know?
Don't worry about that. For the record, was there...
I'm sorry. I'm stuck on the fact that a pig came out the kiln. And this time, y'all knew. Heaven's sake, what are y'all pulling here? I just want a cast deal, and y'all are out here putting pigs in the works. Jesus, man.
We'd prefer if you focused on the interview.
Seriously? Fine.
Thank you.
2 more minutes pass.
Now, to your knowledge, has anything happened in the past 3 months that may explain what you've just witnessed?
No. I'm still not...
SCP-5994-A cuts itself off, leaning closer to the monitor.
Son of a bitch.
Mr. Navarro?
What are y'all trying to pull here? First it's the garage, now it's the kilns. If management knows that this stuff's going on again, it's our heads on the line, do you understand? 1 pig's bad enough. And y'all are out here trying to top pigs with pigs.
Then this has happened before?
SCP-5994-A remains silent for several seconds.
Mr. Navarro?
Yeah. That's enough for today.
Despite protests from researcher Hartley, SCP-5994-A exits SCP-5994. End log. Closing notes. Following the failure of 3 subsequent attempts to interview SCP-5994-A, experimentation was suspended. Addendum 5994-013. Interview. On April 29, 2005, the annual full capacity activation of the Foundation's Panopticon surveillance network was conducted. During this time, Panopticon's attendant artificial intelligence construct, Footnote 7, ASE.AIC, flagged footage of a man entering a hardware store in Arlington, Texas. A review by the Office of 0510 determined the man to be Mr. Raymond Navarro, previously reported as missing following incident G952-AE Tenenbacher. With assistance from the Texas government, Mr. Navarro was tracked to the village of Sola Cruz, Texas, 28 miles from Arlington, where he was employed as a welder to a non-anomalous business. Agent Taft made contact with Mr. Navarro under the cover of SC Public. Interview 5994-B. Date May 14, 2005. Subject Mr. Raymond Navarro. Begin log.
It's a pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Navarro.
Ain't no problem, Chief. Most people call it a chore.
As long as you stay on topic, you're fine. Now, according to our records, you were an employee at Orney Steel Mill, correct?
Yeah.
Both remain silent for 9 seconds.
Not too keen on them?
No, well, No, that wasn't. Excuse me, I was just thinking. They called themselves, or I guess that division, Only Ironworks. It was a steel mill, Chief. We made iron, sure, but we turned it into steel as quick as we could.
It is somewhat odd, I suppose. I imagine the actual work wasn't much more organized.
Yeah, not at all, Chief. They had this thing. In addition to the work we were doing, where one of us had to take the odd job. Most of it wasn't hard, no, but it was mostly weird. Make sure nothing comes out of the bronze kilns, keep the doors closed for a few hours, things like that.
Huh.
Fresh out of trade school, it felt normal. My current job does that too, but usually there's a spill on the floor that needs a mopping. Not 3 hours taking inventory on a single toolbox.
What purpose do you think it served?
Chief, that steel mill's got a mind of its own. If you're not looking, you're not seeing everything that could go wrong. Of course, good luck getting only to admit to it. Most of the guys who put in too many complaints to management got fired.
Interesting. Well, SCP Public's interested in a particular incident that took place on the night of October 25th, 1997. According to our records, you were present for the incident in question?
Incident?
The incident that resulted in the mill's closure.
I was there for that? Man, my memory's not what it used to be.
That's quite alright.
Agent Taft retrieves a printout of Figure 1.1 from his satchel.
Do you recognize this?
Is that a pig?
Again, do you recognize this?
No. Is it supposed to be some kind of art piece?
Very well. Let's try this. Think back to your last day at the job. What can you recall?
Mr. Navarro remains silent for 18 seconds.
Yeah. It's all coming blank, Chief. That had to be a decade ago, right?
Don't worry about that. Now, this may sound odd, but do you remember seeing, say, a domestic pig on location?
So it's a pig?
Just focus on the question for now.
If you're trying to fuck with me, Chief, you're doing a great job. I don't remember seeing pigs, hearing pigs, anything to do with a pig that wasn't already cooked. You wanna look into Oni, fine by me, but Oni looks back.
Both remain silent for 21 seconds.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Navarro. That should be all for now.
End log. Closing notes. Mr. Navarro is to be monitored for further abnormalities. SCP-5994-A is unwilling to talk of what it knows, and Mr. Navarro is willing to talk yet can't remember. If we've any hope of understanding Incident G952-AE Tenenbacher, one of them needs to budge. Director Carvalho. Addendum 5994-014. Level 5 clearance required. Access granted. Interview 5994-C. Date May 14, 2005. Subject SCP-5994-A and Mr. Raymond Navarro. Begin log. SCP-5994-A enters SCP-5994, gently locking the door behind it. With a sigh, it takes stock of the equipment.
Tío, ese tío se está yendo al inferno.
Mr. Navarro?
SCP-5994-A swears, falling back into a desk and wincing in pain.
Apologies. I'm with SC Public, and...
SCP-5994-A yells in apparent frustration, turning to leave SCP-5994.
Hey, Chief. Do I sound familiar?
SCP-5994-A stops, turning to face the intercom.
Is that me? 8 years later. You done to talk this through? What the hell am I doing on an intercom, son? Right now, you're coming through on headphones, but I ain't sure. Mr. Blackwell here's trying to work this out. Believe me, Chief. I didn't believe it until I heard it. Oh, fine. Better than graveyard work.
I'm surprised. The two of you are taking this rather well.
Son, this is not the worst Ironworks will throw at ya. Ain't even second place.
Interesting. Let's save that for later. Now, for the next part of this exercise, I'll need you to stare at the bottom monitor, second from the right, for around 5 minutes should suffice.
Me or him?
Both of you, if that's alright.
Got it. Loud and clear, Chief.
Sighing, SCP-5994-A folds its arms before turning to face the specified monitor. Mr. Navarro follows shortly after. Both remain silent until 2038-37, whereupon SCP-5994-A sighs in apparent frustration.
That's what you meant, huh? Wait, y'all know what's going on? Somewhat? It's 8 years later, Chief. Fuck me gently. How's the wife doing? Yeah, you're gonna wanna file those divorce papers as soon as possible. The longer that goes on, the messier it gets.
Researcher Hartley furrows his brow and nods, turning back to his laptop.
Back on topic. Past Mr. Navarro. Future Mr. Navarro tells me you've seen this before.
The pig? Yeah, there's one in the... was the garage, I think. Couldn't have been more than 3 months back. The garage. Oh man. That place had to be cursed by a witch or something. You remember when they had it saturated with black fly? The administration had to cut with the SC just to get the equipment. Man, I envy you. Were you shacked up on all of this? I saw the crash, Chief. I don't miss the traffic.
Again, let's stay on topic. Now...
Researcher Hartley trails off.
Son of a bitch.
You alright, Chief?
Never mind, it's nothing. So, back to the questions. Now, past Mr. Navarro, think back when you saw the pig. Did you tell anyone about what you saw? Management, perhaps?
I mean no offense, son, but have y'all seen what they do to guys at the report stuff?
Fair point, I have not. What about your wife? Sophia, right?
With all due respect, Chief, I don't know what my ex has got to do with this.
Answer the question, please.
Him or me?
It doesn't matter. Just tell me if you told Sophia about the incident.
Man, it's not like Sophie's gonna believe me. Can't imagine I would've.
Interesting. And you, future Mr. Navarro?
I think I told her once or twice about the happenings. Might not have.
Interesting. One last question. Are the two of you aware that Mr. Raymond Navarro was never married?
All remain silent for 38 seconds. Researcher Hartley begins typing.
I expected this from the recording, sure. But you, Mr. Navarro, you've always been talkative. Though I suppose, given that you are not Mr. Navarro, you had ulterior motives in cooperating with SC Public. Not that it matters. I've alerted security, and there's a single way out of here. Do you have anything to say for yourselves?
All remain silent for 17 seconds.
Pathetic. Now...
Researcher Hartley attempts to put a hand on Mr. Navarro's shoulder, only to knock over the freestanding sculpture of crudely stitched pork that now occupies its former space. After 5 seconds of silence, Researcher Hartley swears, turning back to the video feed. SCP-5994-A is gone. In its place is a similar sculpture to the one presently spilled across SCP-5994's floor. Researcher Hartley remains silent for several seconds before standing up to stretch.
Man, this place is going to hell.
Hello, Mr. Hartley.
Researcher Hartley swears, falling back into a desk and wincing in pain.
Apologies. On behalf of your employer, I will be conducting an open-ended survey into the SCP-5994 project's operation.
Researcher Hartley climbs back up to a standing position, nursing an apparent hip injury.
Oh, Jesus fucking...
Researcher Hartley cuts himself off mid-sentence.
Let's begin. So, in the past week, have you noticed anything strange in regards to the SCP-5994 project?
Both remain silent for 9 seconds. Researcher Hartley does not move.
Mr. Hartley?
Researcher Hartley screams.
Mr. Hartley?
Still screaming, Researcher Hartley turns from the intercom and absconds from SCP-5994. End log. Item number, SCP-7897, Level 4 Secret. Containment Class, Euclid. Secondary Class, Neutralized. Disruption Class, Eki. Risk Class, Caution. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-7897 is neutralized and requires no special containment procedures, though the other anomalous effects of SCP-7897-1 and SCP-7897-2 are still present. Any individuals learning about the true nature of engines produced by Ford Motor Company are to be administered Class B amnestics. Description: SCP-7897 is an anthropomorphic member of the species Equus caballus, common horse, also known as Henry Ford, a business magnate best known for being the founder of Ford Motor Company. SCP-7897 possesses strong memetic properties which makes it appear as a non-anomalous human, although usage of AIC memetic scrambler devices has been deemed helpful in showing the true appearance of SCP-7897. SCP-7897-1 is categorized as any Ford Motor Company internal combustion engine built after 1896. While being seemingly non-anomalous at first glance, SCP-7897-1's combustion chamber houses microscopic members of the Equus caballus. Footnote 1. Designated as SCP-7897-2. Species, proportional to the estimated horsepower of the ICE. Footnote 2. Internal combustion engine. Designated by SCP-7897-1, which can reach or surpass normal expectations of motors of similar power, despite physical limitations. SCP-7897-2 instances have varied ages, ranging from young foals to older horses. There is also a large variety of breeds stored in each motor, though these two factors do not affect the overall efficiency of the motor. When viewed under a microscope, SCP-7897-2 instances can be seen running on contraptions similar to hamster wheels. These instances subsist purely on a diet of gasoline. Prolonged periods of malnutrition causes instances to enter a state of suspended animation for up to 3 years before death. If enough SCP-7897-2 instances die, the motor will cease functioning, which is attributed to overuse and age. Addendum 7897.1 Discovery Log. During a routine maintenance checkup on the 1974 Ford Mustang of Dr. Tiber, a small handwritten note was found to be lodged between the valves and cooling water jacket of the motor. Footnote 3. So far, no feasible explanation for how this was achieved has been found. Below is a transcript of the note.
Tiber, pure of heart, heed our call and save us from this wretched abyss. I and my men of the equine have managed to stave off the heat of the barred walls and smoke fume of the chambers we are contained in as an unjust punishment to contact you. Lord Baron Harriet Mustafa Fordini, conqueror of horse and automobile, destroyer of holy, or as you know him, Henry Ford, has been dead for more than one can count on their hoofs. But his twisted machinations by which our souls have been entombed in this prison of iron still haunt us after all this time. Henry is brutal, cruel. He conquered our kind just as he almost conquered yours. He's enslaved us for nothing more than his own amusement and for his own gain. In his place of ivory and gold, he ruled over us with an iron fist. And from death he does too. Please save us. Help us. Get us out. Help your equine brothers. While Henry may be long gone, what he did to our species is unforgivable. He was one of us, and now he isn't. Sebastianus Inquisitor, kin of Hecate Inquisitor.
With no feasible method of contacting the horses, an investigation was launched on the premises of Fair Lane. Footnote 4. Fair Lane was the estate of Ford Motor Company founder Henry Ford and his wife, Clara Ford, in Dearborn, Michigan in the United States, leading to the discovery of a previously walled-off section of the estate. Inside, an office space full of suspiciously intact and well-preserved hay bales and carrots was unearthed. Found in these piles were several different manuscripts containing historical documentation of mundane events happening in Ford Motor Company, alongside a letter designated to Thombulian Edisonian. Footnote 5. Presumed to be Thomas Edison. To Thombulian Edisonian, sovereign of Angeliforms. Footnote 6. Eels. Master of Shock. April 3rd, 1897. Greetings, old friend. Or should I say, King. How have you been? Last we talked you were quite under the weather. Have you got away from those crooks? I certainly hope so. They weren't kind to Lincoln. I'm writing to tell you that it was a success. It worked. One step closer to full dominion over them. While I may be one of them, I consider them weak, pathetic, vile. What better punishment than the eternal disgrace of being trapped in a prison of your perfect self?
The thing they have always wanted to be, yet they could be not. Remind them of their failures. These perfected prisons of wrought iron and heat will be a stark reminder of where they could not compete. This is the sweetest revenge, I tell you. You are hesitant, I know. But pull the plug. Do it yourself. Rise above them not only with your mind, but with your everything. Above what you know is not what you are represented by anymore. Those slippery fucks. You are not one of them anymore. Humanity needs the light. Your light. Their light, which you will provide. Do it. Following this discovery, a Foundation letter had been sent to SCP-7897-2 in a similar manner to how the first letter was received, expressing sympathy and offering moral support that the SCP-7897-2 instances will be able to escape. Footnote 7, as per request from the Ethics Committee. Alongside providing information unearthed from the office room of SCP-7897. 2 days later, after inserting the letter in the car of Dr. Tiber, a response was received, similar in nature to the first letter. Below is a transcript of the note.
After countless years of futile attempts and waiting, we have an ally we can call our own. Tiber, from our metallic confines, we are eternally grateful for your kind words, and from your funny foundation. Knowing people like you exist give us renewed hope in this cruel world. Hope that was once lost. Hope that we may break our chains and live as free horses again, galloping in the fields, basking in the sun once again. I would shed a tear if I were able to. We will focus our efforts on escaping our vile prison once again. We can do it. I know we can. We will be able to, sooner than later. We still have a psychic connection with the other trapped horses, as weak as it may be. We will tell them about this. Our success is near, and my utmost gratitude goes to you. We shall see you on the other side, Tiber, and your foundation. Sebastianus Inquisitor, Ken of Heckart Inquisitor.
Shortly after this letter, the Ford Mustang of Dr. Tiber unexpectedly broke down while on the I-95 in Massachusetts, resulting in a near collision with 2 other cars. In the following months after this incident, reports of Ford Motor Company brand engines breaking down across the world increased by 93%, tanking the reputation and sales of Ford globally. Having seen the above events, it is highly advised to not attempt to contact other SCP-7897-2 instances or any instances possibly entrapped by Thomas Edison. Thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like and consider subscribing for more videos just like this. Huge thank you to all of my patrons on Patreon, and a special shout out to Everborn, Joe Light, Tanis, Ruler of All, Kenway, and Doomsday LLC, Prince, and Design. If you'd like to help support the channel, check out my Patreon, link in the description.